The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords. Let it all fade into nothing.
So, the third Dark Souls, the final piece of the Fire Horse and an incredible ending to one of my favorite trilogies of all time. It's also where a ton of people got into the Soul series before Elden Ring. Except these games aren't exactly easy to understand on their own, much less one that constantly refers back to the other two. So, that's kind of my self-appointed job here. If you're new to the channel, this is me going through my most recent playthrough of Dark Souls 3, explaining all of the areas, bosses, and lore as we go, along with what makes the game so much fun to still play yourself. I'm also just going to assume that you know absolutely nothing about Dark Souls 1 and 2 going into this. So if you really don't know anything about the other two, or if your knowledge is just a little shaky because it's been a while, no worries. So before we get into the actual video, I'm going to quickly go over how the world ended up in such a pitiful state by the events of Dark Souls 3, as well as the master plan of one of my favorite antagonists of all time, along with this scaleless piece of shit. I really hate Seath, but he comes up very often in Dark Souls 3, sadly. And I'm just doing this so that we can establish some base level knowledge for us to pull from as we go. So don't worry if some of it doesn't stick or you just start spacing out. We'll be adding way more details and context to everything I talk about as we play. In the beginning, we'll be having fun slowly introducing all of the crazy shit in the world, and by the end of the video, you'll be depressed and also understand all of the quantum mechanics behind the Abyss and all of the Dark Souls games. Well, not really, but kind of. So, sit back, relax, and make a lot of room in your brain for Dark Souls. Now, going all the way back to the beginning was the Age of Ancients. During this age, the world was still unformed, only consisting of three things. Fog as far as the eye can see, impossibly huge, beautiful arch trees, and last, but certainly not least, the everlasting dragons. The everlasting bit in their names is referring to their stone scales, which essentially prevents them from dying of natural causes. No death, no wars. Things in this time just simply existed. But nothing can last forever, a theme that will come up several times throughout this video. And during this Age of Ancients, without any warning, a fire appeared deep underground. This wasn't just any ordinary fire either, but the first flame, a force of nature that would go on to completely change the world and lead to a conflict that would last until its very last moments, as well as introducing these fundamental concepts into this purgatory-like world.
Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark.
The beginning of a brand new era, nature's way of rebalancing the scales. And near where this first flame appeared, we can see these beings emerging from the ground. And 4 of these primordial beings would go on to acquire 4 very powerful souls produced by the first flame. The first recipient was Gravelord Nito, who was also the first of the dead, implying that the soul just immediately killed him and brought him back to life. Kinda funny. But remember that death did not exist in this Age of Ancients, so Nito here just added a whole lot more of those fundamental concepts into existence. Think about it. Without death, people would never even value their own life. There would be no need to ever develop survival instincts or any of these other intrinsic parts of our world that we take for granted. I really cannot overstate the importance of the first flame being introduced to the world. The next being after Nito to obtain one of these souls was the Witch of Izalith, who decided to split her soul with her Daughters of Chaos, giving all of them the ability to manipulate fire and eventually find a home in a city known as Izalith, the birthplace of pyromancy in the Dark Souls cinematic universe. And next up, the man who will come up 100 times throughout this video. The third and most powerful soul would be taken by Gwyn, giving him not only an unbelievable amount of strength, but the ability to generate lightning. He would go on to become the leader of these beings and begin preparing an army for what's to come. However, there was also a fourth being, one so easily forgotten. Unlike Gwyn's powerful Lord Soul, the final soul was nothing but a small ember, the Dark Soul. This lacked the power of the others, but it was much more special than many at the time realized. The furtive pygmy was able to fragment this Dark Soul and pass it down to future generations. And this fragmented part of the Dark Soul is called humanity, making this furtive pygmy the father of what would eventually be known as the human race. As the typically vague item description reads, the soul is the source of all life. However, the descendants of the furtive pygmy possess both a soul and humanity, making them distinctly different from the others, as well as where they get their power from. Gwyn and the others gain their power from the first flame, while humans gain their power from the dark. As the first flame had only just appeared, think of the other souls as immediate power, while the dark soul is almost like a seed. If the first flame were to begin to die down, that in turn would make the users of the dark soul that much more powerful. And while many people instinctually assume that the dark is evil in fictional stories, that is not the case. Neither fire nor dark are intrinsically good or evil, just parts of nature. Although both of these certainly can take on more malicious forms, as we will see in this video. So, after Gwyn had finished his preparations, he would go on to lead Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and his army into a war against the Everlasting Dragons, one that would attempt to put an end to this previous way of life to give rise to a new age of fire. And while the dragon's stone scales gave them immortality, they did have one weakness: lightning, Gwyn's specialty. What are the odds, right? It really feels like this was the world's way of ushering in a new age. And despite having an obvious advantage, Gwyn still went into the battle with an extremely well thought out plan. Essentially, he and his army would use lightning to pierce the stone scales of these dragons, leaving them vulnerable to Nito's death and disease, or the Witch of Izalith's powerful firestorms. He came up with this strategy by working with another major player in the world, and a dragon no less, Seath the Scaleless. If his name didn't already clue you in, Seath was not born with the same immortal stone scales as his brethren, leading to him becoming envious of the others and probably developing some sort of inferiority complex. As I said earlier, I fucking hate Seath, but to be fair, it had to have been an incredibly isolating feeling being the only one of your kind that needed to come to terms with his own mortality. This growing hatred leading to him assisting Gwyn in slaughtering his own kind. Yeah, this guy still sucks, sorry. Regardless, this strategy led to an absolute victory for Gwyn and the others. The world was now theirs to shape as they saw fit, and they wasted no time, establishing themselves as gods, creating gigantic cities, even creating religions based around them in the first flame like the Way of White. All of this while continuing to grow their race more and more. To the gods, this truly seemed like a golden age. However, nothing can last forever after all. After many, many years, the first flame, like any other fire, began to fade, signaling the end of the Age of Fire, in the same way that the first flame led to the end of the Age of Ancients, with nature's next step in the cycle being an Age of Dark, one where humans who possess fragments of the Dark Soul could prosper. And of course, this troubled all of the gods, but none more than Gwyn himself. While many others likely dismissed humanity due to their lack of raw power, Gwyn had a lot more foresight than most, leading to him to develop an incredible hatred for humanity because of what they represent. But more importantly than that, despite being the most powerful man in the entire world, he was scared. Scared of humans and the dark taking everything he spent his life building, as well as everyone he loved, away from him. So, Gwyn decided to brand humanity with something known as the Dark Sign, essentially containing the power of the Dark Soul inside every one of them. Just visually, we can see a ring of fire holding back the seemingly endless dark inside of every one of them. And I know that these terms can get confusing, so just remember that humanity is nothing more than a fragment of the Dark Soul in this story, something that all of the descendants of the furtive pygmy are born with. And now, with the human race permanently weakened for committing the grave sin of posing a threat to the Lord of Sunlight Gwyn, he still had the problem of the fading first flame to deal with. His first idea on how to solve this problem was to simply replicate it. So in a perfect world, any time that the flame would begin to fade, it would be continuously reproduced, keeping this Age of Fire going continuously. And to do this, he knew that he needed the help of the worldwide expert of fire, the Witch of Izalith. However, remember that the first flame was a naturally occurring event. So when the witch tried to replicate it, the events would be disastrous. What the Witch of Izalith created was something else entirely. the Chaos Flame. It used the witch's own soul as fuel and completely destroyed the city of Izalith, as well as turning the witch, her family, and all of its residents into the very first demons to ever exist in the world. A tragedy for everyone involved. So, needless to say, option A definitely did not work out well for Gwyn, so he decided to do something else. He departed Anor Londo, the city of gods, and decided to relight the first flame himself. He also split his lord's soul and gifted the pieces to others in his circle, making it seem like he knew that he would not be coming back from his journey. He eventually arrived at the Kiln of the First Flame and went through with his plan that resisted the course of nature, and would alter the state of the world forever. He sacrificed himself and used his own powerful lord soul as fuel for the First Flame, artificially extending its life at the cost of his own, defying the course of nature in the process. And to his credit, this actually seemed to work. And despite having fragmented his soul, it was still so powerful that it vaporized his loyal Black Knights who had accompanied him, with their spirits still being seen wandering in Dark Souls 1. This also puts into perspective how unbelievably powerful Gwyn truly was. Even by the end of the Dark Souls trilogy, Prime Gwyn truly seems to be the most powerful being that has ever existed in the world. His rule was never brought into question, and even then, he was the one who ended up sacrificing himself to the fire. Before he did this, he also had yet another master plan to fuck over the humans, believe it or not. You see, the Dark Sign also causes them to come back from the dead, essentially transforming humans into undead. They are forced to come back to life over and over until they lose their will to go on and are destined to become hollow. And going hollow means losing your will to live. So losing your purpose in this world is quite literally the same thing as dying for the undead. But ask yourself, if Gwyn hated humans, then why the hell would he be cool with them having the ability to come back, even if they will eventually lose their minds at some point? Well, this was yet another one of his master plans for carrying on this tradition of linking the fire long after he was gone. Gwyn had also commanded his children to shepherd humans, spreading a prophecy of a chosen undead who would make the pilgrimage to gather powerful souls to follow the path of the legendary Gwyn. It's definitely no coincidence that the Dark Sign reappears whenever the fire gets close to fading. Essentially, undead would come to his kingdom of Lordran to collect souls powerful enough to serve as fuel for the First Flame. So, your entire journey in Dark Souls 1 is essentially you buying into Gwyn's propaganda. And I mean, you gotta admit, Gwyn had some crazy foresight putting all this together. And if you're wondering why humans played along with this bullshit, it's because Gwyn and his gods were the ones at the top. Many humans simply believed the lies that they were told, as history is always written by the winners. And the first Dark Souls takes place when the fire was once again fading after Gwyn's sacrifice. So the chosen undead makes their way to the Kiln of the First Flame as Gwyn did before them. However, the once untouchable Lord of the Gods is now nothing more than skin and bones, desperately clinging to the fire that gave him his life. So, the chosen undead would defeat what remained of Gwyn and would go on to link the fire themselves to continue on the path that Gwyn had set the world on. And this cycle of prolonging the Age of Fire would continue with the bearer of the curse from Dark Souls 2 making the same choice. This cycle would continue to go on way beyond just the main characters that we play as too. Countless kingdoms have risen and fallen over time, along with many different kinds of people with their own motivations who also linked the fire, further prolonging this dying age. Fast forwarding countless years to Dark Souls 3. And I mean many years. This seriously might as well be Dark Souls 300 with how much time has passed. And a kingdom known as Lothric was meant to produce someone to be the next candidate for linking the fire. However, the prince had no desire to continue this tradition and simply opted to let the world die a slow death. And at this point in the timeline, the world itself had already been so incredibly far removed from the natural state of things that it began to adapt to this unnatural way of life. So when the new candidate had no intent of linking the fire, the world decided to take matters into its own hands. It began to resurrect previous champions who had already linked the First Flame, known as Lords of Cinder. with the idea that they would rise to the occasion and once again continue this fucked up tradition. However, this was not the case, as it seems like these Lords of Cinder had their own prerogatives after coming back from the dead. So with no other option at this point, the world decided to resurrect those who had attempted to make this pilgrimage themselves, but proved to be too weak to kindle the fire at the very end of their journey, the first flame reducing them to nothing but ash. These people are called Unkindled, and that's exactly what we are at the beginning, losers. So, let's create the future champion of Ash. First, the name.
They called him Lebron, or LeBron. LeBron isn't just his name, it's an acronym standing for the Legendary Engineered Bioform for Realignment and Obliteration of Nemesis.
Then we have our origin. I'm of course going with Astora, because literally everyone from Astora is a phenomenal person. As for the class, it's deprived as always for the culture. We were either an unfathomable fool in life, or we were stripped of our possessions upon burial. You decide. And finally, for the gift, black firebombs, to help me deal with anything that I don't want to get close to. With that, we are officially ready to kickstart this playthrough. And as I had mentioned before, we are Unkindled, an undead who has failed to link the fire previously and has been revived for a second chance. So, we wake up in the Cemetary of Ash, with tons of caskets and graves all over the place. We can see some are open and some are closed, showing that we are neither the first one brought back nor the last. Just another expendable Unkindled to the world. Not even 30 seconds after waking up, we run into our first callback of the game. At first glance, it seems as though this is just one of many dead bodies holding an item for us to take. However, this is anything but an ordinary corpse. This is what remains of an old friend, Oscar, Knight of Astora. In the very beginning of Dark Souls 1, the chosen undead is seen rotting in a cell in the Undead Asylum, one of several places the lands would send their undead to prevent their homes from being overrun with hollows due to the curse. Many years later, we also see King Vendrick from Dark Souls 2 also throwing undead in prisons. And while it is definitely messed up, remember that this curse turns them into mindless zombies. So many kingdoms understandably don't want to risk them roaming around freely. However, Oscar is the first one to offer us a helping hand in the Dark Souls series. Without expecting anything in return, he's the one who gave us a key to get out of our cell. We see him shortly after our escape, with him having been thrown through the ceiling by the asylum demon, completely crushing his spirit.
I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. There is an old saying in my family, thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know, and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask, an undead favorite. Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
But here we can see him all these years later, still offering us a helping hand and giving us our Ashen Estus flask. So no, Oscar, thank you. Not even 2 minutes into this game and I'm already sad as shit. But we need to steal our hearts because it's gonna get a whole lot sadder than Oscar. Throughout the cemetery we can see a bunch of hollowed grave wardens. And they follow the strict hollow schedule of disassociating for like a million years straight and then flipping the fuck out as soon as they see someone. Since this is the first area of the game though, all the enemies are easy. Turn back. I've played these games like a million times, miss me with that. And in the area up ahead, we can see our first challenge of the run. This is the Ravenous Crystal Lizard. Throughout the Souls games, there are these tiny little lizards that you can run into. They aren't capable of harming you and simply run away. If you're fast enough to kill them, they usually offer really good upgrade materials. But Dark Souls 3 is incredibly far in the future, and as you can see, some of these cute little lizards have gained a ton of aura since then. It's not just their looks either, they pack a punch when you're naked. See what I mean? And as always, I'll be including all of my deaths to show that you do not need to be a top tier gamer to enjoy the Souls series. I got him on my next go-around though, not too bad. As you can see, I was a little happy about it. 4,000 souls before the first bonfire is a pretty sweet deal. I just can't choke on the first boss is all. And getting closer to the cliff, we are greeted with one of my favorite things about all of these games. A breathtaking view. In the distance are nothing but mountains, seemingly spanning the entire world. And as high up as we are, we can still see that there's a gigantic wall that towers over us. And we also run into our first beautiful bonfire of the journey. With no ability to level up ourselves, sadly, like the Giga Chad chosen undead from Dark Souls 1. Which means we need to find a kind woman who will do it for us. After clearing out the rest of the cemetery and grabbing some fire bombs we will be using shortly, we enter a large open area with what looks to be a dead warrior that has been impaled with a coiled sword. So let's help him out and pull the sword out of him. Alright, I guess he didn't like that. Meet our first boss, Udex Gundyr. Okay, now, why is he throwing hands with us? Well, Gundyr here is actually really interesting, but his past isn't made clear to us until we get further on in the story. For now, we can look at the item description of the sword that we just yanked out of him to see that the sword is only bequeathed to Chosen Ash. So Gundyr here was defeated long ago by an unknown warrior, now standing as the first real challenge for Unkindled meant to embark on their journey. And with all of the open graves that we passed, it's clear that many Unkindled have been defeated by him shortly after waking up. Imagine dying just short of your objective in another life, being given a second chance, and being killed yet again by the fucking tutorial boss. Really cringe. But when we get the Udex down to about half health, something weird happens. Alright, what the fuck is that? Well, Gundyr is suffering from a case of the pus of man. What is the pus of man, you may ask? Well, I'm going to put a pin in that for now because we're going to find out a lot more about that later on. What I will tell you is that this is the reason why I picked the fire bombs because, that shit is scary. So I finished him off rather anticlimactically with some of those fire bombs because I was out of Estus and would probably have to retire my YouTube channel if I died to a tutorial boss. Except he who shall not be named. And interestingly enough, we don't get his soul after killing him, which is very unusual. More on that later. Ahead of him though is a door leading us to the other part of the cemetery. Before moving on, it's always important that you make time throughout your playthrough for bullying hollows. After feeling re-energized, we enter a familiar place, Firelink Shrine, the legendary hub area of Dark Souls 1, although it looks much different now. Up ahead, we see our first friendly face of the game.
Welcome to the bonfire, Unkindled One. I am a firekeeper. I tend to the flame, and tend to thee.
So, this is a firekeeper, and she lays out our objective for us. As I said in the opening, the Lords of Cinder have been reawakened, but have decided to not link the flame as they once did before. So it falls on us to put these lords to rest and use their powerful souls to kindle the first flame ourselves. So in this game, we're kind of like a bounty hunter collecting the heads of lords. Sounds fun, let's do it. She also instructs us to use the sword that we pulled out of Gundyr to light the bonfire here.
The mark of ash will guide thee to the land of the lords. To Lothric, where the homes of the lords converge.
Now, what exactly is a firekeeper? Well, their name is actually pretty self-explanatory. They tend to the fire, but more importantly, help undead, or unkindled in our case, on our journey to the first flame. Also, sorry fellas, we can't be firekeepers. It's a job only for women. And if you're wondering about the eye cover, she and all of the other firekeepers are blinded. Their eyes are removed because if they keep them, they may see a world without fire. I'm not fucking kidding either, that really is the reason that they have their eyes plucked out. Really messed up, but it goes to show you how deeply linking the fire has been ingrained in the culture over the years, and how fucked up things like this can be pretty normalized. However, the firekeepers themselves, of course, simply view it as a necessity. And the firekeeper isn't the only one in the shrine as well. We also meet a handmaiden of the shrine, and she's a nice old lady that will sell us some cool shit.
A pleasure to make thine acquaintance, Ashen One.
And if we give her the ash of dead people, she will sell us more cool shit. Pretty sweet deal. And up ahead is... Oh, no fucking way! I can spot Andre the blacksmith a mile away.
Well, a newcomer, I see. I am Andre. I serve at this shrine as a humble smith, forging weapons.
This beast of a man was the first blacksmith that the chosen undead came across in their journey countless years ago. And here he is all these years later still doing what he loves. Remember what I said about the undead. They will live until they eventually lose their purpose and go hollow. However, Andre here is clearly so unbelievably locked in about blacksmithing, he is still around to assist us. Beautiful stuff.
Prithee, be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
Thank you, Sensei. Our next guest of Firelink is someone called Hawkwood. Now, a commonality in all 3 Dark Souls games is meeting someone on the verge of giving up right in the beginning of your journey, to kind of introduce you to how this world can really break you down.
Ah, another one roused from the sleep of death. Well, you're not alone. We unkindled are worthless. Can't even die right. Gives me conniptions.
See what I mean? Real downer. But Hawkwood here is definitely the most interesting and goes through his own kind of journey himself. So we will definitely be checking in with him every now and then. As we look at the thrones of the previous Lords of Cinder, we notice that one of them is actually already occupied. By a short king, no less.
O that unkindled, and a seeker of lords, I am Ludleth of Corland. Look not in bewilderment as I say. I linked the fire long ago, becoming the Lord of Cinder. If substantiation be thy want, set thine eyes upon my charred corpse. I may be but small, but I will die a colossus.
This is Ludleth, and he is actually a pygmy. Not only that, but he is already willing to sacrifice himself again for our cause. We will find out more about Ludleth as our journey progresses. But taking a closer look at him, it seems as though someone has cut off his legs. We know how the descendants of the furtive pygmy, the undead, are treated, but the real pygmies are extremely hard to come by in the world. Makes you wonder the kind of horrors that Ludleth here had to endure just because he was born a pygmy. Goodbye, buddy, sorry about your legs. And now, it is time for the mandatory tree jump. This is kind of common knowledge at this point, but there is an upper section of the shrine that you can access if you buy a tower key from the Handmaiden for 20,000 souls. But thankfully, broke boys like us can finagle ourselves on the roof by jumping off the side of this tree. It can take a few tries, but you'll get it. Don't give up or you'll go hollow. And it's oh so worth it, because this is the home of none other than...
You... Me, Pickle Pea. Me, Pumperum.
Pickle Pea Pumperum. I'm actually not sure if this is one bird with a long, hilarious name, or 2 separate birds, as I'm only ever able to hear one voice. It seems the wiki isn't so sure either, funny enough. So, feel free to make your own headcanon about the bird, or birds. But this is another feature that's in all 3 Souls games, and it serves as an elaborate bird trading network, where you can leave an item and the bird will exchange it for another. A cool way to get unique armor and really good items earlier than you normally would if you're in the know. For example, if I drop a homeward bone for teleporting me to my last bonfire, I get a gesture and bracelets of an old friend. Rest easy, my king. There's also an illusory wall heading to the lower section that you can drop down to with a chest. And this is a good time to bring up the smile test, a highly scientific method that I perfected over the years to detect any deceivers. Whenever you see a chest, pay close attention to the chain. If it's curved like a smiley face, that means you're good to go and it's the real deal. If the chain is straight, well, we'll see what that means shortly after leaving Firelink. Inside the chest is a covetous silver serpent ring, which increases souls gained by 10%. A huge early game boost if you wanted to use it. Personally though, I don't really like being overleveled, so I'm probably going to bench it unless I need extra souls for something cool from the Handmaiden or something like that. Now, there is only one last thing for us to do here before we officially kickstart our journey. A challenger awaits us outside. Not just any challenger, but Swordmaster himself. In one of the most Dark Souls moments ever, some naked dude we don't know is charging at us with an Ujigatana. But who is he? A fallen god? Perhaps a Lord of Cinder? No, we actually know like next to nothing about this fucking weirdo. What we do know is that his title or name is Swordmaster. Of course, the Souls community has come up with many theories though. The most convincing in my opinion being that he is the bodyguard of someone known as Shiva of the East. A minor character from Dark Souls 1 that had a subplot that was cut from the final game involving him acquiring the Chaos Blade. But there is not really any conclusive evidence about this, so it's really just all speculation. All you really need to know is that he is naked and a threat. So it comes down to a heated battle between two naked dudes, a katana and a club, with the club emerging victorious, of course. You fought well, my strange friend. And I celebrate my victory with my favorite pastime in these games, watching other people fail. Now, having finally finished everything that we can do here for right now, let's officially begin our journey. Welcome to the High Wall of Lothric. Hey, we just saw a high wall back at the graveyard. But what exactly was the purpose of building a gigantic wall so high up? Well, the funny thing is, this thing wasn't even built here. We can see from the small envoy banner that it simply appeared, blocking the path to several key areas and isolating Lothric Castle more so than it already was. Also, definitely the toughest first area in the series in my opinion, mostly because of the fucking dogs. They're seriously like acrobats in this one. We can also see what's left of Lothric's army, which has since gone hollow. And while clearing out some hollows, we are greeted with yet another case of the pus of man. So let's finally talk about this hilarious sounding disease that's going around. We already know that all of the undead possess humanity from the Dark Soul. This humanity connects them to a realm that exists within the world known as the Abyss. In a way, it's almost like the antithesis of the First Flame. While the First Flame is bright and gave life and warmth to the world, the Abyss is nothing but a seemingly endless stretch of darkness. And while humans are normally able to navigate this realm of darkness due to their humanity and connection to the dark, beings aligned with fire or the First Flame, such as the gods, were susceptible to becoming corrupted by it. It even led to a world-threatening problem back before Dark Souls 1 that required Gwyn to intervene. Now, we don't really have a good idea of when exactly the Abyss came to be, but it is probably around the same time that the First Flame emerged. And as we can see, it's not really all that threatening by itself. A little scary, but you know, it's just kind of dark. But there was once a primordial being known as Manus who was originally a human, as confirmed by his soul. However, his humanity at some point had gone completely out of control, causing the Abyss to begin spreading rapidly around him and transforming him into a monster, also earning him the title of Father of the Abyss. So now that it was spreading to the rest of the world, Gwyn went on to send one of his strongest 4 knights, Artorias, to stop the spreading of the Abyss. And the legend of Artorias is still around to this day, telling of how he defeated Manus and prevented the spread of the Abyss, saving the world. Now, there is a Lord of Cinder further ahead that is directly tied to both the Abyss and Artorias, so I'll definitely be expanding more on that a bit later. But a lot like our dearly departed Father of the Abyss, this pus of man is also another case of humanity that has gone out of control due to the Abyss, confirming that while it is no longer spreading, it is definitely still around. As for why the pus of man hasn't appeared in either of the previous 2 games, I think it is also more than likely a result of this incredibly prolonged Age of Fire. While we constantly are reminded of how the world is affected by the fading First Flame, I want you to start thinking about what kind of possible effects that would have on the Dark. An Age of Dark was supposed to come to pass long before even Dark Souls 1, so it is likely going through its own unnatural set of changes too. So, TLDR, pus of man are hollows corrupted by the Abyss. Their humanity having gone wild, like Manus, and likely a result of the Dark never being allowed to thrive. also come across a large dead wyvern just slumped over. And it is a wyvern because remember, there are absolutely no dragons left in the world at this point. Also, don't worry, this one really is dead. But up ahead, we got a live one. Oh, I love that callback. Wyvern fire that kills a bunch of hollows for you in the first area, just like Dark Souls 1. And one of the nice things about being deprived is we don't need to worry about stupid clothes weighing us down, so outrunning the fire is no big deal. And we've been dealing with a lot of hollowed foot soldiers, but now we have a true Lothric knight. And they are definitely a step above the rest of the enemies here for sure. Now, we will be saving most of Lothric's lore for when we get to the castle, since it'll be much easier to explain with more context. I don't want to overload everybody's brains right off the bat. So we will just be dipping our toes in the story of this kingdom for now. And while it was a monarchy, there were 3 co-equal branches of Lothric known as the 3 pillars: live, laugh, and love. Just kidding. First was the knights, serving as the kingdom's military. Then the priestess, the religious branch that is responsible for the kingdom putting the linking of the fire above all else. So, more Gwyn propaganda even after all these years. And finally, the scholars, responsible for informing themselves of history and also the smartest minds in Lothric who dip their heads in candle wax. Not as stupid as it sounds, funny enough. And while clearing out one of the towers, we are blessed with some deserter trousers. Kind of extravagant for a deprived guy like myself, but I will make an exception. Deeper in the tower, we also come across someone just sitting in a locked cell. We can't speak to him or anything, but it's worth keeping an eye out for a key. Since going off of other FromSoft games, there's probably only like a 70% chance that he'll betray or kill us. And now it's time for another fire run. Ow. Ow. Fuck. Okay, made it. In here we can make a shortcut to avoid another fire run, but also come across a chest. Just need to check and make sure.
Liar!
These are yet another staple of these games, mimic chests. Now, is there actually any lore behind these, or are they just trolls by the developers? Well, they always have a chance to drop their headgear, which steadily drains your health in turn for greatly increasing the drop rate of items and souls gained. Looking at that headgear, we can see that the form of this creature is meant to be seen as a punishment for sin. So, punishing greedy individuals like us that open up chests, I suppose. Makes sense. However, the description from Dark Souls 1 is infinitely more interesting. Supposedly, it is the form of an ancient god and a symbol of shame imposed on a long-lost clan. And the same headgear in Dark Souls 2 tells a tale of an incorrigibly covetous ancient deity. What the fuck? It really could just be a one-off tale about an unknown ancient god, and there was a tribe that used the headgear as a symbol of shame. The bright minds in the Discord also had some cool ideas, like it being a curse that turns men into these mimic chests, or something like the covetous demon from Dark Souls 2, where this beautiful bastard turned into this thing because he ate a lot. Seriously, that's why. So maybe their greed caused them to transform because of this curse from an ancient god. And part of being a Souls fan is fixating on shit like this that isn't really important to the narrative, but what is important is that the tongue is confirmed to have jiggle physics. Oh my god. And our reward is a deep battle axe. Definitely a worthy replacement to the club for the time being. After resting, we continue on some rooftops until we bump into more of that pesky pus of man. You can see how effective fire is, with one firebomb causing it to spurg out and giving us a chance to get some good hits in. Until I got greedy and tried to hook a firebomb when it was like 2 fucking feet away from me. Unfortunately, no amount of playthroughs will save you from making stupid decisions. Behind it is the cute variation of those crystal lizards, thankfully. And looking off of a roof, we can see some kind of fatty knight that looks much different than any of the Lothric soldiers or knights that we've seen. In fact, looking around, we can see the corpses of a ton of Lothric knights. And winged knights, with our big guy on patrol here also being a member of the Winged Knights. While both of them serve under Lothric, there was a civil war that took place years ago between these two factions, which explains the mountain of corpses all over the place. And this war was due to a theological difference of opinion between the people of Lothric, with the Lothric Knights fighting for the long-standing tradition of linking the fire, while the Winged Knights were followers of a new angelic faith that emerged in the kingdom. Needless Needless to say, this mysterious angelic faith and the Civil War are explored much more when we eventually make our way to Lothric Castle. For now, our only focus is killing the Winged Knight, playing Ring Around the Rosie with the fountain for seemingly all of eternity. So we clear out the way forward, unfortunately leaving us with no Estus. So time to clutch up.
4 fucking spins?
Hey, I mean you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Forgot they could do that. And after redeeming ourselves, we fall for a classic gag despite having played the game so many times. I mean, you never know, right? And back when we were making our way to the Winged Knight, we also picked up a cell key for our potential friend back towards the beginning. We just need to make our way back to the little guy. After a pretty shameful run back, we finally have a word with the stranger.
Ah. You're no jailer, are you? You must be some of that unkindled ash. Remarkable. If that's true, then I have a favor to ask. Below the high wall is a musty little town. Not the home of any lord, just a very old settlement of undead. An old woman, Loretta, lives there. Please, give her this ring. I'm not asking for charity. In fact, if you do this for me, I'll be sure to repay you in kind. I may be a petty thief, but I've more wits than most royalty. What do you say then, huh?
Even though we literally just freed him, he also wants us to give a ring to this Loretta at the Undead Settlement. Normally I think that was kind of rude, but he definitely passes the vibe check.
Very well. I humbly place my faith in you. I am Grey Rat of the Undead Settlement, and I promise to assist you. Give this ring to old Loretta at the base of the high wall. Do your part, and I'll do mine.
Now you may be wondering, if he could just teleport out, why would he need a key? Well, some questions we don't ask, okay? And towards the end of the area, we see a sad scene of a Lothric knight mourning some of his dead friends. Definitely sad, but not sad enough to stop me from getting a cheap backstab. Ugh. The dopamine rush from parries and backstabs are truly unmatched. You can also see that unlike the others, this knight has red eyes. A sure sign that the pesky abyss is starting to take a hold of him, but thankfully this is before the Pus of Man stage, I guess. Interestingly enough, we also see tons of bodies of those characters from the opening. These are pilgrims that come from somewhere called Londor, and we will learn more about them in our next area, with the bodies leading to an open door, with a mysterious woman menacingly sitting in a chair.
The wait has been long, unkindled one. I am Emma, High Priestess of Lothric Castle. Allow me to speak frankly. You will not find the Lords of Cinder here. They have left, gone, to their churning homes converging at the base of this castle. Head to the bottom of the high wall, forge on through the great gate, and raise this banner to proceed.
As she said, this is the High Priestess, Emma. She served as sort of a nanny for Prince Lothric, and to her and a lot of the others in Lothric, linking the fire is absolutely paramount in the world. So she is more than happy to help us since her prince has no interest in stepping up to the plate. Before leaving though, she offers us a warning.
But beware, the dog keeps a close eye on things. The vile watchdog of the Boreal Valley.
A watchdog of the Boreal Valley, whatever that means. So knowing that the lords already dipped, we can use this banner that she gave us to drop us off at the base of the high wall. And needless to say, we will be seeing a lot more of Lothric and Emma later on. But if you've never played Dark Souls 3 before, it's very important that you kill her right here and now without asking any questions. So we head down the stairs from Emma to hold up our new banner. However, when we get closer to the exit, Meet Vort of the Boreal Valley. Vort! Definitely the most fun boss name to say. And they did not waste any time going hard on the soundtrack. Like, holy shit, this is only the second boss, chill out. But aside from having a hilariously fun name to say, as Emma said, Vort here is a watchdog of the Boreal Valley, home to the tyrant Pontiff Sullivan. While we don't know much about him for now, it's certainly a name to remember as we go forward. And good old Vort here is an Outrider Knight for this Pontiff. Looking at the armor of these Outrider Knights, we can see that Vort didn't always look like this. He was transformed. He was essentially turned into this mindless beast to be controlled and used by Pontiff Sullivan. Makes you feel bad for poor Vort, but we don't really have much of a choice in this matter. But what exactly is he doing here on the High Wall of Lothric? Well, it's likely for Sullivan to control who goes in and out of Lothric, and, as Emma said, to serve as the eyes of the Pontiff. So, it's safe to say that at this point we are already on his radar. Goodbye, Vort. I'm sorry that it had to end this way, but we have a long road ahead of us. And when we look at his soul, it talks about how he is never far from the dancer. Definitely don't see a dancer anywhere, so I guess we'll have to put a pin in that. But with Vort gone, we have officially cleared the High Wall of Lothric. And when we look below, we can get a glimpse of that undead settlement that Grey Rat was talking about. Emma also gave us a small Lothric banner, so let's just hold it up and hope for the best, I guess. Now, before we step foot in the Undead Settlement, let's talk about our ride. It's also another callback to Dark Souls 1. Get used to me saying that, by the way. After clearing out Sen's fortress, we were also taken by Batwing demons. They were nice enough to drop us off in the otherwise inaccessible Anor Londo. And they aren't a docile type of demon by nature, since despite some of them giving us a ride, we are also forced to fight more aggressive ones further on inside of Anor Londo. So it would appear that some of these demons have either been trained or conditioned to fulfill certain purposes. Kind of like some animals. So it kind of makes you wonder if all demons are really evil. Just something to think about. Whoa, holy shit! I can still remember the fear that I felt in that moment. Okay, they're dead. And just take a good look at these dogs. Honestly makes me feel the slightest bit of sympathy towards the little shits. They had way more meat on their bones in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Behind the dogs are many more dead pilgrims of Londor that we saw back up at the High Wall. But when we get closer...
Please, grant me death. Undo my shackles. Oh, then it's true. A champion of Ash as I live and breathe. To be in your presence is a great honor. I am Yoel of Londor, a pilgrim as you can see, only somehow I failed to die as was ordained. Well, perhaps my calling lies elsewhere. Say, champion of Ash, how does the idea of taking me into your service strike you? Oh, I am honored, truly. I should be dead, yet you have granted me purpose anew. I, Yoel of Londor, do solemnly swear myself to you.
Well, that was Yoel of Londor. So going off of what he said, it seems as though these pilgrims all came to this spot with a specific purpose in dying. It honestly sounds kinda stupid. But, like most things in these games, we just aren't meant to understand the purpose of that just yet. However, the land that Yoel is from, Londor, is known as the Realm of Hollows, a place filled with corpses and shades. Sounds just like the kind of dreary place that would send old people on a pilgrimage to just kind of drop dead. But he was really excited to see us, which is not very common, sadly. So he offered to serve under us, as he used to be a sorcerer. He also uses that cool NPC vanishing trick to just teleport back to Firelink. And I almost forgot to equip the best gesture in the game that I got from trading with Pickle P Pump-A-Rum.
Here!
Beautiful stuff. So before we officially enter the settlement, let's pop back in Firelink to see Yol and some of our other new visitors. Our first guest is someone who looks like he got lost on his way to Yharnam.
Unkindled, are we? And fast on the trail of the Lords absconded? Then these red eyes are for you. Use them to pillage embers and briefly heighten your strength for your duty. What else are unkindled ashes good for?
Meet Leonhard. I'll tell you because he can't be bothered to introduce himself. He gives us cracked red eye orbs for invading and doesn't really tell us much else for right now. We also see our buddy Grey Rat settling in right next to Andre. My two favorite bros right next to each other. Don't worry, buddy, I'll give her that ring. And look, it's Yol! He talks about how grateful he is to serve under us despite us having only just met. That doesn't matter though, I'm just happy to have him in our service. He also gives us some more insight into the power that he is offering us. He offers us a completely free level without having to pay any souls, only at the cost of branding us with a dark sigil, something new to this game. The description mentions that it resembles the brand of the undead. Looking at them both side by side, it's almost like the dark sign but without that ring of fire, almost pitch black. And while we were able to avoid a hollowed appearance after death in this game due to us being unkindled, this dark sigil will bring us closer to the dark. So as we die from this point on, our hollowing will increase after each death. However, the more hollow that we are, the more free levels that we can also grab. The only gameplay changes hollowing has are small, like being able to do slightly more damage with hollowed infused weapons. The main drawback is the corpse-like appearance, but I like free levels and Yol just looks so happy to do it, so I'm definitely going to take advantage. Okay, at this point, I've been able to get 5 free levels for doing this. Time for number 6. How could this have happened? Well, the whole time that he was helping us, it was taking a lot out of him. But remember, he traveled with his fellow pilgrims to die, but was denied that death. So Yol here was probably more than happy to give up his life for us. We may not have known him very long, but we were lucky to have met such a selfless person in this shitty world. Wish he cared a little bit more about his life though. When we get ready to leave, however, it seems like a new woman has suddenly appeared.
Oh, prithee, art thou good Yol's master? I am Uria of Londor, a close friend of his. Thanks to thee, Yol's soul is redeemed. Thou a lord art thou not, bearer of the dark sigil, and our Lord of Hollows. For the time thou remainst our Lord, we of Londor shall serve thee. And I, of course, am also thine.
So Uria here seemed to be an old friend of Yol's and refers to us as her Lord of Hollows. Don't remember signing up for that. She seems genuinely invested in us and our growth, but one thing she said really bothers me. Thanks to us, Yol's soul is redeemed. Obviously, we don't know much about Londor or their beliefs yet, but Yol definitely did not need to die in order to be redeemed in my eyes. So that little comment of hers is enough for us to treat her with cautious optimism going forward. I'm also going to buy a purging stone from her to cure our hollowed appearance, although our dark sigil is a little bit more permanent, at least for the time being. So now, let's officially enter the Undead Settlement. The theme of this place is copious amounts of death. But why? Isn't that everywhere? Well, looking at the settlement all the way up back at the high wall, it doesn't seem like it was a very wealthy or prosperous community even when we ignore the dead bodies. The small Lothric banner also mentioned how the high wall cut this place off when it appeared. So take a town with already limited supplies and housing and then fill it with undead. The same undead that continuously come back from the dead over and over. Are you seeing the problem yet? Whenever they would bury their dead, they'd simply come right back. Some as themselves and some as hollows. The constantly emerging hollows, of course, make it an even more serious problem. So the residents here started to get creative, for lack of a better word. Looking around, we can see all the different methods that the settlement used to try and prevent the undead from coming back. Sometimes they'd even just throw them in a small cage. pretty much everything you can imagine, all of which still caused them to come back from the dead, even the ones that were thrown in cages, earning them the title of Cage Spiders. Oh god. Up ahead, we can see a ton of enemies just kind of watching a tree burn, with one of them being distinctly different from the rest. So let's lob a throwing knife to get a closer look at her. And yes, that beauty is a her. These are evangelists, agents of the Church of the Deep, who came here to spread the good word to the suffering residents and provide them with some much needed comfort. But you and I both know that that's way too good to be true for a game like this. It's also the first time that we see anything directly relating to this Church of the Deep. I also uncharacteristically made a smart decision and hurled a perfect firebomb at the barrels to take out a group of hollows. Then I targeted farmers. Then the people praying. While looting the corpses of the area, we find, oh no. Well, Loretta didn't make it. Thinking back to our talk with Grey Rat, he mentioned that she was an old woman. And the ring that he gave us, the blue Tearstone ring, increases our defense when our HP is low. And while it's obvious what that does for us gameplay-wise, think of what this ring would provide for an old sickly woman. Grey Rat must have scaled the high wall of Lothric to attempt to steal this ring, getting himself caught in the process, all to provide this old woman Loretta with some comfort near the end of her life, only for her to pass away while he was locked up in his cell. A reminder for what a cruel world this place is. And Grey Rat deserves to know the truth next time we check in at Firelink. But we still have a long road ahead of us. And speaking of Grey Rat, we meet one of his kind right up ahead. They're called Thralls. Except he is definitely 1 in a million because the rest of these are the absolute fucking worst. While I was able to take this one out no problem, they eventually become the bane of my existence as we get further on in the game. And oh look, a perfect example. So these little shits are stationed all around the roof shooting blow darts at you while you deal with the sword wielders. Wouldn't call it hard, but getting hit with little darts is weirdly frustrating. After clearing out the thrall, we come across one of those cage spiders that seems to be rather docile.
Another Nana disappeared. So grunts and carries a cage. He ever has his cage. And Nana's never coming back. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade.
Okay, that was pretty self-explanatory, right? Obviously, we just need to come into Grandson's cage to become Nana's shade. I mean, you'd have to be some kind of idiot not to understand that. And further ahead, we see our first giant hollow worker, an enemy of the area, although this one seems rather uninterested. So we have a riddle and an enemy that is strangely passive. But the question is, what does this mean?
The grandson, of course!
It was so obvious! When we wake up, we find ourselves in a giant pit of hollows, with only one lone person on the far end of this place.
This pit is for hollows, not for the likes of you sane folk. Or perhaps you are a hollow, posing as otherwise? Oh, yes, then we are just fine. It's important to know who you are, but we'll all be mad soon enough. And should you be undead, well, all the more so.
So, that was Holy Knight Hodrick. He is the leader of the Mound Makers PvP Covenant. They believe that inside of their victims is a special bone located in the vertebrae, and that this special bone is actually a shackle of the gods, and whenever they murder someone and collect this bone, they are really only adding to their family. What? Got kinda wholesome at the end there though. So despite his lax tone, he's kind of completely insane. Or I mean, maybe we're the insane ones, who really knows for sure. Regardless, it makes sense why they would choose a place like the Undead Settlement to add to their, family. Hodrick was nice enough to give us a bone to leave though, since there is quite literally no other way out of here. Goodbye, and thanks for having a conversation with us, unlike the rest of the crazy people here. And since we had a homeward bone out anyways, it's time to break the news to Grey Rat.
Heavens! She was already dead. Thank you. I'm not surprised, though. Almost a relief, really. You can keep the ring as, well, a little trinket of thanks, I suppose.
He seems to act like he's okay, but I'm not convinced considering the lengths that he went to. We'll check up on him again a bit later, but let's let him process her death in the meantime.
Goodbye, and stay safe.
That's the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Back in the Undead Settlement, we also come across another room filled with hanging bodies. In the corner, however, is a hole in the floor. And while normally in these games it would lead to certain death, we find peace.
Warrior of the Sunlight, baby, let's fucking go!
Assuming that you haven't heard the good word, the Sun Bros are an organization that followed the sun, to put it plainly. And while it may have originally been established as more Gwyn propaganda, that's not what it's about. Tell 'em, Solaire.
So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey? We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. I will stay behind to gaze at the sun. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
God, he is just so fucking based, it's unbelievable. As he said, the Covenant is about helping your fellow brothers and sisters on their own journeys through jolly cooperation. A sentiment that is easy to forget when you're playing through these games. Unfortunately, we have a whole lot to get to in this video, so we need to stay on track. Not before having a bowl of delicious Estus soup though. The soup has crazy amounts of love in it. I really hope we can meet the beautiful soul who cooked it up ahead shortly. We eventually find ourselves in a sewer, which of course means rats. Someone also left their smoke machine running in here to add some cool ambiance, but also to hide the mother rat. And would you look at that, we just made a shortcut to the second half of the area. More importantly though, it's time for Crab. Also, wow, we have so much to talk about, I haven't even mentioned Embers yet. In Dark Souls 1 and 2, you'd use humanity and human effigies to keep yourself from going hollow. But since we were burned to ashes in a previous life, we don't need to worry about going hollow. Well, unless you picked up the Dark Sigil from Yol like I did. So, instead, we use an Ember to reignite ourselves as Ash, giving us the usual health boost along with a really cool burning look. In a higher section of the settlement, we find someone who has gotten themselves trapped in a perfectly sized cage.
Aha! Unkindled, are we? Welcome to my abode. I am Cornyx, an old pyromancer.
Meet Cornyx. He is originally from a region known as the Great Swamp, a place known for their pyromancy expertise. So he serves as the Ashen One's pyromancy tutor back at the shrine. When we head back to make sure he teleported safely, we also see that Grey Rat seems to have finally accepted what happened to Loretta, now curled up with his head on his hands. We unfortunately can't offer any words of support, so we just leave him to grieve in peace. And maybe that's for the best. Back at our last bonfire, we get invaded by Hodrick. I can only surmise that he enjoyed our last conversation so much that he wants to add us to his family as well. Too bad we made him a part of ours instead. Thanks for the shackle. In this next area, we see countless bodies impaled by these gigantic arrows. And taking a look around, we can see a tower pretty high up in the distance. And after a few steps, our suspicions of an enemy sniper are confirmed. Unfortunately, our axe has a range of about 2 feet, so we are forced to retreat for now. After running away in fear, we find ourselves in a courtyard with hollows praying to this bloated-looking tree. This bloated tree is actually something known as a spirit tree. The spirit tree shield in Dark Souls 2 refers to these trees as something that exists in the allegory of Quella, god of dream. Unfortunately, the name and history of Quella seems to have been lost by the time Lothric came to be, and they are only briefly mentioned in very few item descriptions in the series. So information about both spirit trees and Quella are rather scarce. And as we can see, our tree friend seems to have developed a bit of a personality themselves. The curse-rotted Greatwood. The scene we walked in on here leads me to believe that the residents relied on this tree to absorb their curses. But now, I mean, just look at it. So, what happened? Well, we can take an early look at its soul to see that this monstrosity has taken on far more curses than it can handle. With all of the awful methods people used to kill the undead in this place, along with the mound makers adding to their families, you'd have a hard time finding a place more cursed than this settlement. Looking at our store's spear that we can make with its soul, it's only 1 one of many cursed items buried here that the tree has absorbed through the soil. All of this leading to the syphilis tree developing this god-awful personality. It's also one of the only bosses that does not tie in to like any major events in the game at all, as well as kind of a chore to fight since all you do is kind of pop its cysts. That's the only time that you'll hear me say anything negative about a boss in this game, by the way. This one is really just kind of an ugly duckling. But even then, there's something really funny about fighting a giant tree, I don't know. Goodbye, tree, and thank you for all of your hard work over the years. Ah, shit, it seems like Holy Knight Hodrick couldn't handle the mass of a gigantic tree. We didn't know him long, and he was an insane person, but nobody deserves to go out like that. And back in Firelink, it seems like Grey Rat is feeling better now, although he seems a little impatient, obviously because of Loretta's death. So he offers to fetch some items and weapons to sell to us. And it is always nice to stay busy in times like that, so go ahead, Grey Rat. Stay safe, though. We also got a transposing kiln from that tree for our favorite Lord of Cinder, Ludlith. And with that, he can make us boss weapons now. Thank you, King. Back in the Undead Settlement, we continue on, since the curse-rotted Greatwood is actually entirely optional. Until eventually, we come across someone just kind of hanging out. With a pretty nice-looking hammer, I gotta admit.
Another one of those unkindled, are you? All you faceless undead, behaving as if you deserve respect. No matter. Heed my words. If you've any sense, you'll go find a coffin to huddle up inside. You, here, in this land of hollows, you're like a frail maiden on the front lines. If, like the others, you're fool enough to play the champion, then go on ahead. Traipse right past the abandoned church. You'll face death, and it won't be pretty. Enough death to leave you broken. Time after time. Yeah.
So, that barrage of completely unnecessary insults came from Egon here. Egon is from a land known as Karim, and his task is to protect a blind woman by the name of Irina, and he does this by literally just locking her in a cell. And I mean, I get the logic, like she's safe in there. I just feel like there's probably like a few better ways to protect your companion than just locking them in a cell. But Irina here was originally a nun back in Karim, but came to Lothric with the intent of becoming a firekeeper. Except she seems to have lost any confidence that she had at this point and threw in the towel. And the worst part is that she gave up after she already went through the firekeeper eye removal thing. And while Egon is a total dick, he really does take his job of protecting her very seriously. And we'll be coming back to these two shortly when I backtrack to bust her out of that cell. And the world is really starting to take a toll on me at this point. It feels like there's just misery every single place that we go. I just wish that we could meet a nice person to be friends with that didn't really expect anything from us in return. But I doubt we'll find anybody like that in a world like this.
Pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegward of Katarina. To be honest, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Have you ever walked near a white birch only to be struck by a great arrow? Well, if I'm not mistaken, they come from this tower. Whoever it is, I'm sure I can talk some sense into them. But I have to find a way up, and that's just the trouble. This lift only goes down, you see, and... Well, that doesn't get me anywhere. With a little warming up, eventually... No. I've got to use my head and think.
I mean, where to even begin? I'm not sure that the words to even describe this valiant onion knight even exist in the English language. As he said, this is Siegward of Catarina. And as for the land of Catarina, going way back to the character creator, we can see that it's known for its zest for life and love of drink. So pretty much people who really do not deserve to live in a shitty world like this. Knights of Catarina, however, are something even more special. Incredibly brave, but lacking a little in the thought department. And get a load of this. They're often ridiculed by most people in the world due to their onion-like shape. So we have official confirmation that the majority of people in the world are absolute brain-dead fucking morons. They're beautiful!
And anybody who can't see that is a savage and an idiot!
Okay.
It really pisses me off, but forget about that. Siegward's problem is that the elevator only goes down, but the archer is at the top of the tower. Trick elevator, perhaps? My friend, I've done it! It seems as though he's still trying to figure it out himself though, so let's just leave him to ponder it for a bit longer instead of spoiling it. And while I was planning on simply taking out the archer that has been causing us trouble, Siegward had the idea of talking some sense into him. Worth a try, I suppose. And at the very top of the tower, we see that the sniper was actually a giant, which explains the giant arrows, I guess. And by the looks of him, this giant was held prisoner and treated pretty horribly. Unfortunately, another commonality of the Souls games are giants who are treated like shit, and this one is no different. So let's see if we can talk some sense into him.
Who are you? I help anytime.
And it is really just that easy. And with his blessing, he will now only attack enemies and completely ignore us. Say what you want about Siegward's intelligence, but he always looks for the good in people. Let's go let him know about the giant's change of heart. Siegward? Where are you, buddy? After riding the elevator back, we see that he dropped off a little too early. And when we bump into him, it seems as though he is once again lost in thought.
Oh, don't disappear like that. You had me downright worried. But thanks to you, an epiphany has struck me square in the head. I've unraveled the riddle of this inscrutable lift. On some days I begin to doubt myself. I went up the tower, so I thought, then somehow ended up here. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Anyhow, do you see that? That humongous beast? I'm no coward and I've a steady hand, but that thing makes my skin crawl. How now? Think twice before you go down that road. I could try talking some sense into him. No, I think not. He's far too overheated. I've got to use my head and think.
Excellent work, my friend. Now the obstacle in his path is a large demon that has somehow ended up here in the Undead Settlement. And not even Siegward believes that he can talk some sense into him. So, what do we do? I know! We've already taken on Udex Gundyr, Vort, and a gross death tree. So what's some nameless demon to us? Plus, I want to make a good impression on our new potential best friend here. So, my friend, why don't you sit back and allow me to handle it?
No! You should have waited! Well, it's too late now. I, Siegward of the Knights of Catarina, fight by your side.
Oh, genius strategy, my friend! This demon doesn't stand a chance against the both of us.
Holy shit! That was quite a performance. But you mustn't get in over your head. We Unkindled must put our duties first. But, for the moment, we've a toast to make. To your valor, my sword, and our victory together. Long may the sun shine.
Long may the sun shine. That's fucking awesome. So fucking true. Siegward also gave us his signature Sig Brew to celebrate our victory, and serves as a nice reminder that even duty-bound unkindled like us should take a moment to enjoy life every now and then, even when it all seems so bad. And going off of what he said, I wonder if Siegward also wants to link the First Flame, or maybe there's something else motivating him. Let's try asking him.
Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
We'll ask him later. Have a good sleep, my friend. I'm sure that the two of us will cross paths again. Backtracking in the settlement, we can see our giant friend also having our back now. Siegward's kindness is definitely contagious. By the way, I made a quick stop at Firelink to buy a broadsword to use that fire gem that we just got from killing the demon. I generally feel kind of compelled to use fire weapons in this game for obvious lore reasons, and it's also really good against a lot of enemies in Dark Souls 3. And this little fire broadsword will hold us over until we get our dream weapon further ahead. Then we make our way through a subsection of the sewers until we come across a strange statue. This is a statue of someone only known as Velka, Goddess of Sin. Velka's existence can be seen throughout each entry of the Dark Souls series, even extending to the Painted World in Dark Souls 1, somewhere completely separate from Lordran, showing how much influence she has despite us never seeing her face to face. And as the Goddess of Sin moniker suggests, it was her responsibility to choose either punishment or forgiveness for people's respective sins, with the forgiveness part usually costing some souls. I mean, even a goddess has to make a living. It's also no surprise that a statue of her would be in a place like the Undead Settlement that's filled with curses and a population that butchers its residents. Definitely a lot of sin. As for us though, it mostly just serves as a way to undo any accidental attacks on our allies. So we continue on until we find ourselves on the other side of Irina's cell. Remember these two? I know it was like less than 10 minutes ago, but we've been flashbanged with so much positive energy that it was easy to forget that Egon threw a blind girl in a cell because she's easier to protect that way. So let's have a word with the poor thing.
Who is there? Is someone there? Anyone? Oh, please, whoever you are, touch me. The dark surrounds me, nibbles at my flesh. Little creatures, they never stop biting. So please, hold out your hand and touch me. Ah, yes, there you are. So close, indeed. Then I am not entirely alone just yet.
Irina here was talking about how little creatures of the dark nibble at her, almost definitely talking about humanity. And being locked in here alone has clearly been really hard for her, even beyond the obvious reasons. So she asks us to enter in our service. And the last person that did that dropped dead, so hopefully we'll have better luck with Irina. While I'm very happy to help, I'm curious how Egon will take the news, since he is wholly dedicated to her safety.
You've gone and rescued her, have you? How very quaint. Pitying creatures that are beyond help. Very well. I'm sick of looking after her at any rate. I am Egon, a knight of Karim. I am allied to you for as long as you assure the girl's safety, and only for that long.
Seems like he's surprisingly chill about it. Well, as long as we ensure her safety. So now, with Irina set free, we have officially completed everything that we need to do in the Undead Settlement. So let's take the elevator down to our next area. Before we can reach it though, it seems Vort Jr. was waiting to ambush us. This is yet another Outrider Knight from Pontiff Solivan. Vort was seemingly protecting the entrance to the settlement, and this one here seems to be guarding the exit. So this Pontiff really has a lot of control around who goes in and out of several key locations throughout Lothric. But it'll be a cold day in hell when Vort Jr. is enough to take me down. So, with our temporary obstacle out of the way, let's officially enter the next area. The Road of Sacrifices, a rare instance where the area name literally just tells you exactly what its purpose was. But sacrifices for what exactly? Well, remember our brief encounter with the evangelists back in the Undead Settlement? The same ones that were supposedly spreading their religion to the suffering undead? Well, this place is called the Road of Sacrifices because spreading comfort to those suffering was all just a front. Their true goal was to capture undead to be used as sacrifices for this Cathedral of the Deep. But why were they sacrificed exactly? Well, let's keep playing and find out. I mean, the end of this road would have to lead to the Cathedral of the Deep. It doesn't take us long to meet a new enemy, the Corvians, a hybrid creature which seems to be 33% hollow, 33% crow, and 34% Italian. And crows are closely related to the painted world of Ariamis that was seen all the way back in Dark Souls 1. Yet another place that will become much more relevant later on in the video. Some of these Corvians also like to use poison clouds because I'm sure Miyazaki was starting to feel restless going this long without any poison. Try down, but be wary of death. Oof, that was close. Down here we find some twin daggers, but also something infinitely more precious. Meet Mad Woman. To the untrained eye, she may just seem like a crazy woman in rags wielding a gigantic butcher knife. So what exactly could be precious about her? Well, this is an homage to what, in my opinion, is the most hilarious invader in all of Dark Souls, Man-Eater Mildred. Assuming that you aren't hollow, she will pull up on you when you get to the very bottom of Blighttown near the bonfire. There's like no lore behind her either, she's just kind of a crazy lady with a butcher knife. Perfection. Everyone always simps for the Firekeeper, but where's my Man-Eater Mildred lovers? Goodbye, my queen. With that done, we do a little bit more exploring and eventually clear out the first section of the Road of Sacrifices. When we reach our next bonfire, we notice two others finding comfort by the fire as well. And I'll leave the introductions to Henri here.
Oh, hello. How do you do? I am Henri of Astora, unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion. Are you too in search of the Lords of Cinder? We are well along the Road of Sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the Cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the flames guide your way. Oh yes, Horace. He's not very talkative. But don't think ill of him. He's an upstanding, kind-hearted knight, a fine partner for this grueling journey. Without his help, I would have cursed this onerous duty long ago.
More friends, I can't believe it. Well, actually, let's go see if Horace is as friendly as she says. Oh yeah, Horace is cool too. Man, you just speak your mind. I respect the hell out of that. But as she said, Henri here is another unkindled who was hunting the Lords of Cinder just like us. And rather than make it a competition, she wishes that we can help each other out. She also tells us that deeper in a place known as the Farron Keep is where we can find the Undead Legion. But more importantly to us, that another Lord of Cinder lies in the Cathedral of the Deep, Aldrich. And that is who Henri and Horace are specifically targeting. For what reason, they didn't say, but they may have some connection to Aldrich and this Cathedral of the Deep. Also, as a fun fact, Henri is always the opposite gender of your player character. But that's it with these two for now. We will definitely keep our eyes open for them in the future. And it's about time for another Firelink Shrine check-in. Shortly after arriving, we can see that another guest has appeared.
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Cirrus, of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity. Duties we each bear, but one's duty is a solitary affair. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization.
So, that was Cirrus, and as you can see, she isn't particularly interested in speaking to us any further, which is a good bit of foreshadowing for me blowing her questline in a few, but we'll get there. Leonhard, however, is feeling a bit more talkative than he was last time.
Well, hasn't it been some time? I'm Leonhard, the Ringfinger. Remember me? I slipped you those red eyes some time ago. You're making quite an effort of it, so I thought you might like to know. If you yearn for a proper red-eye orb, one that is uncracked, then kill the Dark Wraith, survivor of the land swallowed by darkness. He has been a prisoner for many ages in the deepest cell in all Lothric. I can see it in your eyes. If you didn't invade, didn't pillage, whatever would you do?
Kind of evil vibes, right? That wasn't just me. But wait, a Dark Wraith? These cool fucking things originally served under the Four Kings in New Londo, a place located far beneath the original Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1. However, the city was eventually lost to the dark due to a primordial serpent by the name of Koth, someone that I briefly mentioned in the intro and a figure definitely worth remembering for later. So these Dark Wraiths are essentially ancient knights that have been corrupted by the dark in a way that awakens my inner 12-year-old anytime that I see them. And this key that he gave us opens a door all the way back in the high wall of Lothric. After taking an elevator deep down below, we are immediately clued in on how strong a Dark Wraith is, seeing how many knights of Lothric were single-handedly taken down by only one of them. Also explaining why they just opted to simply lock it down here rather than keep throwing more bodies at it. But is it too much for us? Before battles like this, it's always important to bow out of respect. And during the fight, we can see some of its unique abilities as a Dark Wraith, being able to create their own imaginary shields, as well as the unique grab move right there, one that I am conditioned to avoid at all costs due to the first game. Back in Dark Souls 1, where humanity was infinitely more common than it is now, the grab attack would allow the user to steal humanity from other human characters. So, very scary. You're also able to use both of these attacks with their unique Dark Hand fist weapon. And after a hard-fought battle, we get the reward that Leonhard mentioned, the full red eye orb. This one looks just like how they used to look in Dark Souls 1. It also serves as a way to invade worlds infinitely, as it's not a consumable like the cracked orbs.
Aha, you found a proper red eye. Brilliant. I knew you were no ordinary man. Now invade and pillage all you like. And if you grow weary of your duty, you too may become a finger. Come on, give yourself to Rosaria of the Cathedral of the Deep.
Okay, we earned his respect, but who is this Rosaria? And why does it feel like everyone is talking about this Cathedral of the Deep all of a sudden? So, going with that trend, let's go have a word with Hawkwood, who has some more information for us regarding the Lord of Cinder located in the Cathedral.
Ooh, yet to give in, eh? Good. The Firekeeper must be twitching with delight. But what do you really know about these Lords of Cinder? These supposed legends? Let's take Aldrich for one. A right and proper cleric. Only he developed a habit of devouring men. He ate so many that he bloated like a drowned pig, then softened into sludge. So they stuck him in the Cathedral of the Deep, and they made him a Lord of Cinder, not for virtue, but for might. Such as a lord, I suppose. But here I ask, do we have a sodding chance?
But it seems like this Lord of Cinder, Aldrich, was a cannibal. The name Road of Sacrifices makes even more sense now, doesn't it? This Cathedral of the Deep has been kidnapping people from the Undead Settlement to feed this Aldrich. And they've been using that road for their transportation. And it seems as though they've kidnapped so many people that Aldrich has turned into sludge from eating so many. I don't even know how many people you gotta eat before that shit happens. And by the way, thank you, Hawkwood. You have officially graduated from being completely useless to kind of helpful. So before we continue making our way towards the cathedral, let's check in on Irina.
Oh, Champion of Ash. Welcome back. I was not meant to be a firekeeper, but I am honored to serve you beside the bonfire. The gods are ever merciful. My gratitude lies with them and with you. I am yours now. Your wish is my command.
Happy to have you. And Irina's quest is very interesting. Gameplay-wise, she simply acts as a place for us to buy miracles. But there are dark tomes and light tomes. If you force her to read the dark tomes for you, that leads her down a darker path herself. While if we were to give her the light tomes, this pushes her towards a brighter, happier path. And if at any point we lead her down a road that leads to her death, we will have Egon to deal with. Not ideal, although he has some really good armor if you think it's worth the hassle.
Have a pleasant journey, Champion of Ash. I pray for your safety.
Yeah, she needs to be protected at all costs. After making our way back to the Road of Sacrifices, we can get a glimpse at another area that we will be making our way to, called Farron Keep. Making our way into the Crucifixion Woods, we get a good look at the local hollows. And this place definitely does not seem very inhabitable. So I'd imagine many of the hollows here are ones that have either escaped their captors, or they were dead bodies lost in transit that have since come back from the dead. Whatever the case is, the sticks are primitive but annoying. And while looting the woods, we find ourselves all of a sudden surrounded by baby crabs. And unfortunately, the same rules with bear cubs apply to baby crabs. The mother is never far behind. And it's on site. They're also fast enough to break the sound barrier. I mean, not really, but that's how it feels. More enemies of the area include things that really want to look like mushrooms, but are really just gross insect posers. You will never be them. God, I hope they survived since Dark Souls 1. Next up are the lycanthropes. These giant hollows appear to have been killed and chained to a crucifix. So it's safe to say that these ones are definitely more victims of those Cathedral of the Deep creeps. Nearby that lycanthrope is a side section leading us to none other than a Black Knight. Time to talk about Gwyn again. When we get a look at Gwyn's army in the intro to Dark Souls 1, we can see that everyone is wearing silver-colored armor. This is further backed up by all of the knights in Anor Londo being silver knights. So why are some of them black? Well, remember earlier when I talked about how Gwyn's first idea of prolonging the Age of Fire involved simply replicating the first flame? But when the Witch of Izalith tried, she accidentally created the Chaos Flame instead, as well as the Demon Race as a side effect. Since I was keeping everything brief, I made it sound like kind of an oopsie-daisy kind of fuck-up, but the reality is that this failure resulted in demons that now posed a threat to the rest of the world. So Gwyn unintentionally done got himself and his kingdom involved in a war with this new demon race, one that is actually still going on to this very day, believe it or not. And when Gwyn's strong silver knights were met with attacks by their chaos flame, it charred their armor black. So while not an official promotion, you can think of these black knights as the veterans of Gwyn's army who have fought these powerful demons and survived, especially ones that are still around in Dark Souls 3 a zillion years later, like this guy. Even after all that time, these knights are still loyal to Gwyn and his cause. Further proof of the kind of respect that Gwyn's followers had for him. And while it definitely seemed like demons were a dime a dozen all the way back in Dark Souls 1, they are definitely on the losing side of this war. Not many of them are around anymore because they were deemed a mistake that had to be dealt with. And the Black Knights still hunt them down to this day, and I'm not sure that the other factions of the world would be keen to spare them if one showed up either. That's one Black Knight down on the scoreboard though. Back in the swamp area, I found myself in a heated battle with a crab until Yellowfinger Hazel pulled up. Or Heisel? I don't know. We can see from her pick that she is also a servant for this Rosaria. And while Hazel isn't particularly that interesting, their headgear definitely is. That sick hat is a recurring piece of headgear in all of the Souls games. A reference to the old monk, a boss from Demon's Souls where the real monk summoned a black phantom wearing this cool ass hat to fight you. It's ours now though. Anyways, back to our battle with the crab, as there are two important things that we need to grab here. First, Grasscrest Shield, baby. A beloved shield in the Souls games that increases your stamina regeneration passively while still allowing you to parry. It'll even work if you put it on your back. Very nice. More important than that, however, is our first official fit of the run, the Fallen Knight armor set. I mean, just look at it, it's beautiful. And I did say first, as I'm definitely going to be changing my fit more than usual this run. Dark Souls 3 just has way too many cool armor sets for me to marry myself to only one of them. And after some more hollow killing, we find ourselves face to face with someone who decided to make a fucking office for themselves in the middle of a swamp.
Well, this is unexpected. I don't often have visitors. This is my study that you've happened upon. If you haven't any business, I've reading to get back to. How intriguing. Very well. Indeed, I am a sorcerer, with plenty to share. However, what champion demands service without recompense? Clearly, you're not that sort of man. So you will make me a promise that in exchange for my teaching, you will bring me knowledge. In the form of scrolls detailing sorcery's secrets. Very well. You're no fool. I take it you understand the weight of a promise. I am Orbeck, of Vinheim, Unkindled One. I shall teach you sorceries. We will learn together. It shall be like our very own school.
And there he goes. So, Orbeck here is willing to teach us sorceries as long as we give him any scrolls that we come across. Fair enough. And Orbeck is probably one of the most underrated NPCs in this game, in my opinion. He isn't as charming or as memorable as someone like Siegward, but his development as a character as we progress feels very natural. And yep, it does seem like Orbeck made it back safely. And while making our rounds with the others, Yuria brings something to our attention.
Oh, good hollow. I'm afraid I must say, Orbeck of Vinheim is a cause of much consternation. He proclaimeth himself Lord of Hollows. If left alone, he may one day imperil thy rule. Fall to this matter yearly, else we are unravelled. Decisiveness is the mark of a true monarch.
Wait, Orbeck wants to be the Lord of Hollows? Yuria claims that he is challenging us for our title that we didn't even sign up for in the first place. He also didn't say anything regarding Londor or the Lord of Hollows even once. Actually, the only thing he even seems to give a shit about is learning new sorceries. And since Yuria already got on my bad side by saying Yol's soul was redeemed by dying, I'm starting to think this may be some kind of fake test of loyalty or something. She hasn't even given us any real explanation of what the Lord of Hollows is in the first place, and now demands that we kill our new guest just because he threatens our position. But you know what, maybe Orbeck really is just using the sorceries as a cover. So let's not rush into anything and see if there's any truth to Yuria's accusation as time goes on. Anyways, finally, back in the Road of Sacrifices, we are on our way to the boss of the area when the unthinkable happens. An invasion by a watchdog of Farron, which is kind of annoying because we didn't even get there yet for me to explain what that is, but you know, whatever. Wouldn't be an invasion if you were ready for it. This is a big ass stretch of woods though, so finding them may be a bit tough. This is probably the best view of the area, so I think we'll just wait here. Liam!
Here!
Liam!
Here!
After what feels like 10 years of waiting, we finally get a glimpse of his health bar in the distance. I'm coming for you, Liam. You will be the first invader that I managed to fend off successfully in one of these videos. Oh, he died. Well, shit, that definitely doesn't count as a win. Oh, what the fuck already? Looks like we have Igor to deal with now. And after some more yelling and searching, he just bailed back to his world. Talk about anticlimactic. But, I mean, we were on our way to the boss anyway, so let's just pick up where we left off. So, after entering the arena, we are greeted by the Crystal Sage. The first fun fact about this guy is that he has a twin who shares the same exact magical interests. However, his brother is located somewhere deep in Lothric Castle in the Grand Archives. As we can see from the Crystal Hail sorcery, they formed a pact long ago with the Farron Legion that one of them would stay behind and train members of the Legion in sorcery. So that's exactly what this one's job is. The second fun fact about this guy is that his cool gigantic hat is inspired by none other than my guy Big Hat Logan, an NPC from Dark Souls 1 capable of selling the chosen undead some of the strongest sorceries in the whole game. He was really chill, but also extremely interested in Seath's advanced knowledge of sorceries. Since sorceries are effective against armor, like the everlasting dragon stone scales that he helped betray, it's no surprise that the studious Seath spent much of his time researching sorceries. With our sorcerer buddy Orbeck even being from a dragon school in a land known as Vinheim. And this incredible curiosity from Logan is unfortunately what led to his downfall. After finally making his way into Seath's home, the Duke's archives, the knowledge he was seeking was unfortunately too much even for a skilled sorcerer like Logan to handle. And when the chosen undead comes across Logan again, he is seen only wearing his underwear and his gigantic hat. Hilarious, sure, but also sad that we knew he was our friend and a genius who would have felt shame seeing himself like that. Driven mad by Seath's knowledge. And all the way back to the present, seeing that his influence survived the test of time makes me wonder if those texts that drove Logan mad are still around today. As you can see, the Crystal Sage here is a big fan of magic and tomfoolery, making clones, spawning crystals, and other mage-like activities. All in all though, the Crystal Sage is definitely on the easier side of bosses, assuming you panic roll whenever a magic attack attack is coming. This game is actually very nice about allowing you to panic roll. And that's all we can glean from this Crystal Sage. But as I said, the Sage's twin is still alive and well in the Grand Archives. So it seems like yet again, answers are just out of our grasp. Gotta love that FromSoft method of storytelling. On this pathway, we run into several enemies that we've seen back in the Undead Settlement. Those large hollows carrying cages for the transportation of what we now know are people that were meant to feed this Aldrich. Except the grandson with the cage who helped us become Nana's Shade. He was one of the good ones, along with more of those evangelists. And before we move on, can we just have a quick moment of silence for our friend here? His curiosity turned out to be the death of him. Another Big Hat Logan reference. Crossing a bridge also leads to a chain of incredible messages. If you ever come across a bunch of messages like this, it's extremely important to me that you always add to the pile. Right past the message bridge, we come across someone wearing our fit. He may actually be a true fallen knight, but I do not care. I am the main character. And while I am generally kind in my playthroughs, this is an offense that just cannot be forgiven. Their armor also confirms that these fallen knights fled and met untimely deaths anyways. So I am simply abiding by the lore. See ya, chump. There's also another hostile NPC that startled the shit out of me. Except this one appears to be some kind of hollow brigand. I feel like Dark Souls 3 throws the most hostile NPCs at you without any real explanation, but I am here for it. And this time we see some floating messages, which of course means glitch jump. Oh, well that was surprisingly unpleasant and not worth the jump. So after a completely unnecessary stretch with way too many snipers and way too many dogs, we finally reached the Cathedral. But where's the opening title card, Quibs? Well, we kind of reached the Cathedral, but not really. We're still gonna have to work our ass off to get inside of the place. We hear something nearby though.
Hello? Hello? Anyone there? Anyone at all?
I know that manly gusto anywhere.
Oh. I know that voice. Just how long has it been? It's me, Siegward of Catarina. I'm loath to admit it, but I've been had. Someone's swiped my armor. Did you happen to see it anywhere? Oh, yes. I see. Not to worry. Great planning begets great fortune. An old tenant of the Knights of Catarina. And I am a master planner. I do say. Ha 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 ha. I'm in quite a pickle indeed. Maybe I can fashion a replacement from I've got to use my head and think.
So, it seems like someone stole Siegward's armor and threw him down a well.
I just want to talk to him.
Why do you have a shotgun?
I just want to talk to him.
And I want to point out two things about this situation. One, despite being completely naked and trapped inside of a well, he isn't even remotely upset or close to giving up. And number two, despite not having anything on him at all, Siegward does not even ask us for any help. He is a master planner after all. But that is such a big part of what makes Siegward so endearing. No matter what trouble he seems to find himself in, not once does he even consider troubling us to fix his mistakes. But obviously, I don't care. Needless to say that we will be tracking down the son of a bitch who stole our friend's armor. When we enter the small part of the cathedral that we can access, we hear yet another voice. This time, one that we haven't heard before.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who have no place to call their own, please bear witness to our resolve. Fire for Ariandel. Fire for Ariandel.
Uncle Gale! Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This sad-looking fellow's name is Gale, and he was a slave knight long, long ago. Believe it or not, there were many undead who had fought in many battles for the Lord of Sunlight during his reign. But as you may have guessed from Gale's title, Slave Knight, they were used by Gwyn as nothing but fodder on the front lines for his army. This was actually new information in Dark Souls 3 as well. As it seems, Gwyn has decided to completely erase their contributions from history. Always the asshole. But as frail and sad as Gale here looks, He is an undead who has somehow managed to outlive not only the Lord of Sunlight himself, but nearly everyone that he has ever known. He must have an extremely important reason to keep living. However, Gale here actually kickstarts the DLC of Dark Souls 3, and while we can hop in right now, yeah, I'm gonna pass. Needless to say, we will absolutely be coming back for Gale here much later. I know it's kind of sad leaving him, but he's been waiting for probably thousands of years, so another few hours shouldn't really be a big deal. I'll be back for you, I promise. We now find ourselves in a graveyard with hollows that just keep on coming back no matter how many you fight. A good insight to what the residents of the Undead Settlement had to deal with constantly. Also, to see just how many people have been sacrificed to Aldrich at this point. And after crossing a bridge above a valley, we bump into our first infested corpse. Many of the enemies here have families of maggot-like creatures inside of them which can build up your bleed meter over time, causing a ton of damage at once. They absolutely hate fire though, so I'd bring a fire weapon if possible, and definitely pick up a torch to scare off any maggots that start trying to make their way inside of your skin. And while battling these undead, out of nowhere comes a gigantic arrow that saves me from the enemies. It seems our gigantic guardian angel is still watching over us. Thank you, friend. And when we reach the front doors, it looks like they locked it shut, unfortunately. Nothing can ever be easy. So it looks like we are forced to take the back way and crossing the rooftops. And to be blunt, I hate this section. Those thrall that I was bitching about earlier are literally all over the place, dangling off of ledges and shit, just waiting to get the jump on you. With some more threats sprinkled in too, of course. The worst being the assholes who throw Lloyd's talismans at you to prevent any healing. These things have been present in games before, but they really up the amount of the little guys who can use this on you in Dark Souls 3. Thankfully, we just barely clear out all of the enemies on the roof without a single Estus left. I also couldn't remember where the closest bonfire is, so I was playing unbelievably boring out of pure fear. Thankfully though, I tiptoed my way to an open set of double doors to finally enter the Cathedral of the Deep. Okay, we finally made it. Except I'm actually going to go back and clear out that ravine with maggots because I'm a perfectionist, sorry. And this is the first time in the video that we turn off cruise control and start getting into the crazy shit of Dark Souls 3. Now, a quick recap of everything we know about this place. Members of this religious cult have been abducting residents of the Undead Settlement in order to feed the Lord of Cinder, Aldrich, also known as the Saint of the Deep. And according to Hawkwood, he ate so many of these people that it caused him to turn into a pile of sludge, which we can even see for ourselves in the opening cinematic. The most interesting tidbit from Hawkwood being that the members of this cult made him a Lord of Cinder not for virtue, but for might. So it seems as though Aldrich might not have had much of a say in the matter, as he was just a pile of cannibalistic sludge. But long before Aldrich developed an appetite for human flesh, he was once a follower of the Way of White, one of the oldest religious organizations in the world from Gwyn's reign that mainly consists of continuing to extend the Age of Fire along with celebrating the gods, who are all seemingly dead by this point. And Aldrich wasn't just a follower of the Way of White, he was a cleric. That is, until he was struck with a vision of a new age on the horizon, except not one of light or dark, but one that is only described as a deep, deep sea. And this vision that he had of a potential future completely changed the course of his life and led to him establishing this Cathedral of the Deep, with several members of the Way of White also joining him. Which leads me to believe that this place probably started out as a different sect of the Way of White, and it would eventually turn into this place that we find ourselves in right now. As for what the actual deep is that he saw, let's take a closer look at this place and its residents before we start playing detective. One of the first things we are greeted with in this place is a giant that is all chained up, exactly like our dear friend back in the Undead Settlement. So it seems as though he was likely a victim of this place that thankfully managed to escape somehow. Also, these giants unfortunately aren't open to diplomacy like our friend and kind of just prefer killing us. Which, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, that's pretty understandable, all things considered. The cathedral also has its own dedicated knights, although unsurprisingly they have all been corrupted by this deep as well. And when we enter the bottom floor, we are greeted with none other than Kirk. And this is like the third person that we've seen with the Finger title in their name. Yellowfinger Hazel, Ringfinger Leonhard, and now Longfinger Kirk. Although he should be named Middlefinger Kirk because he's a gigantic asshole. Go fuck yourself, Kirk. I swear that long-fingered freak always gets me at least once. He was also an invader from back in Dark Souls 1 who murdered people to gather humanity for the Fair Lady. One of the Witch of Izalith's daughters, actually. More on her later. We can also find these black blobs congealing on the floor. And these little shits are another recurring enemy in all of the Souls games. However, these blobs are actually just chunks of Aldrich that have been left behind. Ugh, gross. And the last enemy of note is in this room. Or not? Maybe I was mistaken. Okay, so what exactly is the newest member of my Nightmare Blunt rotation? Well, this thing is called a Deep Accursed, and taking a closer look at the ceiling that it dropped down from, it looks almost pitch black. Almost like we're staring into the abyss or something. Strange. It's also only one of 2 Deep Accursed in the entire game. They don't respawn either, which makes them even weirder. But now that we've got the lay of the land, let's start speculating about what this deep actually is. And if you want to play a game, feel free to drink every time that I say the word deep in this next section. This stuff may even make more sense to you, honestly. So I want to start this off by saying that this is one of 2 major concepts in Dark Souls 3 that, almost mysteriously so, are lacking a lot of concrete information, despite how important that they are in this world. Especially because this is the first time that this deep has ever been brought up throughout the entire trilogy. So I just think it's important to point out that there isn't some item that explicitly just says that the deep is exactly this. So I'll be presenting what we do know and speculating on what I personally believe this deep to be. Our biggest insight to what this deep is found in the Deep Protection Miracle, referring to it as a place that was originally peaceful and sacred, but it has since been overrun with monstrosities and horrors. The higher members of the cult were even aware of this back when they were somewhat sane as well, creating a philosophy for this institution to keep other members sane despite the freaky-ass creatures that lurk deep within. And remember those infested corpses that we saw filled with insects? We can see that they came from this deep as well. And while the people who started this cult were originally followers of the Way of White, the Deacon's skirt gives us more context as to what happened to them. Even those who were dedicated to sealing away the horrors were doomed to give in to this corruption eventually. Although it does seem like it was somewhat intoxicating in its own fucked up way. So, any ideas about what the deep is yet? One of the most common theories regarding the deep is that this vision that Aldrich had was simply him foreseeing an age of dark. And this future of a deep, deep sea is nothing more than Aldrich's misinterpretation of the dark. Because keep in mind, he was a cleric in the Way of White, a covenant completely dedicated to prolonging the Age of Fire as well as praising the gods. And even outside of this religion, knowledge of a potential Age of Dark is far from common. While we are always faced with a choice at the end of these games, normal people do not have the insight to the truth of this world. An Age of Fire is the only possible reality in their minds, as Gwyn and the Way of White would have actively tried covering up anything that hinted at any other future. But when we look at the item description of a deep gem, it makes things more complicated unsurprisingly, stating that it is distinctly different from the normal dark that we know of, and that there is a darkness that lies beyond ken. So it appears that this deep is separate from the dark. So, what about the abyss then? We talked about how Manus caused it to spread rapidly long ago, causing plenty of chaos. However, the abyss on its own, while certainly a little chilling, is oddly comforting. It's a realm that is entirely comprised of the dark for humans to inhabit, with nothing inherently malicious lurking deep within, just a calming, constant darkness. So, if the abyss doesn't contain monstrosities like this thing, what could it be? A new realm of dark that spawned out of nowhere? I mean, it's definitely possible, but if that were the case, I feel as though there would be some kind of deep ending for us to choose at the end of the game, just like Aldrich's vision that he saw. Or, at the very least, some kind of concrete information explaining how it even came to be in the first place. We can also see the deep sea used in his previous game, Bloodborne, as a way to symbolize the seemingly endless emptiness of the cosmos, among other things. And if you've ever been alone on a beach when it's dark and stared out into the ocean, it's such an incredibly unique feeling. It's extremely isolating and feels like it goes on forever, but somehow still almost hypnotizing to stare at. And I swear I'm not trying to sound like a stoner here. I just think that this is a concept that really interests Miyazaki and gives us some more insight to what this deep could represent in Dark Souls 3. And open-ended concepts like this are what keep community discussions fresh even after like 10 years. But here is my take on what I think this deep actually is. So feel free to take it or leave it. Now I want you to take another closer look at this cathedral, specifically the floor on the main level. What would you say that this stuff is at first glance? Swamp gunk? Literal human shit, maybe? And how would all of this end up inside of a gigantic cathedral anyways? Well, we will see more examples of this as we continue playing, but every time that we encounter the deep in any capacity in this game, it seems to be accompanied by this gross, thick sludge. Something extremely different from what we see in the Abyss, along with these twisted and disturbing creatures that lurk inside, among many other things. And earlier in this video, I hinted at something. While we constantly are reminded of how the world is affected by the fading first flame, I want you to start thinking about what kind of possible effects that would have on the dark. And that brings me to my interpretation of this deep. As I said, nature intended to usher in an age of dark countless years ago. So what if the dark, after remaining stagnant for all of this time, began to rot and decay, festering somewhere far outside of our reach? We also know from the existence of the pus of man that the Abyss still exists somewhere. But while the Abyss only corrupts beings of fire, like the gods, it appears that this deep corrupts anyone without discrimination, which is exactly what happened to the members of this religious institution. They all kind of collectively went insane due to their obsession with this deep. So, to sum all of this insanity up, I personally believe that the deep is simply a part of the Abyss that has begun to decompose due to the dark being permanently sidelined for so long, and that this deep is just as unnatural as the current world that we live in, as it's just another unforeseen problem created from Gwyn linking the first flame so long ago, and many others who have continued to carry on that tradition since, never allowing an age of dark to come to pass even though one was supposed to so long ago. And this decomposed part of the Abyss is something that is completely uninhabitable for anyone, including humans. Although the cultists really enjoy the ambiance that it adds to this place, I'm sure. And whew, that was a lot to take in. And it's kind of funny that we spent all of that time doing a deep dive, and I probably could have just summed it up as Evil Dark. But we like to do our due diligence here. And at least now we have a better understanding of why these people are feeding all of these men, women, and children to Aldrich. These bitches crazy. While progressing through the cathedral, we are greeted with the best sight anyone could ever ask for after such a dreary topic.
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Katarina. I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure? Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed.
Siegward, you found your armor! Just what I'd expect from a knight of Katarina. To be honest, I was a little bit skeptical until I heard the And Siegward tells us that there's treasure just across the bridge. This is the best day of my life!
Shame on you, you greedy guts.
Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
No, it's impossible. He died like 40 years ago.
Someone's cosplaying?
Look at his face. It's him.
Holy shit, it's him! Oh fuck! Yeah, I actually totally forgot that the normally immobile giant walks over. But who was that mysterious stranger? Well, let's go confront him ourselves to find out what that was about.
Huh? Yes, hello. Oh, I don't believe we've met. I'm Patches. Unbreakable Patches. You seem to be unkindled. Do you have business with me? Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my hand, as you know. But the deed, well, that was the armor's doing. Regrettable, truly. But behold, I'm stripped clean of that unruly attire. And look at you. Not a scratch. All's well that ends well, right?
Wow, I feel like such an idiot. For a second I thought that he was just lying to deceive us, but he didn't even mean to. It was the armor. And he also felt so bad about what happened that he immediately ridded himself of the foul, cursed armor. Another kind soul.
Oh, yes. Now, it wasn't me, but you still deserve an apology.
I guess he also somehow found Siegward's armor too, and is even willing to sell it to us. I can't believe that he found two completely identical sets of armor in here. But anyways, meet Patches the Unbreakable, or Patches the Hyena if you're playing Dark Souls 1. He is capable of traveling through time, space, and most impressive of all, Sony IPs. However, this version of Patches is my absolute favorite, and I feel like even after all this time, there are so many people out there who don't understand my guy here. Let's briefly drop the bullshit. Obviously, I like to act coy about him fucking with us in these videos, but I really want you to give him an honest chance in this one. It may take until practically the very end of the video, but I think your opinion of our friend here will definitely improve. And as I mentioned before, he has been around since Dark Souls 1, so he has lived an extremely long life, just like our homie back at Firelink, Andre. Except while Andre is an extremely dedicated blacksmith, what drives our undead friend Patches to live such a long life? Just some food for thought. And just beyond where Patches was are these new enemies that we haven't seen anywhere else in this place. And these things are called man grubs. They're gross, but their name is pretty funny. And we continue following this path until we enter a large chamber, along with this. No dialogue whatsoever, but we finally meet the Rosaria that Leonhard spoke to us about. He did mention that she was in the Cathedral of the Deep somewhere, but what even is she? Well, we haven't seen the last of her, so I'll leave that to your imagination for right now. Besides, we have something much more important to deal with. Our dearest friend is still naked inside of a well, so after spending our life savings to get his armor back, we return it to him.
Oh! My armor, my deepest gratitude. I, Siegward of Catarina, salute you. With my trusty suit of armor, I'll be out of here in a jiffy. Until we meet again, comrade. No need to worry about me. With my trusty suit of armor, I'll be out of here in a jiffy. Until we meet again. My good friend.
Of course we will meet again, my good friend. Consider it my way of returning the favor for all of your help against the demon, along with getting me faded off that Sig brew. With our closest ally now equipped with the means of escape, it's time for us to return to our journey. The entire reason that we were brought back as an Unkindled in the first place was to return the Lords of Cinder to their thrones, and the gluttonous Aldrich supposedly awaits us in the deepest section of this cathedral. When we get close to the end of this place, we spot many deacons of the deep, some wandering around aimlessly and some standing around aimlessly. Possibly praying, but I really don't know what the fuck is going on inside of those heads of theirs. It's honestly surprising how few deacons we've run into inside of this religious place. Nearby, we also see the summon signs for both Henri and Horus. I always prefer not to summon in these games, but it's always cool seeing who offers their help. Plus, Henri and Horus have a grudge against Aldrich for some reason, so it makes sense. And then, at the bottom of the stairs, we see the menacing fog door containing our first Lord of Cinder. Or not? I guess that explains why we haven't seen many deacons outside, because they're having some party in here. A pretty shitty one at that, considering there's not even any Sig brew here. But as you can see, it seems like we have a lot on our plate here. Thankfully, the only deacons that concern us for this boss fight are the ones that emit that glowing red. And after taking out a few of these deacons, we see an archdeacon reveal themselves. The archdeacon set confirms that Aldrich had 3 of these archdeacons, with one of them accompanying Aldrich, and another who opted to stay behind and watch over his casket with the hope that he may come back someday. His casket being that gigantic object behind all of the deacons. So, shit. It seems like Aldrich left the cathedral quite a while ago, and this archdeacon and his mini-army are the ones who stayed behind to watch over his casket, with their soul confirming that the archdeacon we are dealing with right now is named Royce. On the bright side, beating up some crazy deacons is much easier than dealing with a Lord of Cinder. So we put the deacons to rest, and our reward is their soul, along with a small doll. The fuck? When we take a closer look at it, however, we see that the doll is much more important than it first appears. In the legendary old city of Irithyll, situated in the Boreal Valley, the Pontiff Solivan gave this doll to valued subjects, so that they might use it to cross the barrier when they return home. Listen carefully, and you can hear it say, "Wherever you go, the moon still sets in Irithyll. Wherever you may be, Irithyll is your home." Wait, what? Aldrich is considered one of Pontiff Solivan's valued subjects? So we now have confirmation that this Pontiff and Aldrich are working together, and his place of residence, along with our only lead on Aldrich, seems to be a place known as Irithyll, located somewhere in the Boreal Valley, which makes a lot of sense considering that that is where his outrider knight Vort was from as well. And it seems as though this doll allows us to enter some kind of barrier that he put up around the city. And at this point, it seems as though this Pontiff Solivan truly has a lot of power in this world. Not only is a literal Lord of Cinder only considered a valued subject of his, but he has some kind of protective barrier around his home, along with his outrider knights who, remember, he transformed into frenzied beasts for his own benefit, making them observe and control who goes where throughout the whole kingdom. Even the High Wall of Lothric, which certainly is not part of his domain. Although knowing what we do know about him, I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to make a move on it in the future. And despite having all of this power in the world already, it seems like nothing is ever enough for Pontiff Solivan. And knowing how much of a hold he has on so many places within this kingdom, a confrontation with this Pontiff almost seems unavoidable for us. So, while we weren't able to find our first Lord of Cinder here, we have a much better understanding of things, and also a key to enter Irithyll. The Cathedral is also a dead end in terms of progression, so Farron Keep is next up on our list. Before that is another pit stop at Firelink Shrine. First of all, I'm very happy to announce that Grey Rat has returned safely. And now he sells us more stuff from his little expedition. Thanks, buddy. I'm glad that you're starting to feel better. And before we go, remember that tower that we couldn't access in the very beginning of the game? Well, now we're practically a level 50 mob boss, so 20,000 souls for a key isn't that crazy anymore. And on our way up, let's take a closer look at this key. It turns out that this is the tower with the Bell of Awakening, the same bell that gives unkindled like us a second chance, and ironically appears to be the final resting place for the firekeepers who have served their purpose. There's an elevator inside that brings us all the way up to the bell, with a firekeeper's soul of all things simply sitting at the top. The description tells us that this was the soul of a firekeeper who had returned from the abyss, and strangely enough seems to have accepted a dark sigil. The same dark sigil that we received from Yol. Miss you, bro. And it seems that this has tainted the firekeeper's soul. Which, I mean, makes sense considering that these women are blinded so that they don't ever see a vision of a world without fire. So the Abyss and Dark Sigil are the last things that a traditional firekeeper would ever involve themselves in, with the last bit even saying that her soul will one day embed itself in the bosom of another firekeeper. Huh. Since we picked it up, maybe we should see what our firekeeper thinks? But I don't want to accidentally taint her soul or something, so I think we'll hold on to it for the moment. On our way down from the top, there's a surprise waiting for us.
Sorry, friend. Be more careful. By the gods, curiosity is gonna kill you kittens. Some places are better left alone, you know. Oh, sorry. Am I a tad too late? Have no fear. There's beauty in death. Besides, you're surrounded by ladies. Every man's dream, right?
It looks like Patches is teaching us an important life lesson, that anyone who abandons you is just teaching you how to stand on your own 2 feet. What, was that too much? You're not buying that one? Well, whatever. This is the second time that we've seemed to fall for one of Patch's tricks. But ask yourself, why doesn't he just kill us? He also was more than capable of killing Siegward as well after he stole his belongings, but instead chose to simply leave him. It's kind of a huge risk for the kind of goofs that he likes to play, isn't it? And I'm not leading you down some path with an answer this time. I'm genuinely just speculating about what his motives might be. We know that undead go hollow whenever they lose their purpose in life, so maybe he's testing the resolve of those that pique his interest. Some people on the brink of losing it could probably use a kick to the back to reinvigorate their survival instincts and why they're doing whatever they're doing. Or maybe it's really just a morbid curiosity thing where he wants to see if someone has the drive to fight their way out of whatever predicament that he put them in. Either way, now that we've escaped, let's hear what he has to say for himself.
You're alive. Now, hold your horses. Let's have a nice talk about this. I'll come clean. I did you wrong. I didn't mean it, though. Not one bit. You get these urges, running the business and all, and I hate myself for it. I do. You know what I mean. Terrible, really. But I can see you'll forgive me. You're alive, after all. And that's what counts, right?
I mean, he's right. We are alive at the end of the day, and we're stronger for it. So let's let bygones be bygones.
Oh, fantastic. A wily second chance. I knew you'd understand. I just knew it. The heart of a lion. A model for the rest of us. A true friend. Forever.
True friend? Thank you, Patches. I really needed that. I'm so sorry that I ever doubted your intentions. And holy fuck, check out his squat game. This could be an album cover. I don't think I'm gonna buy anything, but thank you so much, man.
Can't find anything you like? Well, you could try looking a little harder.
And with Firelink fully explored, let's finally head to the Farron Keep to continue on our journey. Okay, welcome to the Farron Keep, the quintessential poison swamp of Dark Souls 3. This place is filled with history, with a lot of it being from the distant past. Taking a look at this place now, any resemblance of a keep seems to have been swallowed whole by the swamp. The entire area is practically nothing but gunk and dead trees. Poison gunk, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. However, believe it or not, this dreary place used to be a lush and beautiful forest way back in Dark Souls 1, Darkroot Basin. And going back even further than that, it was originally the Royal Woods located near the town of Ulisil, the same place that the Knight Artorias heroically defeated Manus to prevent the spreading of the Abyss. But to be clear, while Darkroot Basin is 100% just the Royal Woods in the future, Farron Keep is a little bit more iffy. There are 100% definitive traces of these places located here. However, in all of these games, as the first flame begins to fade, time begins to kind of blend together.
The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact.
So what is that? Like the 10,000th negative side effect of Gwyn prolonging the Age of Fire? And that phenomenon is also more than likely how the High Wall of Lothric just seemingly appeared out of absolutely nowhere. So it's not really clear if this is the same exact location in the distant future, or if they somehow overlapped as a result of this phenomenon, which is known to happen on occasion. The exactness of the location doesn't really matter much, as the culture and history of Ulisil still lives on in the Farron Keep. And now, it's finally time that we shift our attention to the Undead Legion. The same Undead Legion that our friend Hawkwood used to be a part of before he abandoned his duty to sulk back in Firelink. This was a group of undead that were inspired and moved by the legend of Artorias. Although they seem much more dutiful about destroying the Abyss and much less sympathetic to others compared to Artorias himself.
The Legion will bury a kingdom at the first sign of exposure.
Now, I briefly mentioned this back in the High Wall when I first introduced the Abyss, but here is the whole story. The Abyss was a realm that was originally only designed for humans, as it was nothing but complete and total dark. And if any beings of fire, like the gods, were to interact with this realm of dark, they would begin to lose control of themselves and lose their minds. Almost like what happens to humans when they go hollow, ironically enough. So when someone, only known as Manus, had their humanity begin to go out of control inside of the abyss, it warped him into the creature that we see him as here, along with rapidly spreading the abyss throughout all of Lordran with no signs of slowing down. So Gwyn, of course, wasted no time trying to put a stop to this problem as it threatened him, his people, and the Age of Fire as a whole. So he decided to send one of his strongest 4 knights, Artorius, to the land of Ulyssiel to put an end to both Manus and the abyss spreading rapidly. So he set off with his best friend, an incredible grey wolf by the name of Sif. And together, their mission was to save Gwyn's kingdom and the world as a whole from this threat of the abyss. And he actually managed to put a stop to Manus in his own realm, somehow traversing the abyss as a being of fire and preventing its spread. So after accomplishing such an incredible feat, everyone immortalized him as the hero who saved the entire kingdom with his brave and loyal companion, Sif. Except, that was all just a lie. The one who really defeated Manus, that was actually the chosen undead who was sent back in time during the events of Dark Souls 1. Artorius did in fact traverse the abyss with Sif to confront Manus. However, keep in mind, this is a realm that even with protection puts beings of fire at a natural disadvantage. So Manus proved to be far too strong for him in his own territory. And realizing his dire predicament, Artorius made a pivotal decision. He had completely sacrificed the use of his great shield in order to create a protective barrier around Sif so that they would not be taken by the abyss. And either while he was casting the barrier or right after, his left arm was completely broken while protecting his best friend. And somehow he managed to escape the abyss even in such a dire state, but unfortunately he had already spent far too long in that place. So, by the time the chosen undead enters the Colosseum outside of Ulyssiel, Artorius is already way too far gone.
Whatever thou art, stay away. Soon, I will be consumed by them, by the dark. I beg of the spread of the abyss. It must be stopped. All of you, forgive me. For I have availed you nothing. Ah, Sif, there you are.
After giving this heroic knight the rest that he so desperately deserves, the chosen undead makes their way into the abyss. And, with Sif's help, they finally put an end to Manus, completing Artorius' mission as well as saving his dear friend who was still trapped inside that he sacrificed his arm for. Although despite this, it was Artorius who was credited with defeating Manus and saving the world. And personally, especially considering that the chosen undead didn't do any of it for fame or glory in the first place, I think Artorius' bravery absolutely deserves to live on for all of this time. Lie or not.
All of you, forgive me, for I have availed you nothing.
Your sacrifice would live on, Artorius, whether you know it or not. And besides, Ulyssiel's local best girl Elizabeth knows the truth of what we did anyways.
I have awaited thee. Thou hast rescued Princess Dusk, and rid us of that terrible primeval human, even halting the spread of the abyss. I will remember thee, but I will keep thy story to myself. This is the best way, for thou art come from a time far ahead. No one will sing thy praises, but yet thy greatness shall live on, for it shall be my purpose to remember all thou hast done for us.
God, please tell me that she is still okay. But why did I take all that time to tell you that in a Dark Souls 3 video? Well, it's because that story was so moving that it inspired a legion of undead far in the future to carry on the legend of Artorius. This group of undead all collectively partook in Wolf's blood as a clear sign of respect to Artorius and Sif's relationship, and sharing this blood connected all of their souls together as well as establishing their new purpose in this world, to fend off the abyss at any cost. It was not just some 9-to-5 job for this group, it was what gave their lives meaning. And I'm sure that all of you are well aware by now how important an undead's purpose in this world is to them. It's the only thing that keeps them from going hollow. And it honestly almost feels kind of meta because of how popular the story of Artorias and Sif still is to this day in the real world. And I mean shit, I'd probably fucking drink the wolf's blood too. The story of a knight spending his last moments protecting his dog best friend rather than seeing his duty to the end is still such a simple but beautiful story. And of course, the main component of this undead legion would be the Abyss Watchers. They would also go on to eventually link the First Flame and become Lords of Cinder. All of them too, due to the fact that their souls were connected after sharing the wolf's blood. But why did they decide to link the fire? Well, this is actually never referenced in-game, so it's one of those things that is open to interpretation. While kind of a simple explanation, I don't think it's a stretch to say that since fire is the opposite of dark, that they believed that linking the fire would somehow destroy or at least greatly weaken the Abyss. As we know, however, this proved to be useless as the Abyss still lives on today. We even have the Deep now too. I also think it's very possible that they weren't aware that one Abyss Watcher linking the fire would apply to all of them, because I have a hard time believing that they would all just sacrifice themselves unless they believed that the Abyss would be gone forever. And as I said, there are plenty of remnants of Ulaseel's past located throughout this entire place. Even though it isn't an area that you'd probably want to search every inch of due to the thick poison water, we can find things here like the Princess of Ulaseel's clothes. The same princess that we saved from Manus back in Dark Souls 1. Elizabeth the Mushroom also served as sort of a godmother to the princess. Oh my god. The mushroom people didn't make it. I understand that not every species can last until the end of time, but they deserved it more than any other. I guess their signature right hook wasn't enough to ensure their survival as a species. I just really hope that somehow Elizabeth is... God, why didn't you take me instead? The area is also filled with a lot of different variations of enemies called Gru. Their weapons tell us that they are also descendants of the acolytes of Farron Keep. They also seem to work with the Abyss Watchers here, as they would create black bug pellets for them to use. Also, you've probably already seen my dear basilisks are back. God, I love them. And I always feel compelled to mention that their big googly eyes are just to scare off predators, and they actually have little tiny eyes. Just incredible stuff from the design team at From Software. Absolutely no notes. But what's even our goal for this place? Well, remember those 3 towers on fire that we got a good look at earlier back in the Road of Sacrifices? Well, we need to put out those fires in order to open the door leading to the Abyss Watchers. Our first official battle with the Lord of Cinder. And when we approach these towers, there are very interesting murals depicted on each one. The first is a figure wearing a hood with a tree in the background, clearly meant to represent the Witch of Izalith in both of her respective forms. Another shows a mass of skeletons, clearly meant to represent Grave Lord Nito, the first of the dead. And finally, one depicting the 4 kings. I briefly mentioned earlier that these are who the Dark Wraiths originally served in a place known as New Londo back in Dark Souls 1. Gwyn had gifted them a fragment of his Lord's soul before departing to the Kiln of the First Flame to eventually link the fire. And the fascinating part is that these 4 kings were humans, and Gwyn still gifted them something so special. Now, I don't want to get too caught up in the 4 kings in this video because it's Dark Souls 3, but Gwyn believed that they were excellent leaders and had great foresight. They also likely held Gwyn in very high esteem themselves, since the City of Gods is named Anor Londo, and these kings established a city known as New Londo. So Gwyn had to have been confident that they would remain under his control even after his sacrifice. Which they didn't, by the way, so L. Gwyn, eat shit, bozo. But why are there murals depicting the lords from Dark Souls 1? Well, I hate to admit it, but this kinda stumps me. It's hard to even find theories about it online too, although it definitely does feel pretty symbolic that we are snuffing out the fires of the old lords to progress towards our first Lord of Cinder. Maybe there were more murals like this, and the swamp had just swallowed them whole. And there was one for all of the lords that supported Gwyn during him establishing the Age of Fire, which also would explain why each mural is accompanied by a small little flame. Definitely a mystery. It's hilarious that Seath doesn't have one though. And after extinguishing all of the fire towers, we can see a large set of double doors opening to our long-awaited Lord of Cinder. But as per usual, we aren't done here just yet. After taking a very long ladder, we find ourselves in a tower with the same wolf that the Abyss Watchers used for their ritual, although it seems to be fast asleep now. It's also because of this wolf that the watchdogs of Farron are still able to protect the swamp. So even when resting, the good boy or girl is still protecting their home, and annoyingly sending invaders to our world. Just look at how thick the trees are from up here. You seriously can't even make out anything from the keep. And further up ahead, we can surprisingly see a stray demon of all things. Except unlike the demon that Siegward and I heroically vanquished with the power of friendship back in the settlement, this one doesn't seem to be emitting any fire in the slightest. This demon is seemingly made up entirely of stone. The strangest part of all being that while not an official boss, it does drop a boss soul, something very unusual. And looking closer at it, we can see that it used to be a gatekeeper of Lothric, explaining why it's walking in circles in front of a broken gate. The gate is broken, man, let it go. But what's most important about this is that it is lacking even a trace of flame. And that's really interesting because we've seen how the first flame needs to be rekindled constantly to prolong the Age of Fire. So while the Chaos Flame was artificially created, maybe it operates under a similar principle. Or maybe the demons rapidly heading towards extinction is affecting their power? Just something to think about for now, as an area further ahead will reveal to us a lot more information about the demons. So with that done, let's finally approach the final area of the keep. In the distance, we can see Dark Wraiths, and they're fighting the Gru here, which, I mean, definitely makes sense considering that they worked with the Abyss Watchers. And Dark Wraiths are the Knights of New Londo that were lost to the Abyss, so yeah, definitely enemies. But what exactly are they doing here of all places? Imagine what the Abyss Watchers must have felt returning to their home and seeing it like this. Being brought back to life, only to return to their kingdom and see that everything that they spent their lives fighting for was for nothing. Remember, Hawkwood said that they would go as far as to bury an entire kingdom if they detected even a trace of the Abyss. So it just does not make sense as to why they'd allow Dark Wraiths and the Abyss to exist in their own home. So let's go backwards for a minute. These Abyss Watchers were brought back with the expectation that they would relink the First Flame as they once did already. But as we know, prolonging the Age of Fire was never their true goal in the first place. They are fully dedicated to destroying the Abyss at any cost. So if that's their sole purpose for existing, the only explanation possible is that they must be fighting something from the Abyss inside the mausoleum that's taking priority over the rest of the keep. So let's finally see for ourselves what kind of long battle that these Abyss Watchers are fighting. Each other? And looking at the arena, it appears that this is the final survivor. That is, until we notice another one rise from the dead and enter the fight, attacking both us and the other watcher. Taking a closer look at our first adversary's eyes in the cutscene, we can see a faint red glow. Also, taking a closer look at their cape, we can also see these ominous black tendrils. It seems as though, at some point after their revival, one of these Abyss Watchers came in contact with the Abyss, at least enough to begin its corruption process. And due to their strong connection with one another because of the wolf's blood, it seems that, ironically, the ones whose sole purpose was to fight the Abyss have fallen victim to it themselves. But even in this lesser state that they are in, their unbelievable dedication to their cause still drives them to destroy the Abyss, even if it means killing their own comrades, over and over and over again. A tragic example of the consequences of the undead curse Gwyn placed on humanity, even though he would certainly approve of the Abyss Watcher's objective. So I think that it's only right that, like Artorias so long ago, we give these warriors the rest that they deserve. And that's exactly what we do. That is, until The battle with a true Lord of Cinder has finally begun. One of the Watchers, whether the leader of the Legion or even just a nameless member with an extraordinary sense of purpose, is able to absorb the will of his companions connected by the blood of the wolf, and ignite both himself and his sword in fire with his eyes now glowing an even deeper red than before. So it falls to us to fight the culmination of all of the Abyss Watchers' strength and purpose in life. Surrounded by the others who gave up everything just to stand a chance against us to continue their war with the Abyss forever. But we also have our own purpose in this world. So let's return this Lord of Cinder to his throne. You all fought long enough. I hope that now you can finally have some peace. And we have officially defeated our very first Lord of Cinder. I also have Hawkwood on my mind. He used to be a part of the Legion and seemed to think that defeating them was impossible.
You offed the Lords of Cinder, the Undead Legion. So that's how they're delivered to their thrones. I pity the sorry souls. Is that really Lordship's last reward? I failed to thank you for helping them find their final resting place.
Still as depressing as ever, but he is also thankful to us for putting them to rest and gives us a ring. One that would allow us to utilize some of the Wolf's Blood abilities ourselves. Thanks, man. To be completely honest, I didn't really do it for you, but I'm glad you found some closure nonetheless. We also have plenty of others here at Firelink waiting to have a word with us. First, Henri and Horace paid us a visit.
Oh, and we meet again. We spoke before on the Road of Sacrifices. Henri of Astora. I'm well pleased to see you safe.
They both realized the same thing that we did back at the Cathedral, that Aldrich wasn't there. So now, like us, they head towards Irithyll to confront him once and for all. Although we still aren't clued in on why they hold such resentment for him. But we already know that the Cult of the Deep had been sacrificing many people for Aldrich to devour. Men, women, and children. So I'm more than willing to bet whatever their reason is, it's more than justified. What about you, Horace? Haha, my guy! Fucking love Horace. Everyone always speaks in riddles for smart people, but Horace here just speaks his mind. We also bring some much needed joy to our Firekeeper with the best emote in the game again. God, I love that. It's always easy to spam X to level up and then just run back to the area you were just at, but remember that she is our biggest supporter. And because of her duty, she's stuck in this place without even the ability to see with her eyes all alone. So, making her giggle every now and then is the least that we can do. We also picked up a scroll for the supposed aspiring Lord of Hollows, Orbeck.
Oh my. This is stupendous. And the Undead Legion of Farron possesses sorceries quite unknown. Thank you for upholding your end of the bargain. I doubt I ever would have made this discovery alone. Now, let us unravel the thing, so you may put these new sorceries to use.
Yeah, I don't know. Really only seems interested in magic. Also, Egon came to check up on Arena. See, I always knew he was a softie.
Now, what are you playing at with this circus? This cesspool of doddering old folk and degenerates. Couldn't be better. She must fit in perfectly here.
Alright, never mind. He really might just be a bag of dicks. And finally, Ringfinger Leonhard, who tells us to give ourselves to Rosaria of the Deep. So, we head back to the Cathedral to offer her a pale tongue to establish ourselves as an official finger as a side gig. Followers of Rosaria would offer tongues from invasions to her because of her inability to speak. Don't know what a bunch of tongues would do about that, but, you know, crazier stuff has happened in these games, so, maybe. On our way out, we notice Leonhard trying to act all cool and nonchalant, leaning against the wall.
So, you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger. But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie, but do not force your romance upon the rest of us.
Alright, starting to think that Leonhard just isn't slightly evil, he's also possibly a lunatic. But it's too early to tell for sure. And did any big Dark Souls 3 fans detect the huge mistake that I just made? Well, when you give a pale tongue to Rosaria, it completely kills Cirrus's questline. Yup, she literally refuses to talk to us, saying that the next time we see each other, we will be adversaries. And the sad part is we don't even see each other as adversaries, she just straight up ejects out of our playthrough. And we completely miss out on her quest as well as a covenant. I was mentally prepared for something like this though. No matter how much I prepare or how many times I play this game, I never feel like I'm totally in the driver's seat. But these are what make multiple playthroughs feel so different and interesting anyways. Don't worry, by the way, I will be bringing up Cirrus's story later on despite me completely blowing it. But anyways, let's head past where we fought the Watchers to enter the Catacombs. Welcome to the Catacombs of Carthus. So who is this Carthus? Well, it's not a person, it's actually one of countless old kingdoms that have been lost to time by the events of Dark Souls 3. And this place served as its catacombs, and wow, did a lot of people die here. And surprise, surprise, we have to kill them yet again as skeletons. With some of these skeletons being practically ninjas with curved swords, along with balls of skeletons that are remote controlled and will go up and down stairs repeatedly. Needless to say, it is not a very fun place to hang out. However, it also has the most hilarious thing in the entire game, which we will definitely get to. Now, let's talk about Carthus. While we don't see many traces of the actual kingdom itself, it seems that it was definitely not a small kingdom. It was also no stranger to war, as Carthus's aggression is compared to an uncontrollable fire, which is a fitting comparison considering that many of the people here were very gifted pyromancers. So plenty of pyromancy goodies to be found in this area if that's your jam. And despite being this warmongering nation, they seem to have been some kind of republic, or at least had a ruling class rather than a monarchy. I'm not 100% sure if they were elected officials by the people, or they were simply lords that were born into their positions. I definitely lean towards the royalty angle though. And this is how Carthus was ruled for a long time. That is, until someone known as Wolnir appeared. Wolnir was a giant. Not the gentle kind of giant that we met in the Undead Settlement either, or even the angry ones that were held as prisoners in the Cathedral of the Deep. No, Wolnir was cruel and above all else, powerful. We can see from his crown that he managed to conquer this seemingly powerful kingdom of Carthus, grounding the previous rulers' crowns into dust in order to make his own, crowning himself the High Lord of Carthus. And despite the kingdom being conquered by an outsider, it seems the already war-happy kingdom was more than willing to fall in line for their new High Lord, with the Carthus blood ring going as far as to say that they live for High Lord Wolnir. Kinda crazy, but I guess it goes to show you how much power Wolnir truly commanded at the time, and how the people of Carthus seem to respect power more than anything else. And while exploring the catacombs, we run into Henri.
Oh, hello. How very fortunate. Have you seen my companion, Horace? To my shame, I was snared by a trap and we've become separated. I've not been able to find him since.
Horace is lost? What? I agree, he is a valiant knight capable of taking care of himself. but maybe we should send out an Amber Alert just to be safe. We will definitely be keeping our eyes out for our favorite grunter down here. You can also start to see in part what makes this place so obnoxious. The skeletons here were heavily inspired by Minecraft skeletons and like to fuck with you from a distance, whether it be arrows from a place you can't reach, or some that throw pots with seeking spirits inside. All while the skeleton American ninja warriors that were loyal to Wolnir harass you constantly. Very unpleasant. Okay, why are there 100? It's not just plain old skeletons down here though. We also have rats. And, best of all, skeleton wheels. The funniest enemies ever when you aren't the one that has to deal with them. However, they have definitely been neutered since Dark Souls 1, so not nearly as tough to deal with. They also put them in open areas now, rather than placing them in a narrow hallway like some kind of sadistic supervillain. And while exploring the catacombs, I also make a mistake that I seem to make every single time that I replay this game. I absent-mindedly walk right into one of the toughest invasions in the entire game. Night Slayer Sorig. And he purposely corners you down here with the locked gate. This guy is pretty interesting. The most intriguing part about him is the weapon that he is wielding, the Fume Ultra Greatsword. We can see from the description that it is referred to as a forgotten relic of history by this point. Yeah, these guys must not have played Dark Souls 2. This was originally a weapon used by Raim, also known as the Fume Knight. Originally, he served as the left hand of King Vendrick of Drangleic, while Velstad served as his right. Except at some point, he was deemed a traitor and exiled far away. In a journey of seeking power, he eventually found himself in a place known as Broom Tower, where he fought desperately against the bearer of the curse to protect what was left of a woman known as Nadalia. So, how did his sword end up in the hands of Sorig? Well, good question. I don't know. Although, there's a lot of plausible explanations as to how it could have ended up here. The most likely probably being that he looted it from one of the corpses down here. We already know that Carthus loved war, so it could be that Broom Tower, or whatever it was known as at the time, was also conquered. And I blew it. The damage is actually insane. Thanks for the emote though. What a nice little consolation prize for sucking. But whatever the case may be, Sorig has his hands on the greatsword now. His ring adds a lot more intrigue to our seemingly random friend here though, saying that he engaged in a bloody confrontation between the guardians of what is only referred to as an ancient city, returning with rings that were still frozen on the fingers that he stole. And the frozen fingers part serves as a really strong clue as to what this place may have been. Frozen Elium Lois. Just like Broom Tower, this was another kingdom from Dark Souls 2. In the same way that the Abyss began to spread rapidly at some point, the Chaos Flame was also experiencing something similar, appearing under the kingdom of Elium Lois and steadily growing stronger over time. So the ruler, the Ivory King, decided to place his throne directly above it to be the first line of defense against any threat to his people or Elium Lois. Yeah, he's one of the very few genuinely great rulers in this game. I would definitely drink a Sig Brew with the Ivory King. But the Chaos Flame drained his vigor over time, causing him to plunge into the heart of chaos. So his queen, Alsana, decided to freeze the kingdom in time, hopefully to slow the Chaos Flames from growing. Until the Bearer of the Curse appeared, putting a stop to the growing chaos and putting the corrupted Ivory King to rest in what is still one of the coolest boss arenas that I've ever seen in my life. So, knowing all of this, it's not a stretch to say that Sorig could have just looted many of the places near what used to be Drangleic. Too bad for him though, all that stuff is ours now. Now, back to the catacombs. Remember those balls of skeletons that I said are being remote controlled? Well, let's go finally confront the evil mastermind behind these attacks. It's a skeleton in a funny hat. I'm sorry, is that not absolutely fucking hilarious? He doesn't even attack you either, he just wears a funny hat and tells the ball where to go. Oh shit, I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry about this, but it's not even about the skeleton ball. Your cool hat just makes me feel lame by comparison. And eventually we find ourselves in a more cave-like part of the catacombs. And see Henri again. I'm sorry, I looked everywhere, but all I found was a skeleton and a funny hat. She thinks Horus must have left the catacombs, but I know him better than I know myself, and there's no way that he would leave Henri down here all alone. There has to be another explanation. I'll look around. Nope. Not doing that. Looks like we're going to have to use our brain for once this playthrough. Later, losers! Good thing their brains have decomposed by this point. When we get closer to the broken bridge, we see that we can actually descend. Seems like there's a lower section of these catacombs. Oh, maybe Horus fell down here. And oh look, it's a demon. Fully fired up, unlike our last one too. Really missing our best friend Siegward right about now. This demon doesn't stand up. I hate myself. Situational awareness is always a struggle. The second time I knocked a giant rat down though, which definitely cheered me up. Oh god, it's not dead. After a lengthy battle with the demon, due to my fire broadsword being a terrible matchup, we get yet another boss soul from a demon. This one reminding us that as the chaos flame begins to fade, so does their race as a whole. And even though their existence was a mistake, there's still something sad about their race dying naturally after being at war with Gwyn's knights and the other kingdoms to even this day. All they've ever known from their conception has just been war. We also see that there's a chest it was guarding as well. Nice try, dumbass. And just beyond the demon and the mimic is a very hidden area tucked away down here. The Smouldering Lake. Just take a look at this place. And before I even have a chance to talk more about it, we are faced with two gigantic problems. We can get a look at the first one right here. A massive 3-layered ballista that attacks us constantly. Great. So instinctively, you're like, oh, I guess I need to just book it somewhere safe. And this normal human reaction is actually one of From Software's trap cards. So once you start running, you encounter the second problem. A huge Carthus sandworm burrowing through the ground. Just look at how gigantic this thing is. So what do we do about this situation? Well, on your first playthrough, the normal response is to panic and die. But true enlightenment always comes after copious amounts of death in these games. So if you position the sandworm in between you and the ballista, the arrows will simply do all of the work for you, which is definitely preferable to dealing with both of these things at the same time. And while we wait, let's talk about what the hell this thing is. It's the only one in the entire game, after all. Well, a long time ago, the Grave Wardens of Carthus used yellow bug pellets to repel the sandworm that was attacking their kingdom, causing it to tunnel deep underground to the catacombs and eventually make its way into the Smouldering Lake here. So this thing has to be seriously old. It is dead now, though. It cannot hurt us any longer. And dealing with that ballista is sadly not nearly as easy. Booking it through here while dodging arrows brings us to an inconspicuous platform in this shallow lake. And when an arrow hits, we get a look at the underbelly of this place, the bulk of where we will be spending our time here, as well as the first glimpse into where we truly are. And before I start yapping about that, I want to point out something stupid that I'm doing. If you remember, my current weapon is a fire broadsword. The enemies here all have an extraordinary resistance to fire damage. So if you wanted to be smart, this is where you'd bring in some kind of backup weapon. Maybe level it up once or twice back at Andre's. And while I do like to play smart on my first playthrough, I like to employ a live with the build, die with the build kind of mantra on future playthroughs. We all make our own rules. Mine just happens to be really fucking stupid and makes every enemy feel like a mini-boss. But okay, we know this area is called Smouldering Lake. However, we currently find ourselves in the remains of Lost Izalith, the same city that the Witch of Izalith completely destroyed in her attempt to recreate the first flame on Gwyn's orders. Also, by extension, turning her, her family, and everyone else in the city into demons. The very first of their kind. Taking a look back outside, this view may look familiar to a lot of you. Remarkably similar to Ash Lake, the last remnants of the Age of Ancients found way back in Dark Souls 1. Complete with fog, archtrees, and even an everlasting dragon that somehow survived Gwyn's genocide. And this view still takes my breath away all these years later. And this location was extremely well hidden to avoid the god's watchful eyes, but also was located pretty close to Izalith. So my best guess is that this is the bottom of Ash Lake after all of this time, and practically all of the water has evaporated. And the Smouldering Lake is kind of where those two locations connect to each other. Going all the way back to the intro of Dark Souls 1, we can even see the witch burning archtrees with her firestorms during the battle with the dragons. So the Arch Trees of Ash Lake and the Arch Trees near Lost Izalith may be part of the same forest or congregation of trees or whatever you want to call it. But most important of all, the meatballs are back! Their official names are demon statues, but I've always just called them meatballs since I was a teenager. They are perfect. And after the heartbreak of losing the mushroom race, I'm so happy that the meatballs have beaten the odds and survived. There's also more Gru here, the same species that was everywhere back in Farron Keep. Although I'm not entirely sure why they migrated down here, to be honest with you. But whatever their case may have been, these ones have definitely had a few bites of the Chaos Flame. They also have that dog in them because wow, they are a nightmare for a fire build. Okay, there is way too much shit going on right now. Give me a break, oh my god. And back outside, I forgot to also mention that there's crabs here, because of course there is. They were at the Road of Sacrifices in Farron Keep, but I mean, fuck it, right? Let's just put crabs everywhere. And give the demons fire, poison, and toxic. Matter of fact, why don't we add Curse and Frost too, cause fuck it. Sorry, the frustration of clearing this place out with a fire broadsword still feels fresh. Anyways, as I said, the demon race is nearly completely wiped out at this point in time. It's hard to go more than a few feet without seeing some of their corpses littered all over the place. Capra demons, Taurus demons, and unsurprisingly, even a Black Knight, still fighting the battle that Gwyn started with the demons God knows how long ago at this point. And it's not only Gwyn. Demons have been targeted by seemingly every civilization up to this point too. So while they may be pissing me off as I make my way through this place, they were quite literally targeted ever since their conception. I also feel the need to point out once again that some are cooperative, which further lends itself to the point that peace may have definitely been possible. But since they, along with the Chaos Flame, were unnatural, Gwyn more than likely just never gave them a second thought. Like many people who play these games without thinking, they were just enemies that needed to be killed in his eyes. We can see even more evidence of this deeper below the ruins. At first, it seems like the corpse of some giant spider, except this is actually one of the Witch of Izalith's daughters, only known as the Fair Lady. While still a demon, she was able to maintain her sanity and is an extraordinarily kind woman. When we meet her in Dark Souls 1, she is already blind and on the verge of death due to absorbing all of the blight pus from the residents of Blighttown, who more than likely brought it on themselves as they were outcasts from the Great Swamp due to their experimental poison pyromancies. But that was just her nature, even in this demonic form. Her sister, Quelaag, also protects her defenseless sister by defeating any potential threats that enter their lair. But unfortunately, she blocks one of the bells of awakening that the chosen undead must ring to open the gates of Sen's Fortress. And by extension, Anor Londo. A good reminder that we are not always the good guys. But if the chosen undead wears the old witch's ring, the normally mute Fair Lady is actually able to speak to us.
Oh, my dear sister, don't mind me. It does not hurt terribly. Your visits out more than anything. My dear sister, the eggs, it hurts. I am afraid it may be too late. I am so sorry, dear sister.
So demons really aren't quite as black and white as they first appear. Another one of the witch's daughters, Quelana, referred to as the mother of pyromancy, managed to maintain both her human form and her sanity. Burdened with survivor's guilt, she asks the chosen undead to put the remains of her family out of their misery, as she did not have the strength nor the resolve to do it herself. However, going back to Dark Souls 3, we can find both Quelana's corpse and tome right in front of her sister, showing that the both of them reunited and managed to die by each other's side. The witch's daughters and the residents of Izalith had nothing to do with the creation of the Chaos Flame, yet they were still forced to suffer such a long, excruciating existence because of not only the witch's mistake, but Gwyn's orders. But at least the Fair Lady and Quelana found each other in their last moments. Rest in peace. And while still mourning their loss, we enter a room with way too many basilisks to remind us what game we are playing right now. I love these things, but way too much death breath going on here. Okay, a little too much, guys. And after about another hour of me continuously getting lost in the underground labyrinth and struggling against basic enemies, I eventually come out on the upper section with the ballista, and it's clear that this ballista was originally used to fend off the demons from a safe distance, likely by the people of Carthus. And when we make our way to turn the thing off, we notice another couple of dead giants in chains down here that seem to have dropped dead on the job. Ugh, so many people are forced to live such miserable lives in this world. We've practically explored this entire area by now and still have not seen any signs of Horus. But now that we took out the ballista, we can explore the lake without as much concern. And we eventually find a narrow cave branching out towards the catacombs. And then we see him! Horus! It's me! You had Henri and me worried sick! Horus? Oh god, no. While Henri is an unkindled, Horus is an undead. So, while Henri's purpose is bringing the lords to their thrones, or maybe just specifically defeating Aldrich alone, it's very possible that Horus's real duty in life was simply protecting his dear friend Henri. Whether it be the halfway fortress or Firelink, the two are always seen together. So when Horus fell down to the Smouldering Lake, he likely began to doubt his own ability to protect her. And at this point, there is nothing that we can do for him. This is what Gwyn's undead curse is, after all. So goodbye, Horus. I promise that I'll help see Henri's duty to the end. And we aren't done with sad battles yet either, as we still have the boss of this place that we need to confront, the Old Demon King. And looking at our pitiful fire damage, it seems that I'll have plenty of time to talk about him. The old part of his name isn't just meant to imply that he is simply an old king. He's ancient. Looking at his soul, he is the very last demon alive that witnessed the Chaos Flame of Izalith. Now, when the Chaos Flame was originally created, it used the Witch of Izalith's soul as fuel. So when the chosen undead defeated her, the Chaos Flame no longer had a sustainable way of burning continuously. So what could the demons do about this? Well, believe it or not, they actually began linking the Chaos Flame in the same exact way that many have linked the first flame in the world. A really interesting parallel that we will get more context to later on in the DLC. Although, unlike the gods, the demons didn't have an evil mastermind planning countless generations in the future as Gwyn did. So the Chaos Flame is nearly completely extinguished at this point. And this Demon King here has been around since the very beginning. Towards the end of the fight, after dodging one of his meteor attacks, we look over to see that he is no longer able to fight anymore, hunched over and breathing heavily. The sad part is that this isn't a matter of will or strength. He really just has nothing left in the tank. He's managed to live through countless centuries of persecution, watching himself and his kind get weaker in both strength and numbers as time has gone on. And now he's unable to do anything besides desperately smack us out of the way. Goodbye, old Demon King. We may have been enemies, but the reality is both of us are victims of Gwyn. And that's everything for us in the Smouldering Lake. Before we take on the boss of the Catacombs of Carthus, we need to talk to Henri. There's no option to tell her of Horus's death either, only to inform her of the Smouldering Lake's existence. Best wishes, Henri. Please keep yourself safe and sane. Past where we went on that gigantic detour down the broken bridge is an ominous door at the end of the catacombs. Critical foe ahead. So to speak, do it. Messages really always bring up the mood, huh? Could this be a door? Yeah, that's a good one. When we open up the door though, there isn't a critical foe to be seen anywhere. Just an empty room with pots full of skeletons and a totally normal altar with a goblet made out of a skeleton head. And it gives us the option to touch it. And while touching weird things is literally always a terrible idea in these games, we have no choice. So let's see what happens. When we come to, we find ourselves in the Abyss for the first time in Dark Souls 3. Endless black in every direction. Eerily peaceful compared to something like the Deep. with the only thing in sight being a lone item in the distance. Very suspicious, but I'm never passing up on a free item.
Holy shit, it's Wolnir!
The same giant that single-handedly conquered Carthus. And a welcome relief after all of the sadness we just experienced, because this guy was a piece of shit that we don't need to feel bad about killing in the slightest. Very cruel and a conqueror above all else. But what is he doing in the Abyss in the first place? Well, looking at the Black Serpent pyromancy, it seems as though this renowned conqueror eventually turned his attention to the Abyss, seeing the potential for even more power to be gained from a place like this. But as we know, this was a realm designed for humans. A giant like Wolnir would never be able to conquer the Abyss. So when he inevitably began to fall victim to it, this evil conqueror felt true fear and even pleaded to the gods for the first time. However, the gods could never save him from the Abyss, even if they wanted to. The only comfort he has now are his glowing bracelets that he stole from the bodies of dead clerics. So let's break them since this guy sucks.
You've killed me!
Good.
And as for why he is contained inside of this pocket dimension of the Abyss held inside of a goblet, that's a tough one. Maybe it was one of the skulls of one of the previous lords of Carthus? But I genuinely haven't the slightest clue about why it's connected to the Abyss. But remember, the Catacombs of Carthus is also directly connected to the Farron Keep, home to the Abyss's #1 ops. So with some fantasy magic abilities beyond my comprehension, maybe the Abyss Watchers contained both the Abyss and Wolnir to that goblet back when Carthus was still around. But that is pure speculation, as there are no definitive answers regarding the goblet. Regardless of that though, we finally finished the Catacombs of Carthus. And I have to say, these last few areas have really been unpleasant to look at. The Cathedral of the Deep, Farron Keep, Catacombs of Carthus, Smouldering Lake. I know the beauty of the world has diminished after all this time, but I would kill for one of those signature Dark Souls breathtaking moments right about now. What word other than beautiful could you use to describe this place? Make sure you don't get too hypnotized by the serenity of this city though. Don't forget that this is the home of Pontiff Solivan. It's also our only lead to where Aldrich is. The small doll reading, "Wherever you go, the moon still sets in Irithyll." Wherever you may be, Irithyll is your home. It is surprising, though, that the evil tyrant who has eyes and ears all over Lothric and has been watching us from the very beginning would live in such a peaceful place. So let's enter this place by crossing the bridge. Okay, so what the dog doing? Is this maybe an Artorias and Sif situation where this loyal dog is just defending his dear friend Solivan? No. That could not be further from what's going on here. Like our second boss of the game, Vort, the Pontiff would transform his own knights and citizens to act in his own interests. This creature is only acting according to the Pontiff's will, not their own. In fact, if you manage to repost these creatures only known as Solivan's beasts, you can see them praying in their final moments, seemingly regaining their sense of self, albeit only briefly. They never asked for any of this. Only one of many examples of how cruel Pontiff Solivan truly is. And as we cross the bridge, we can see a barrier that we are able to enter because we retrieved that small doll from the Cathedral of the Deep. And before entering the city, we take a quick stop back at Firelink. And Grey Rat wants our permission to pillage Irithyll for even better items. A much more risky option, but I believe that he will manage to make it out okay. And back to Irithyll. The city is filled with Pontiff Knights who have been more than likely expecting us at this point, along with some apparitions of Outrider Knights before their transformation. We can even get a look at Vort, along with a female knight very close to him. And I remember back in the High Wall of Lothric, his soul did mention that he was never far from the fleeting dancer, Pretty mysterious. But to give you a better understanding of the Pontiff's evil nature, let's compare him to the other main antagonist that has repeatedly come up in this video already. Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight. As I'm sure all of us know at this point, Gwyn is certainly a selfish, evil bastard himself. Make absolutely no mistake about it. But there is something very important that differentiates these two. Gwyn, for all of his flaws, deeply cared about both the other gods and the Age of Fire as a whole. Remember that he was willing to sacrifice all of his power solely for the sake of prolonging the age that he and the other lords built over countless years. However, Solivan held none of these affectionate feelings for his subordinates and people. In the same position, he would never sacrifice his power for someone else. The only three things that he seems to care about are himself, power, and control. We've already seen several of his transformed Outrider knights throughout our journey already, as well as the beast we encountered on the bridge. And all of these were nothing but tools to him, but it goes much deeper than that. So let's dive into both the history of this place as well as Solivan's rise to power. And get comfy because this is going to be a long one. Let's begin with a place that you've seen glimpses of a few times throughout the video at this point. Anor Londo, located directly next to Irithyll, and a place designed for the gods, but also home for Gwyn and his 3 children. The first was Guinevere, referred to as the goddess of bounty and fertility, as well as the one who gave you the Lord Vessel to collect the Lord's souls and link the First Flame back in Dark Souls 1. The next was a woman by the name of Filianor. Her current whereabouts are unknown, and we will uncover more about her much later. And finally, Dark Sun Gwyndolin, Gwyn's last-born son. And I want to just take a moment to appreciate that the egomaniac could not help himself but to include his own name in the names of his children. Even Filianor's name can be translated to Daughter of the Sun. He sucks, but he's pretty funny sometimes. But anyways, back to the history lesson. Gwyndolin had a very strong connection with the moon, and as Gwyn himself was the Lord of Sunlight, this was viewed as a very feminine deviation from the norm. So it was decided that Gwyndolin would be raised as a female, regardless of his own wishes. He was literally given a ring that would make him act more feminine when he was a child. But surprisingly, Gwyndolin still had a lot of respect for his father, defending Anor Londo and the Great Tomb long after his death, and even wearing a crown expressing his adoration of the sun despite him not having a strong connection with it himself. So even though their relationship was likely pretty strained, there was definitely still love there. There were also rumors of a 4th child of Gwyn back in Dark Souls 1, as there were statues of both Gwyn and Guinevere with one empty pedestal, almost like the statue was completely removed. A lot of fans also speculated that the reoccurring Altar of Sunlight may be a statue of this same enigmatic child of Gwyn, but that's only ever been speculation. So back to Gwyndolin. Gwyndolin was the leader of the Blades of the Darkmoon Covenant, as well as an optional boss fight all the way back in Dark Souls 1. One centered around illusions, as the arena turns into an endless hallway where the chosen undead must avoid his magic until Gwyndolin would fall. Except that wasn't true. Gwyndolin continued to live on long after the events of Dark Souls 1, and even ruled Anor Londo for a time. So how is that possible if he was killed in Dark Souls 1? Well, the boring explanation is of course that Gwyndolin was an optional fight and it just didn't count in the canon. But the fight itself was nothing but illusions. In fact, Guinevere and the beautifully sunlit kingdom of Anor Londo were nothing but an illusion as well.
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
So it is not a stretch to say that what we fought wasn't really Gwyndolin at all, just another illusion. But what does all of this have to do with Pontiff Solivan? Well, his signature weapon gives us some much needed insight into where this seemingly endless desire for power came from. When he was still only a young sorcerer, he found the remains of an old city known as the Profaned Capital. And it was here that he found an unfading flame deep below Irithyll. And it was in this moment that a burning ambition took root deep inside of Solivan. And while the concept of an unfading flame is completely unprecedented in the world, we will find more answers about it and the Profaned Capital further ahead. But with this newly found burning ambition, the Pontiff began to lay out his plan. He would enter the service of the Blades of the Darkmoon in Anor Londo. And it was here that Solivan began establishing a level of trust with Gwyndolin, the leader of the Blades of the Darkmoon and also the ruler of Anor Londo, as well as building relationships with the other members of the royal family, opting to lay low over a long period of time in order to eventually gain control of Anor Londo, one of the longest lasting and historically rich cities in the entire world. We can see from another of his signature weapons gifted to him for his service as a Blade of the Darkmoon that this was his intention all along. The Darkmoon miracles require faith in order to be able to be used. However, the Pontiff's was actually much more akin to sorcery, something looked down upon by those that he serves. So it served as a glimpse into his true nature. A deceitful snake hiding in the grass, waiting for the right moment to strike. And one of his most important pieces on this chessboard was none other than the Lord of Cinder Aldrich. If you remember, the Cult of the Deep originally consisted of followers of the Way of White, meant to glorify the Age of Fire as well as extending it. And, well, Solivan also appeared to infiltrate this group, possibly being the reason that so many of them gave in to this ever-mysterious deep. Much like Wolnir in the Catacombs, it seems that Solivan was chasing after many different forms of power in the world. Except while Wolnir seems to have relied mostly on his strength alone, Solivan was much more cunning. We can see examples of this with many of his knights and transformed citizens of Irithyll using sorceries of the deep, as well as the swords of his own knights being infested with those same insects that exist in the deep. So now, with the profaned flame, the deep, sorcery, and the trust of the royal family, he began to enact his plan to overthrow the City of Gods. First was the small doll that was purposefully left by Solivan right outside of Aldrich's coffin, showing that he was already anticipating Aldrich's revival as a Lord of Cinder before it had even happened. And knowing that Lothric was meant to produce an heir to link the fire, this could very well explain why Vort was stationed on the high wall to keep an eye on Lothric. And at some point, Gwyndolin had fallen incredibly sick. The reason is never stated, but it seems more than safe to assume that this was also a part of Solivan's plan. And going back to Aldrich, we already know that this guy ate countless people, enough to turn him into a pile of sludge. But whether this was his seemingly endless appetite or the Pontiff's convincing, at some point humans were not enough for the Saint of the Deep anymore. Aldrich eventually began to develop an appetite for the gods. So the reason that Aldrich departed to Irithyll was to consume one of the last gods in existence, Gwyndolin. So with Aldrich wanting to devour gods and the Pontiff wanting to get rid of Gwyndolin, it seems that their goals aligned. So, seeing his opportunity, he officially began his coup of both Irithyll and Anor Londo with all of the power that he had obtained, with a few of the very lucky gods and citizens being able to escape. The others who weren't fortunate enough to escape, however, well, we'll see what happened to them a bit later. And me and most people who talk about Pontiff Solivan use the word tyrant a lot. And while I'm sure most of us know the general meaning of the word, it can also refer to someone who has unjustly usurped a ruler's sovereignty. And that is exactly what Solivan did in Anor Londo. He simply declared himself the Pontiff, another word for the Pope, as there wasn't anyone left to challenge his rule because of all of his careful planning over the years. And now, protected by the barrier of Irithyll, he continues to exert his rule on the world from the safety of his own home. I told you that was going to be a long one, but now we know what kind of person that he truly is, and that he is still in this very city as we speak. So, let's finally confront the Pontiff once and for all. Entering the boss door, our suspicions about him are confirmed. He has very clearly been waiting for us, likely knowing all of our moves up to this point, approaching us with his swords imbued with both the profaned flame and his deep blue sorceries. If I can parry his first attack, that means that I can beat him. Shit. Solivan is without a doubt the most difficult boss up to this point, almost like the difficulty spike of Ornstein and Smo back in Dark Souls 1, which is only fitting considering everything that we've learned about him up to this point. So, with me successfully managing to parry his first attack in my second attempt, let's finally end his tyranny once and for all. And with that, one of the most evil figures in the Dark Souls series is no more. Don't celebrate too much though. Unfortunately, killing someone evil doesn't automatically undo all of the damage that they have inflicted on the world. And some of the worst of his actions, as well as his true origins, await us further ahead. It is far from our last time talking about Solivan. But at least his Profaned Greatsword is ours now! That's right, this was the apple of my eye all along. A really fun greatsword that you can even light on fire with its skill. Also, a much needed upgrade to our increasingly outdated fire broadsword. Also, I didn't want to kill the mood building up to Solivan, but I need to bring this up. When the previous pope died in real life, a Spanish news station used footage of the Pontiff Solivan for some reason. I'm serious!
Vamos a verla. Puestos a imaginar un cónclave con estética de videojuego.
I did not make this as a meme or something. This is very real. I have no clue why they did this, but you know, it's hilarious, so who cares? And there were also some important events that I skipped over in Irithyll and Firelink because we were so hyper-focused on Solivan. Okay, first of all, we ran into Henri at a church in Irithyll. Unable to find Horace, she still remains steadfast in her duty, speaking of how she must do it for the other children. So it does seem that both Henri and Horace were originally child captives of the Cathedral of the Deep, thankfully managing to escape before they were devoured and eventually growing strong enough to embark on a quest to get their revenge. And does this situation stick out to you? Well, whether it seems like it or not, this is actually one of the most important choices for us to make in the game. One of these statues is actually an assassin from Londor with the mission to assassinate Henri. But why would they do such a thing? Well, remember Yuria? The same one who tried to convince us that our sorcerer friend Orbeck secretly wanted to be the Lord of Hollows? Well, she is the one who orchestrated this, with the intention of using Henri's body in a ritual to crown us the Lord of Hollows officially. Except while these two may just be necessary sacrifices to Yuria, we've been slowly getting to know both Henri and Orbeck. Both of them have good natures and have honestly become friends to the Ashen One. So, enough is enough. No more playing Yuria's games. I made Horace a promise to help Henri see her duty to the end after all. Going back to Firelink, Yuria is unsurprisingly not very pleased with our decision.
Thus forsworn the Lord's mark. There is not more to say. Farewell, our fleeting lord.
And that is all she has to say before departing Firelink. And good, get the fuck out of here! I gave you 3 strikes and you used up all of them. I will, however, still be going over Yuria's goals as well as the unique Lord of Hollows ending at the end of the video. And in other Firelink news, it seems that our resident quitter, Hawkwood, has departed the shrine. He even left his shield to us outside in front of a grave. Presumably his before he came back to life. Maybe us killing Farron's Abyss Watchers really lit a fire inside of him. Hopefully we cross paths again with him at some point. And we also have another scroll for our buddy Orbeck. And back in Irithyll, you're not going to believe who I bumped into. Siegward! My friend!
Excuse me, I must have dozed off. It's rather warm in here. Well, hasn't it been all too long? It's good to see you. Oh, I seem to have missed my chance, so I, Siegward of Catarina, offer my deepest gratitude, and a little surprise to go with it. It's all yours. I know. Won't you join me for dinner? I make a fine Esther soup. I've got some stewing right now. Even we undead deserve a little normalcy from time to time. And finally, upon this rendezvous, let us make a toast. To your valor, my sword, and our sworn duties. Long may the sun shine.
He is just the best. He really feels like our own sunshine in this dying world. After sharing a few drinks, however, Siegward's tone gets uncharacteristically serious.
Have you heard? Somewhere, hidden right here in Irithyll, is a deep dungeon. And even below that, the Profaned Capital, home of Yhorm, the reclusive giant lord. That reminds me, I've a grave promise to keep. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid I've cast a cloud over things. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
He briefly mentioned another Lord of Cinder on our hit list, the reclusive giant Yhorm, speaking of a grave promise that he must keep, finally giving us some insight as to what drives Siegward to keep pushing forward. He also said that deep below the dungeon under Irithyll lies the Profaned Capital, the same place that Pontiff Solivan came in contact with the mysterious, ever-burning Profaned Flame. So it appears that both Siegward and us have been following the same exact path, albeit for different reasons. So let's let our very gracious host have a much-needed nap. I mean, it's like he says, what else is there to do after a nice toast? And before we finally get back on track, there was a certain manor in Irithyll that I need to discuss. Very likely the manor of Solivan himself, due to the very important remnants of the past inside. And one that is also filled with Gwyn's Silver Knights. A sure sign that we are very close to Anor Londo at this point. Inside of this manor are several very interesting paintings. One of these paintings depicts Gwyn's daughter Guinevere, the goddess of harvest and bounty. Another simply depicts Anor Londo in its peak, which, I mean, is fairly obvious considering both Solivan's ambitions as well as its importance to the world. This one depicts the Duke's archives from Dark Souls 1. The Duke and owner of the place being Seath the Scaleless. And with Seath being seen as the father of sorcery, it's also no surprise that Pontiff Solivan would hold an interest in that place, as there was enough knowledge to make even the smartest men go mad. And this painting is actually straight from a portrait found inside of Dark Souls 2. One of Nashandra, the Queen of Drangleic, as well as our main antagonist of the game. While seemingly just a beautiful queen, when we get close to her portrait in Dark Souls 2, the death buildup clues us in on her true nature. More on that a little bit later. And this one depicts the old Iron King's throne in Broom Tower, also from Dark Souls 2. A very cruel king who made sport out of torturing those who were branded with the undead curse, among a litany of other terrible things. And the final painting depicts the kingdom of Eliam Lois, where the Ivory King made his stand against the flames of chaos for the sake of both his wife and his people. As I said, this is a place filled with history. And one final stop before we get back to our own journey. We need to check back up on Grey Rat to make sure that he made it back okay. Irithyll is a dangerous place after all. Whew, thank God.
Oh, then we're both safe and sound. Thank the gods for that. I don't like getting things so close. I might have died if it wasn't for that peculiar onion knight.
Siegward! And yes, if we were not following Siegward's quest line, then poor Grey Rat would have died. Looks like we owe him yet another favor. Oh, and get this. I hope it hasn't been so long that you forgot about this face. Well, as both Grey Rat and Patches are thieves, Patches finds a sort of kinship in the little guy. So much so that if you were to tell him that Grey Rat departed to Irithyll, Patches will close down his shop and insist on looking for him. And if you never bought Siegward's armor from him, Patches will have the protection required to save Grey Rat himself. I can't tell you how validating it is that both of my goats are the ones who rescue Grey Rat here. Also goes to show you that Patches is not as evil as he appears. But regardless of the circumstances, a toast to your safe return! I'm starting to think Siegward's having some kind of effect on me. And with all of our boxes finally checked, let's continue on to the second part of Irithyll. Anor Londo. We finally made it, the home of both Gwyn and the rest of the gods. However, this time with much more snow. And oh man, the memories here. In 2016, some people were investing in Bitcoin to eventually become millionaires. Idiots. The real fun was PvPing on this balcony, as this was a super popular spot to throw hands. A good reminder of the good old days before the cold hands of time eroded my video game skills. Sorry, Anor Londo always makes you reminisce one way or another. And shortly after entering, we see a courtyard filled with more corpses of chained up giants, with some of them even still being alive. They were very likely used by the Pontiff for their stature, but as I said earlier, giants have a long history of being discriminated against and enslaved. But there are many secrets to be found here. The first being a hidden wall inside a building leading to yet another large ladder. And about halfway down, we are frozen in fear for a second when we see one of our challengers. The other Sullivan beast is also waiting around the corner to pounce on us. Thankfully, we bait the first one out without alerting the second and can defeat it in a fair 1v1. Easy enough. So, I mean, since I killed the one on the bridge and that first beast in here, I must be like an expert at killing these things by now, right? Oh, thank God. I want to point out that the run back to this place is not fun in the slightest. But with all of the threats gone now in this secret area, we find a large corpse here. This is another one of Aldrich's archdeacons, McDonnell, who actually led the other deacons at some point. And it's through him that you can join the Aldrich Faithful Covenant, eventually being able to use his staff, channeling faith-based deep spells with sorceries, which is exactly like what the Pontiff was doing. So it's likely that McDonnell here was the one running things prior to Aldrich's revival, and in turn, one of Pontiff Sullivan's most important co-conspirators in overthrowing Anor Londo. We can also see just how gigantic he is. And seeing this seemingly unending gluttony of Aldrich, this may have been something to be revered inside of the Cult of the Deep. And back outside, going with all of the Dark Souls 1 throwbacks of this place, we must make our way up Anor Londo on thin roofs while dodging countless arrows from the Silver Knights. Definitely not my favorite thing in the world, but I still think the run in Dark Souls 1 is scarier. And it's about here where things truly start to look familiar. And why am I not surprised that this statue of Gwyn has stood the test of time? Something tells me that he probably made sure that would be the case. And back in Dark Souls 1, this was actually an illusory wall leading to Gwendolyn's boss fight. Exactly like how it was all those years ago. And while a really long hallway and a big empty room at the end will probably trigger your fight or flight reaction, there is really nothing that exciting in here for us. However, if we allowed Henri to be assassinated back in the church, this is where her body would be placed. And of all things, we stab her corpse and marry her because Yuria believes that a lord needs a spouse. Dark Souls, am I right? Like, what the fuck is that? But while everything I just said was true, the reality of this ritual was us absorbing Henri's humanity hidden deep within, leading us closer to becoming the Lord of Hollows. But we made a promise to see Henri's duty to the end. And needless to say, no offense to Henri's corpse, but I'm not really into dead people. And back outside, we see the spinning spiral staircase built for reaching the different levels of this intricate city. But before we go up, we can see a lone tower in the distance, with no way to get over there. So, time for the invisible bridge gamble.
Success!
And when we make our way over, we encounter this mysterious woman sitting here. This is Yorshka, the current captain of the Darkmoon Knights. Also, sister to Gwendolyn. This royal family tree isn't exactly made clear to us, but they definitely do not share Gwyn as a biological father, despite her still referring to him as such. It's confusing, I know. She may have been adopted, or maybe even some other soap opera god drama that we just aren't ever clued in on. Her appearance, however, is strikingly familiar to crossbreed Priscilla, a woman residing in the painted world of Ariamis, as well as the only boss in the series that simply allows us to leave in peace. A really kind soul you feel terrible about fighting should you choose to. She was also a crossbreed of a human and a dragon. The dragon, of course, being Seath the Scaleless. And knowing what I know about the research-obsessed piece of trash, her conception was definitely not a heartwarming tale of a dragon and a human falling in love. Despite this upbringing, however, she found a home in the Painted World, a place specifically created for the outcasts of the world. The painting to this place was actually located in Anor Londo as well, although it isn't around anymore, sadly. So perhaps Yorshka is also some kind of crossbreed between a dragon and the never-revealed mother of Gwendolyn and his sisters. And since we gave Cirrus the ick earlier, we never learned the gesture to join the Darkmoon Covenant, sadly. Yorshka does have some important details to add to what we already know of the Pontiff and Aldrich, though.
Long ago, our father Gwyn, lamenting the waning of the fire, became cinder of his own will. Now, the fire is linked by the champions who have come in his stead. Such is the will of Father and the gods. And so the Darkmoon Knights took arms to watch over those who link the fire. The Darkmoon Knights were once led by my elder brother, the Dark Sun Gwendolyn, but he was stricken by illness, and leadership of the knights fell to me. Then Sullivan wrongfully proclaimed himself pontiff and took me prisoner. Oh, where could my dear brother be? If only he were here, I would be most pleased for ye both to meet, as most assuredly would he.
So it appears that she doesn't know where Gwendolyn currently is and has been held prisoner in this tower by Sullivan, which inadvertently more than likely saved her life as Aldrich was not able to find her. So, having met her, we can take the stairs to the highest location in Anor Londo. Oh, the memories! I feel like a 90-year-old seeing his childhood home for the first time in years or something. These gigantic stairs just elicit a reaction out of you, whether it's remembering walking up these stairs all the way back in Dark Souls 1, or just the horrible PTSD for anyone who grinded Proof of Concord Keps for the Platinum Trophy. If you know, then you know. Exploring further leads us to a much more tragic sight, the corpse of our friendly giant blacksmith from Dark Souls 1.
Hello, forge I can, strong I am. You come, I forge, we talk. You, good friend, I, very happy.
But while Andre is an undead and his passion for blacksmithing was enough to keep him going, the giants don't have a choice in the matter, seeing that our old friend seems to have died doing what he loved most. And that is a luxury that most do not have in this world. Rest in peace, buddy. And also, needless to say, there are still plenty of Gwyn's Silver Knights still defending the city to this very day, although they clearly were not enough, as when we enter, we see the previously beautifully lit entrance is now completely dark, filled with cultists of the deep. It isn't only the cultists either, as we can see signs of the deep found all over this place, which means Aldrich is probably very close. Oh, fuck! Yeah, I completely forgot that there was another deep accursed in here. Scared the living shit out of me. And as we approach the fog door, I begin feeling the anxiety that always boils to the surface when I'm in this building. The feeling of dread, knowing that I have to fight one of Gwyn's 4 knights, Dragon Slayer Ornstein, along with the aspiring cannibalistic knight, Smo. However, they are long gone by this point. So, what horrors await us inside? And here he is, the only Lord of Cinder without a cutscene, Aldrich. We also notice that we are unfortunately too late, and Gwendolyn has nearly been completely devoured by this point, with their entire upper body still being seen attached to the pile of sludge that is Aldrich. And not only does him devouring Gwendolyn give him his strong magical abilities, but he also seems to access some of the god's memories. The Life Hunt Scythe reads that Aldrich was able to see Yorshka in some sort of dream while eating Gwendolyn. This Life Hunt Scythe ability is actually something that was previously only unique to Priscilla, further proving the connection of Yorshka and Priscilla. But more importantly, Aldrich is now able to use this ability despite never actually meeting Yorshka. And that is a terrifying thought, that Aldrich can learn unique abilities not even known to the god that he is devouring. And these abilities come out in the second phase and are definitely tough to deal with, at least for me. RIP. The second attempt highlights how unbelievably strong the arrow attack is. Holy shit! The third try went a lot better. There's also one more important thing that I want to mention about Aldrich. Not only is he a mass of dead bodies like Gravelord Nito, but has a Gravelord sword attached to the end of his scythe as well. Something unique to Nito. And knowing that he has the power to gain the abilities of those that he hasn't even met, it seems that he has gained some kind of connection to Nito. While it is possible that he was able to devour a part of Nito, as Devourer of Gods is plural, he also may have gained these abilities from another dream while devouring Gwendolyn, as I'm sure at some point Nito and Gwen's children had met in some capacity. But none of the specifics matter. Not only is our duty to bring the Lords of Cinder to their thrones, this is also someone who ate countless men, women, and children, and made Henri and Horace live through such a horrible experience. So let's finally put an end to this amalgamation of death and misery. And just like that, the Pontiff's strongest, gluttonous tool is gone for good. Goodbye, Aldrich. You were fucking disgusting on the inside and the outside. Sorry, I'm still angry that he got his deep goop all over this place. I mean, just look at how beautiful this place was back in the day. But nothing can last forever, I suppose. We also once again see the mysterious missing statue beside Gwen. And further ahead, we see the chamber that the illusion of Guinevere occupied back in Dark Souls 1 as well. Except now, all that's in here for us is the Sun Princess ring, telling us that Guinevere made it out of Anor Londo in time, going on to become a wife and a mother. She originally was wedded to the flame god Flann as per the same exact ring back in Dark Souls 1. However, she would outlive her husband Flann and eventually marry another, but more on that later. First, we need to conclude Henri's quest. As Solaire told us earlier, once the first flame begins to fade, worlds begin to blend together. So Henri is currently in her own world, so to speak, to confront Aldrich herself. So we fulfill our duties as a brother of the sun and finally help her get her revenge against Aldrich, as well as completing her purpose in the world.
I owe this to you. Thank you, truly. Horace, we've done it. We really have.
When we check back in at Firelink after, Ludlith leaves us a message.
Ah, well met, that at last returned. Knowst thou the name Henri of Astora? The brave girl left this as thanks.
She left us her sword? Why would she do that? He doesn't share with us where she went either, but the only place I can think of is where we fought Horace back in the Smouldering Lake. When we arrive, we see that Henri is already here, and she isn't responsive, having successfully completed her duty as well as seeing the remains of her dear friend was enough for poor Henri to go hollow. Not every story can have a happy ending, but we helped her achieve what she spent all of her life working towards, killing the evil son of a bitch that brought nothing but misery to her, Horace, and the world. So let's finally allow our friend to rest peacefully. Goodbye, Henri. I feel lucky to have crossed paths with you and Horus. And after the fight, we noticed that before she went hollow, she made a grave to remember Horus. And while we aren't able to make her a grave ourselves, we are able to buy her armor, the Elite Knight set, back in Firelink Shrine. A nice way to remember her by. But with both the Abyss Watchers and Aldrich defeated, we now turn our attention to Yorm in the Profaned Capital. But as Siegward said, we must first make our way through the dungeon of Irithyll. Alright, let me give my best shot at bringing up the mood of this unbelievably evil place, because this area really sucks. I really don't know any other way to say it. It's a place where we get a really good look at the extent of Suliban's cruelty, as most of the prisoners in here did absolutely nothing wrong. They were forced to serve as lab rats for experiments involving the deep, the profaned flame, or whatever other twisted ideas the Pontiff had. And I'm a huge fan of the creepy dungeon vibes, but everything in here is just so incredibly unpleasant to deal with. First, the jailers. They were originally survivors from the Profaned Capital prior to whatever tragedy took place there. Also, unsurprisingly, the ones responsible for containing the prisoners in this place. And these things are unique because it doesn't matter if you're a level 1 or a level 802. These enemies can easily kill you if you aren't paying attention. Look at my health here. Whenever their lantern glows and they have a line of sight on you, your health rapidly drains. So if you're fighting a group of these things, even at max level, they can reduce your health to a tiny little sliver and just one-shot you. Not cool. They also do a great job of making you never feel safe in this place. You can't even just pick up normal items in peace. Jarvis, unship my pants, please. There is actually no logical reason for adding that in other than them just wanting to fuck with us. And that cruel humor isn't just limited to jump scares, but the jailers that we've seen too. They seem to share the Pontiff's sick sense of humor, making jokes out of the idea of escaping for many of these prisoners. However, any hope of escape seems to have been completely squashed by this point. Hollows, some of which are infested by insects of the deep, can be seen here in a lot of the cells. Or just aimlessly wandering around, since any desire to escape this place is completely gone. However, these hollows are the lucky ones, believe it or not, at least compared to the wretches. These terrifying creatures were unsurprisingly once ordinary people, and their screams can be heard throughout the entire dungeon, as it seems that they routinely mutilate what is only referred to as their unworthy flesh. And taking a closer look at them, they almost have the same strange pale skin as Seath the Scaleless. And it very well seems that that was the Pontiff's motivation behind these abominations. But what interest would he have in creating these hybrid dragon creatures? Something to keep in the back of our minds for now. And while most of these wretches are aggressive, there is one that simply hides in fear towards the beginning. It's kinda sad, but there's just something about this guy. I can't explain it, he's just got something really likable about him. Things are usually more endearing once you name them, so this is Joey, named after the New Yorker from Yu-Gi-Oh! To the only thing in this dungeon that doesn't want us dead. Long may the sun shine? Yeah, it feels a little forced to have a happy moment down here. Good luck down here, Joey. I promise that I'll come back and visit on weekends. Deeper inside this place, we are actually able to get a good look at the Profaned Capital, or what's left of it at least. Looks like we still have some dungeon diving to do before we can make it there. And I didn't even need to do a smile test on this one. Not a chance that there's a chest in this place that does not want us dead. And to add to the awfulness of this place, there is, of course, a sewer section with plenty of rats, and Basilisk Team 6 that jumps you when you open the one seemingly safe chest in this whole place. Fuck. After that nightmare, we find ourselves in an exposed part of the dungeon to see a rare moment of beauty in this place, along with what looks to be a humanoid dragon hybrid that looks a lot better than the wretches. No offense, Joey. Also, a dragon torso stone, a stone imbued with the power of an everlasting dragon. The same dragons that Gwyn slaughtered ages ago, although it would be pretty surprising if there were any still around. Interestingly enough, the torso stone speaks of a place known as Archdragon Peak, somewhere those who meditated envisioned in their minds and followed some path of the dragon, also directly referencing a great bell at the peak. Huh. And looking around, it seems as though these knights either died while meditating or somehow managed to successfully travel to this Archdragon Peak. And unfortunately, we don't know how to meditate, so we can't see for ourselves. But an interesting find in this Dungeon of Death for sure. Back in the reality of this place, we see the scariest room in the entire game, and it's not even close. About 10 jailers who will all reduce my health to a decimal in 5 seconds. So the plan is to run into the large side room, kill all of the wretches inside, and take them out one by one. It's a little hard to only aggro one at a time though. Nope, goodbye. Live to fight another day. At least we have a pretty view to look at while we wait for our health to come back slowly. So, after repeating this process, all of the jailers are finally gone for good. There's also yet another chained up giant held in this place, with them actually being confirmed as the very first prisoner that was ever held here. And when we make our way to where he's standing, we are rewarded with an endless onslaught of rats. Rats that make it unbelievably annoying to bite at the giant's ankles. But after finally breaking his ankles and absolutely no Estus left, he finally goes down. I feel bad for it though. This twisted, evil dungeon would crush the spirit of just about anyone. Wait, it can't be! My friend!
Pardon me, I was absorbed in thought. Oh, look at me. Trapped like a rat. But you needn't worry. I've just been sitting here weighing my options. The moment has almost come. I just need a bit more time. My liberation requires a key. But the key is outside. A riddle for the ages.
First of all, as always, I want to point out that he never even considers troubling us to find the key despite his situation. But he also mentioned that the moment has almost come. More than likely something involving that grave promise he mentioned back in Irithyll when Yorm came up, and we will save that story for the capital. For now, we have a key to grab, and in order to access that part of the dungeon, we actually need to pop in the Profaned Capital real quick. So, just close your eyes since I didn't do the area intro yet. Everything is in ruins, but somehow these tall wooden ladders have remained completely intact. It really must have taken a true master craftsman to make these. Wait, don't you fucking tell me. Gilligan! Oh, Laddersmith Gilligan was a true artist from Dark Souls 2, as well as the most passionate anyone in the world could have possibly been about ladders, offering to drop ladders to help us traverse the well in Majula more easily, for a very reasonable price of course. And he even made a ladder miniature that you could put on your nightstand or something. This is going to be very difficult for me emotionally, but let's play homicide detective for a second. He seems to have been very severely burned, and knowing that this is the birthplace of the same profaned flame that inspired the ambition that led to Sullivan's reign of terror, it's safe to say that this is not a coincidence. Goodbye, Gilligan. You may have died, but your art continues to live on and help me all these years later. And further ahead, we get our hands on the key that we need to unlock Siegward's cell. Just need to wait for the Sun Princess ring to restore my health incredibly slowly since I'm out of Estus. It's rough down here. However, back in the room where all of the jailers were, there was a cell that we could not open. And when we go back, we actually notice a person.
Oh, there you are. I thought you'd all but forgotten me. How sweet. Good to know that a skinny little heretic can still turn heads. Oh, you're not one of them, are you? Accept my apologies for mistaking you for one of those leeches. So, what business have you here? This is a land of monstrosities, and I am no exception.
This is Carla, and she is actually a fragment of Manus, Father of the Abyss. But what does that even mean? Well, remember that Manus was originally a human whose humanity went out of control inside of the Abyss. So, when Manus was defeated by the chosen undead, he broke into several pieces. And those pieces would go on to become their own people, embodying different parts of humanity. This was a large part of the Bearer of the Curse's journey back in Dark Souls 2. The most notable fragment of Manus was Nishandra, the same Queen of Drangleic that we saw a painting of way back in Sullivan's Manor, probably explaining why he locked Carla down here. But Nishandra was originally the weakest and tiniest shard of Manus and embodied the idea of want and desire. She had originally tricked King Vendrick into falling in love with her only to bring her closer to the throne. And she did not only want to rule Drangleic, she wanted to usher in an age of dark with her at the top, with her sisters also causing trouble for both the Bearer of the Curse and their respective kingdoms. So if these fragments of Manus are evil, why did I just save Carla? Well, not all of them are. As I said earlier, they represent different parts of humanity. Another example would be Alsana, Queen of Elium Lois. Another painting found in Sullivan's Manor, funnily enough. And the part of humanity that Alsana embodied was fear. Born with this crippling sense of fear, she arrived at the kingdom of Elium Lois looking for power, not unlike her sisters. But as the Ivory King was a kind and selfless ruler, she was welcomed to Elium Lois with open arms, giving her a home. And genuine love and appreciation grew between the two of them, leading her to outgrow her nature as a shard of Manus and still protecting Elium Lois long after the Ivory King was lost to the Chaos Flame. So there's only like a 75% chance that she's evil, and I like those odds.
But I'm guilty. A wretched child of the Abyss. Is that something you can forgive?
Don't care, still don't care.
And since Siegward's cell is only accessible deeper in the Profaned Capital, let's pop back to Firelink before reaching the climactic end of our journey through these kingdoms of the past. Since after we defeat Yorm in the capital, our final Lord of Cinder awaits us deep inside Lothric Castle, all the way back at the High Wall. Arena is still the best person in the universe, and Orbeck is still slowly warming up to us. He's a tough cookie to crack. And when talking to our rarely seen pyromancy teacher, Cornix, he refuses to teach us anything from Quelana's tome that we found back in the Smouldering Lake, as it's only for witches. And it's a good thing that we literally just saved a witch that owes us a favor. Yeah, Carla is the shit. She's also kind of flirty.
Few humans are privy to this knowledge. Let it be a secret, kept between you and I.
Gotta stay focused, gotta stay focused. We also give Andre a chunk of profaned coal to increase our arsenal of potential weapons at the blacksmith. And he says something very interesting.
This is much too dark. I see the abyss in it.
Holy shit, what? So it seems that even though fire and dark are polar opposites in this world, this flame seems to have traces of the abyss inside of it. Incredibly unprecedented knowing everything that we know. If you remember back when we were talking about the concept of the deep, I mentioned that it was one of two concepts that feels almost suspiciously underexplored in the game. And this profaned flame is the other that I was talking about. The true origins and makings of this flame are never made clear, but I will be going over everything we do know at the capital. So let's make a quick stop to see patches before we enter one of the most somber areas in the entire game, the Profaned Capital. In order to explain what really happened here, we need to start at the beginning, before this profaned flame ever came to be. It was originally a place home to one of two sorcery schools also inspired by Big Hat Logan, and where citizens here were subjugated by some unknown conqueror, who, while unconfirmed, is widely believed to be our dearly departed High Lord Wolnir. We know that he conquered Carthus as well as several other kingdoms. In fact, I think that there's a pretty decent chance that this was originally the capital city of Carthus, as we don't ever find out what this was the capital to, although that's just my speculation that only reinforces Wolnir as the previous ruler, until he eventually fell to the abyss, of course. But whether it truly was Wolnir or not, it seems at some point the people of the Profaned Capital were left without a ruler on very short notice. And as Siegward told us, this is home to the reclusive Lord of Cinder, Yorm, a giant as well as the descendant of an ancient conqueror, further supporting the Wolnir theory considering that he too was both a giant and a conqueror. And this race of people have been treated horribly from the very beginning, as we've seen many instances of up to this point, with Yorm being all too aware of this. So you can imagine his surprise when the people of this capital asked him to become their ruler. And unlike his conquering ancestors, Yorm truly embodies the term gentle giant. In a world of power-hungry lunatics like Sullivan, Yorm's #1 priority was always, first and foremost, the safety of his people. However, that feeling of affection he had for his people was sadly not reciprocated. Despite the people of the capital asking him themselves to rule over them, they never once truly respected Yorm. Whether they felt like they just needed someone powerful like a giant to deter outside threats, or just felt weak having to ask themselves to be subjugated in the name of protection yet again. All we do know is that they were very insincere. However, despite their animosity, Yorm was very used to this at this point and sympathized with those that he ruled over. So much so that he did something that no other ruler in the world would ever even think of. He gave these people a means of defeating him, a storm ruler, being able to wield the power of an extreme storm capable of toppling a giant such as himself. So if the people ever felt like he posed a danger to them, they had the means of killing him. That is the kind of person that Yorm truly was. Sadly though, this unbelievably kind gesture would fall on deaf ears. Yorm didn't let this get in the way of his position though. Despite his kind nature, Yorm wielded a powerful machete and great shield and was more than capable of defending himself or his people should he have to. Or so he thought. Looking at his great shield, we see that at some point, Yorm lost someone he loved very dearly, and this really ate away at him, eventually deciding to scrap the use of his great shield altogether, with him more than likely forsaking his shield because he didn't believe that he was capable of protecting anyone anymore, choosing to two-hand his machete for a much more reckless fighting style, probably valuing his own life a lot less after such a terrible loss. And despite how much he was willing to give to his people, their resentment only continued to grow as time went on. So after his loss, he truly had no one left in this world. That is, until...
Long may the sun shine!
That's right. Siegward, unsurprisingly, cared very little about Yorm's differences and what the others thought about him. And while I'm sure Yorm was suspicious at first, it does not take long talking to Siegward before realizing his kind nature. And remember, Knights of Catarina were also ridiculed for their onion-like shape as well. So the two outcasts of society became the best of friends. And I truly wish that the story ended right there. However, right under Yorm's nose, there was something sinister brewing in the capital, the Profaned Flame. I said earlier that there was a sorcery school located here to honor Big Hat Logan. And while that is true on paper, their intentions were seemingly not as they appeared. Looking at Logan's scroll down here, we see that their claim to Logan's legacy may fall apart under closer scrutiny, making it seem like this school was only a front for some other kind of experimental magic. The Eleonora tells us that this profaned flame was triggered by the curse of a group of women, and that they were the descendants of oracles, also turning them into malformed creatures, which we can see right here, continuing to live on as these disgusting creatures without a care in the world, and also having created the profaned flame right here in the capital. A flame that burns forever, something that I'm sure Gwyn would have spent countless years researching, but also containing traces of the abyss from whatever these women did. One thing is for sure though, this flame is unbelievably dangerous, able to swallow the hearts of those affected, as it says. Also what lit the fires of ambition in Sullivan himself, leading to all the other awfulness in the world that we've seen. And with something like this in the city, it has all the makings of another Lost Izalith situation. So when this came to Yorm's attention, he immediately knew that he had to act. And it was at this moment that he decided to link the fire, believing that bringing forth a new age of fire would put this otherwise inextinguishable flame to rest for good. He knew that this process would kill him, but he knew that it was for the good of his people, whether they would appreciate it or not. So before departing, he left another storm ruler with his best friend Siegward, along with a promise that Siegward would kill Yorm should he hesitate or fail in his duties as ruler of the capital. The same exact great promise that Siegward mentioned to us back in Irithyll. So after saying his final goodbyes with his friend, he journeyed to the first flame and linked it as so many others have done before him. Except he didn't care about the age of fire or saving the world or something like that. He was doing this for his dear friend and the people who asked him to rule over them, sincere or not. And he became a Lord of Cinder, dying believing that he sacrificed himself to save those he cared about. The reality of this sacrifice, however, was much worse than he could have ever possibly imagined. After he linked the fire, it is said that fire rained down from the sky, somehow burning nothing but human flesh, the worst outcome that Yorm could have ever possibly imagined. How this happened exactly is unclear. Some theories suggest that this was the intention of the handmaids all along, as they were the reason that the profaned flame appeared in the first place. Others think that it may have been that Yorm's soul simply was not powerful enough, or that a giant was never even intended to link the first flame. But while Yorm died thinking that he was a hero, the world had other plans for him. When he was resurrected along with the other lords, the first thing he did was check on his people. And just imagine how he must have felt seeing this. Whether they deserved it or not, these were Yorm's people. He had sacrificed himself to save them, only to be brought back to life and see that he was the reason that they all died such a horrible death, probably thinking that he really was the monster that everyone thought that he was. So now, he just sits on his old throne, refusing to once again link the fire as the world intends him to do. And upon learning of this, Siegward ventured towards the Profaned Capital all alone. The same as us, except while we are simply fulfilling the role of a proper unkindled, Siegward's only duty in this world is the promise that he made with Yorm. Should he ever falter in his duty, Siegward would use the Storm Ruler to kill him. So while he has been such a happy ray of sunshine for us on our adventure, his journey has been nothing but a sad one. One where he is forced to kill his closest friend to honor a promise that he made to him so long ago. So let's free him from this prison.
Ah, you are a saint. Once again you are my valiant savior. I, Siegward of Catarina, express my deepest gratitude. Take this, a token of my thanks. Go on. It's all yours. Ah, no, please. Go on ahead. I've my own road to take, and a duty to fulfill. Very soon.
Once again, Siegward chooses to take his own road. And while for different reasons, both of our goals are perfectly aligned. We want to finally give Yorm the rest that he deserves and return him to his throne in Firelink as cinders, both fulfilling Siegward's dear promise to his friend and bringing us closer to the end of our journey. So let's finally put an end to Yorm's suffering. Together.
Yorm, old friend. I, Siegward of the Knights of Catarina, have come to uphold my promise. Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
It's finally over, my friend.
It seems I am in your debt once again. My thanks. I could have not kept my promise without you. Now, for a final toast to your valor and my old friend Yorm.
What do you mean final toast? More like the first of many more to come. Long may the sun shine.
I am Siegward of Katarina. I am a master planner, I do say. Well, hasn't it been all too long? It's good to see you. I, Siegward of the Knights of Katarina, fight by your side. I, Siegward of Katarina, offer my deepest gratitude.
And get this, the tree got up and started throwing hands with me.
Until we meet again, my good friend. Long may the sun shine! Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast. You are a true friend. Best of luck with your duty.
Undead and unkindled both need a purpose to keep them going in a world as cruel as this one. Without one, they're bound to lose themselves. And despite always seeming clueless, Siegward accepted his fate more than anyone. So after fulfilling his promise to Yorm, he decided to go out on his own terms, choosing to spend the final moments of his life celebrating with us. And it truly feels as though our world has gotten a little bit darker. Goodbye, my friend.
To your valor, my sword, and our sworn duties.
I promise you that I will see my duty through to the end. We will have much to celebrate the next time that we meet. And after finally saying our goodbyes, this happens.
Unkindled one. The fire fades and awaits its one last lord. Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
It seems as though the priestess and nanny to Prince Lothric, Emma, has summoned us back to her, pleading for us to convince Prince Lothric to link the flame as he was born for that very purpose. Except looking at all of the blood on the floor, it seems as though someone badly maimed her. But I don't see anybody else in this place.
Tell him what he must be, a law.
The Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And she was indeed close to Vort, as his boss fight was just down the stairs from here, as well as the female apparition that was accompanying him back in Irithyll. But now she is nothing but a mindless outrider knight, although she was anything but an ordinary pontiff knight prior to her transformation. About halfway through the fight, she takes out a second sword. And do her weapons remind you of anything? Taking a closer look at them, we see that the pontiff purposefully gifted her weapons to mirror his own. But what makes her so special? Well, hang on, I'm about to blow it. Fuck! So, alright, let's do some rapid fire item description readings to get to the bottom of this. First, her crown, directly stated to be an article of the old gods. And since she is from Irithyll and in Orlando, we can safely say that she was a descendant of the royal family and Gwyn by extension. So when Solivan overthrew Irithyll, she was kept as a dancer for him until he eventually transformed her into another Outrider Knight for him to use, with her armor even fusing with her own hide. I told you that this sick fuck would keep popping up long after his death. But how is she from the royal family? Well, the biggest clue comes from one of the options of her boss soul, Soothing Sunlight, a miracle that is always specifically referring to Guinevere. So the dancer here is more than likely one of Guinevere's children. That has since been used by Solivan. Why he seemed to have such a strange attachment to her is unclear, but she was clearly ordered to keep watch over Emma as well as the entrance to Lothric Castle. The dancer likely killed Emma shortly after she called out to us, knowing that she would have sent us right to the castle. But we managed to overcome Solivan's strongest Outrider Knight. I'm sorry that it had to turn out this way. But with Emma's Basin of Vows, we dropped the ladder leading us to Lothric Castle, the final stretch of our journey to bring the lords back to their thrones. And before moving on, we finally give our Firekeeper soul that we found at the top of the shrine to our Firekeeper. And with that power boost, she can now heal our Dark Sigil that we got from Yol for the low price of damn! If you remember towards the beginning of the video, we got 5 free levels from this sigil. So we are forced to pay 5 levels worth of souls, except we're like 50 levels higher than we were back then, and it does scale as you can see. So, yeah, maybe we'll pay off our debt to Tom Nook some other time. We also dropped Logan's scroll off with Orbeck, who nearly shits himself.
Oh my.
And back in Lothric, while we can head straight to the castle, I'd rather go through an optional side area first. The Consumed King's Garden, the beginning of our deep dive into Lothric's craziness. Now, up to this point, we don't really know much about the King of Lothric, Osiros. Only that the Kingdom of Lothric wanted to produce the perfect heir to link the fire. Even before Osiros was born, this fire linking tradition was always paramount to all of the rulers of Lothric. And as the first flame began to fade, I'm sure that they felt very pressured to produce the perfect candidates. However, it seems that Osiros took this much more seriously than any of his predecessors, at least that we know of, becoming obsessed even. But as we know, the Prince of Lothric had no desire to link the flame. That being the very reason that we were brought back as an unkindled in the first place, along with the other Lords of Cinder. So, what went wrong? Well, we will be saving a lot of the specifics for the castle further ahead, but here's the short version. Osiros originally had 2 children with the queen. The first was Lorien. He was raised as a knight and would go on to prove himself as a very strong one at that. His greatest accomplishment being that he single-handedly defeated the Demon Prince, an immensely powerful demon. And while this insane feat of strength would likely make any normal father proud, Osiros did not want a strong son. He wanted a perfect one. So he decided that his next child would be the perfect candidate for extending the Age of Fire, going as far as to name him Lothric after the kingdom, along with erecting statues of him long before he had even accomplished anything. You could not find a better example of a father pushing unrealistic expectations onto a child, even going so far as to preemptively create his throne that we see at Firelink, along with a platinum sword to be used on his journey to eventually sacrifice himself. And to make a bad situation even worse, Prince Lothric was born incredibly weak and frail to no fault of his own, never even growing out of his baby clothes. Knowing this, Osiros, of course, had the best minds and doctors in the kingdom search for solutions on how to cure his natural feebleness, although nothing ever came of it. Unsurprisingly, for a sick child born into all of these expectations, Prince Lothric became very bitter, and eventually choosing to let the world die a slow death rather than linking it himself. And I mean, why would he want to embark on a journey to sacrifice himself for a world that dealt him such a bad hand in the first place? However, as you may expect, Osiros did not take this very well. He was never exactly sane in the first place, but this really sent him over the edge. much. So he decided to begin studying the texts of Seath the Scaleless. The same texts that drove Big Hat Logan, along with many other curious people, mad. Osiris eventually became obsessed with dragons, and even using his royal blood for what is only described as a greater purpose, solidifying himself as a Seath fanboy and by extension, my greatest enemy. And in this state of madness, he also produced yet another child with the Queen by the name of Ocelot, with the Queen quietly choosing to leave the kingdom of Lothric shortly after his conception. Probably wanting absolutely nothing to do with Osiris, as it's safe to say that this third child was not made out of love. The Queen wasn't the only one to notice the king's mental decline either, with many assassins being sent his way, although none ever came back. And while it never explicitly states who sent all of these assassins, it's more than likely his own court seeing him fall apart right before their eyes. Although anytime there is bad shit going on, you could never go wrong with suspecting Sullivan, but we can still see these assassins all around the consumed King's Garden, all but confirming this was his last known location. And towards the end of the garden, we encounter a fog gate, along with some very strange noises coming from inside.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up, for he is all that I have.
Here is what's left of the Mad King of Lothric. Before we talk about his appearance, let's talk about Ocelot. Shortly into the fight, it seems that Osiris loses track of him.
Ah, dear little Ocelot. Where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
And while you'd more than likely assume from the cutscene that there isn't actually a baby, there is. Its cries being what we heard earlier. We can't see it because this baby is a crossbreed between a human and a dragon, much like Shanalot, Yorshka, or more importantly, Priscilla. I want to point to crossbreed Priscilla in particular because she was a product of Seath and had the ability to become invisible during her fight as well, which would explain Ocelot's non-existent appearance right here. And as we get further into this fight, the consumed king loses his grasp on what little sanity he has more and more, eventually turning his anger to Ocelot's inadequacy.
Ocelot!
During the fight, after yelling Ocelot's name, the baby stops crying. And while his death is only implied during the fight, some surprisingly graphic cut audio gives us a better insight into Osiris. A terrible father all the way to the end. As for his transformation, the specifics aren't made clear to us, but that is more than likely the greater purpose he harnessed his royal blood for, and the inspiration for the Pale Dragon Seath is obvious. His boss soul leading to weapons used by Seath the Scaleless. First, his white dragon breath, confirming that the king was intrigued by the knowledge that Big Hat Logan achieved in his madness. The second being the iconic Moonlight Greatsword, originally able to be acquired by cutting off Seath's tail back in Dark Souls 1. And this transformation isn't just his appearance. While he has always been a horrible person, his previous obsession with linking the fire seems to have all but disappeared. In the beginning of this fight, he called us ignorant slaves, possibly reaching some kind of enlightenment, at least as he sees it, completely free from his previous obsession, only to spend his remaining years protecting Ocelot deep inside of his garden, only to carelessly murder his own baby when he too doesn't live up to the unrealistic expectations set by the king. So, let's make this world a better place and put an end to this piece of shit father. Good fucking riddance. Past where we fought the consumed king is a giant stone door, and inside are stone tablets filled with text that we can't even make out, along with corpses of these things, with one of them still being alive. Definitely haven't seen any enemies like that yet. Beyond the strange creatures is a dead knight who teaches us the Path of the Dragon emote. And wait a second! We learned about the Path of the Dragon from that dragon torso stone way back in Irithyll Dungeon, along with a humanoid dragon hybrid too, just like Osiros. It's also worth pointing out that this isn't any old ordinary knight. This is a Drakeblood knight. These knights, led by Sir Jorg, originally assaulted the kingdom of Shulva back in Dark Souls 2, a place home to an everlasting dragon by the name of Sin that was in an eternal slumber, who was celebrated and respected as a deity by the people of Shulva, never disturbing its slumber. Jorg, along with his knights, however, believed that by obtaining the blood of a dragon, they could transcend their mortal shackles. So they assaulted the city, and Jorg himself drew the blood of Sin, only for the dragon to instinctively release poison that it has been slowly accumulating over countless years, immediately wiping out nearly all of the Drakeblood knights and citizens of Shulva. So it seems that even after the events of Shulva, they found a lead that drew them to this Archdragon Peak that we learned about earlier. So after we finish up at the castle, we will definitely be heading back to the dungeon to investigate that a little further. It seems as though that's all there is for us here, which of course means that there is something more to be discovered. Finding an ominous dark path hidden behind an illusory wall, leading us to a very secret area called the Untended Graves. And it does not take very long until you realize exactly where we are. The same exact Cemetary of Ash that we began our journey at so long ago. Except this place is nearly completely dark, and also infinitely harder.
That's bleeding. I need some trash to plug up the cut.
Oh shit, I'm fucked, I'm fucked! I hate these fucking dogs! But what exactly is this place? Well, believe it or not, we just very casually traveled back in time when we entered this place. Once again, to reiterate what Solaire said, as the first flame begins to fade, time becomes convoluted. So while at first glance it may seem like we are in either an Age of Dark or even somewhere in the Abyss, neither of those can be true. The Abyss itself definitely still exists, but we've seen Firelink for ourselves in the present looking pretty bright. And the whole plot revolves around never letting an Age of Dark come to pass in the first place, so it can't be that either. So what is it then? While of course never explicitly stated, this is almost definitely a point in time where the first flame was incredibly close to fading before it was linked yet again. We've seen something similar back in Dark Souls 1. When Gwendolyn's illusion is broken, we see the previously bright kingdom turn dark, how it truly exists at that point in time, signifying that the Age of Fire was coming to an end, as it is here in the Untended Graves in the past. Before long, we find ourselves in the same place that we fought Udex Gundyr all the the way back in the beginning. And strangely enough, here he is again in the Untended Graves, surrounded by candles burning brightly, making for a very cool setting for what is, kind of a lukewarm to hot take, my favorite boss fight in the entire game, Champion Gundyr. At least only in terms of how much fun I have actually fighting them mechanically. There's no tricks, there's no magic, there's no bullshit moves or obstacles in the arena to even get stuck on. It's just a true one-on-one with nothing but your weapons. He's also, unsurprisingly, a significant upgrade from his Udex version, as you'll see several examples of me getting my face smashed in. Although dying to fun bosses can honestly feel like a treat sometimes, since you can just fight them again. That's the kind of disease that these games implant in your brain at some point. But you see, Gundyr here was originally charged with the duty of linking the First Flame, same as us, going so far as to be gifted a halberd that could never crumble to help him with his duty. Except while we began our journey right after waking up, it seems that Gundyr here got held up somewhere along the way. And by the time that he arrived, this place looked exactly as we see it now, empty and dark, devoid of all life. Not even his firekeeper was here to greet him. And when we approached him kneeling, it's more than likely not very long after he came to the realization that he had failed. Possibly the reason that we can see his eyes turning red, the beginning stages of the Pus of Man, which we saw eventually come to pass in our first fight with him in the future. But what could have stopped him from accomplishing his life's purpose? It doesn't say much in-game about it, so most people just brush it off as him being late, but that question honestly kind of drives me crazy. And I think the ring that you can make with his boss soul is the only hint we get at an answer. A prisoner's chain, saying that a prisoner is one who staked everything on a belief, a proclivity most apparent in the greatest of champions. So weird, right? The only guess that I can muster is that he was held prisoner by someone who really wanted to prevent him linking the First Flame. Because if one thing is for sure, it's that Gundyr here took his duty incredibly seriously for someone who had failed before they even began. It may even be possible that since the flame was already fading, he got lost in the fabric of time himself. Regardless of how it came to be, this failure would go on to become common knowledge as well, with the Estus ring telling of how Gundyr's greatest shame became a favorite tale of the masses. Also, while only a theory of mine, I believe Gundyr here was a member of the Lothric royal family prior to Osiris. He clearly was being groomed to link the fire for a very long time, along with being gifted a halberd that can never crumble. And I don't recall anybody offering us or any other unkindled a halberd that doesn't crumble as soon as they wake up. It's also very similar to how Prince Lothric was given a platinum sword to help on his journey to link the fire long before he ever needed it. And finally, it would also make sense as to how Gundyr's story reached the masses in the first place. I'm sure that it served as a cautionary tale about how important it is to follow the path that's been laid out by Gwyn for countless generations by this point. Like I said though, that's just my personal theory, so you know, take it or leave it. Regardless of his potential origins, we need to put him to rest, as we are the ones who will be deciding the fate of this world. Goodbye, Gundyr. As always, thank you for another fun fight, my guy. And if you can remember, in the beginning of this video, we never got a soul for killing Udex Gundyr, only for him to drop one here. It was also stated that Gundyr was defeated by some unknown warrior in the past. That, of course, being us. And completing my favorite recurring event in every single one of the Dark Souls games. Hearing of how someone was defeated in the past by an unknown warrior only for it to be revealed to be the player. So cool. And after defeating Gundyr, he would become the sheath for the coiled sword, choosing to judge Ash to make sure that they are worthy of the task so they do not repeat his failure. Only for it to be us that once again defeats him in battle. So goodbye, Gundyr. You will always be criminally underrated just because of how many amazing bosses this game has. And just beyond Gundyr is the door leading to Firelink Shrine. Except rather than useless hollows, there's Gwyn's Black Knights? What the hell are they doing here? Well, let's put a pin in that for a minute as we enter the Untended Graves version of Firelink. Except it's completely empty. That is, besides one person.
Well, fancy that. A lost lamb wandereth in, with nary a peep from the bell. Well, thou shouldst my purpose know. What can this old handmaid provide thee?
And our Shrine Handmaiden right here is our 100% confirmation that we are in the past. Because if you somehow did not speak to her up to this point in the game, she very clearly recognizes us.
Oh, thou'rt. Oh no, 'tisn't anything, Ashen One. I am but a humble handmaid of the shrine.
Interesting. She also has, oh, get the fuck out of here. Armor change, armor change, armor change, armor change. God, it's just so beautiful. They still have not made an armor set that I like more than this one. And it seems as though there is nothing else for us here. But I mean, you know what that means by this point. Behind an illusory wall, we find a pair of Firekeeper eyes. The very same eyes that Firekeepers remove so that they don't envision a world without fire. So it's very appropriate that we find them in a dark place like this. And these aren't just any Firekeeper eyes, but the very first Firekeepers. With these, our Firekeeper would be able to see more possibilities for the world rather than linking the first flame. I'm not so sure how she'd react though, as this would definitely go against everything that she's learned as a Firekeeper. While still deciding on what to do, back in normal Firelink, Ludlith of all people offers us some more information about the eyes.
Ah, found her, did we? And the black eyes that shimmer within, I see. 'Tis as if it were but yesterday. We did all we could to spare her from them. Much has happened since. Mayhap I should apprise thee of what the thin light of these eyes might reveal to the eyeless Firekeeper. Scenes of betrayal, things never intended for her ken, visions of this age's end. The eyes show a world destitute of fire, a barren plain of endless darkness, a place born of betrayal. So I willed myself, Lord, to link the fire, to paint a new vision. What is thine intent?
Wow, that was a lot to process. First, it appears that Ludlith here is the one who saved the Age of Fire during the time of the Untended Flames. Good job, man. Proud of you. Back to the eyes, though. While they do offer a different future than one of fire, nothing is set in stone until the pivotal moment in the Kiln of the First Flame. So, let's give them to our Firekeeper and really hope that she's not offended or something.
Ashen One, are these eyes? How gracious of thee, Ashen One. The very things we Firekeepers have been missing. Ashen One, my thanks for the eyes thou'st given. But Firekeepers are not meant to have eyes. It is forbidden. These will reveal through a sliver of light frightful images of betrayal. A world without fire. Ashen One, is this truly thy wish? Of course. I serve thee, and will do as thou bidst. This will be our private affair. No one else may know of this. Stay thy path. Find lords to link the fire, and I will blindly tend to the flame. Until the day of thy grand betrayal.
Well, that went pretty well. It seems our Firekeeper has a lot more trust in us than I thought. And while this may seem like a simple step for just another ending, let me put this in perspective. Countless generations going from before even the events of Dark Souls 1 have followed the path that Gwyn has laid out. Firekeepers tending to the flame along with assisting the undead to eventually sacrifice themselves to prolong the Age of Fire. We've even seen how far people are willing to go, like in the case of the Consumed King. This is just the way that it has always been, but it's not always the way that it has to be. With these Firekeeper eyes, we have the ability to choose a different path, one that doesn't involve keeping the current world on life support any longer. As the Firekeeper said herself, a grand betrayal to the sacrifices of countless others as well as the rest of the world. The weight of this moment can also be heard as the iconic theme of Firelink changes from here on out. It's a much more melancholy track compared to the original, because whether this world is dying or not, it's the only world that anyone has ever known. The Age of Fire brought forth all of these things like heat, cold, light, dark, life, and death, among many other things. It's a pretty scary thought, losing all of these things that we take for granted in our world. It honestly almost makes you sympathize with Gwyn and the fear that he felt seeing the flame fade for the first time so long ago. But ultimately, the decision is up to us at the very end of our journey. But we still have a while before that happens. So, after saying goodbye to our partner in crime, we make our way to Lothric Castle. Finally, we arrive at the castle, the final stretch of the base game, and we immediately have like 1,000 things to talk about. Definitely going to be the most dense section of the video with lore. Lothric's got a lot going on. And before we even talk about the area itself, let's talk about the sky. And just try to ignore the weird, evil-looking butterflies for now, we will get there. This change in the sky actually happened back when we defeated Yorm, but this is the first time that we really get a good look at it. And looking at the sun, it appears to nearly be a total eclipse. And while you can find Berserk references in all of these games, this one is probably the most obvious. Don't panic though, it's only the appearance that's similar and not the unbelievably awful events that transpired. But besides the Berserk reference, doesn't it look like something else that we've seen before? That's right. It's also nearly identical to the dark sign that Gwyn branded humanity with ages ago. But why is this? Well, there is actually no in-game explanation for this phenomenon, so it truly is open to your own interpretation. So this is just going to be my take on it. Originally, Gwyn placed this curse on humans to seal the dark inside every one of them, turning humans into the undead. Well, now the sun, the very thing that Gwyn loved, took on this unnatural appearance befitting a world this far removed from the natural order of things. This world that Gwyn desperately wanted to protect has practically become undead itself at this point, never being allowed to die. The first flame having been rekindled countless times just because of one man's fear. The eclipse not only signifying the end of our journey, but the end of the world itself. At least that's how I see it. Maybe Miyazaki added it because it looked cool, I don't know. But let's briefly talk about the actual level before we get lost in the lore of Lothric. If I had to sum up this area in one word, it would be obnoxious. It would be so incredible if it wasn't for two things. First, the little guys that constantly buff and heal the Lothric Knights. It practically turns them into a mini-boss. And second, the stupid Lloyd's Talisman guys. They have dumb little hollows positioned at higher levels that just toss these things at you to prevent any kind of healing. And it's incredibly easy not to notice in the middle of a fight with multiple enemies, and then boom, you're screwed. I don't even know why I just tried to roll through them, that was so stupid. Yeah, this place can be really chaotic. But let's talk about this place, since all we really know by this point is that Osiros is in the running for the worst father in Dark Souls history, and that there was a civil war between the Lothric Knights and the Winged Knights long ago. So let's look at Lothric's 3 pillars again, since it lays the groundwork to how this kingdom functioned in its peak. This time with much more context than before. The first was the Lothric Knights. Pretty self-explanatory. The military force of the kingdom used to maintain order as well as defend the kingdom from any outside threats. Very skilled knights, some of which were even capable of riding wyverns, much like King Vendrick's army in Dark Souls 2. Also wielding lightning weapons, since, as we know, lightning is very good against dragons and wyverns in Dark Souls. The second pillar of Lothric was the Scholars. The brightest minds in Lothric, completely dedicated to knowledge and discovering lost kinds of magic in a location deeper in the castle known as the Grand Archives, where many of the remaining books from Seath's collection are located, and where the consumed king accelerated his descent into madness. And the third pillar of Lothric was the Priestess. The High Priestess being our dearly departed Emma, actually. This religious branch of the kingdom focused mostly on glorifying the linking of the fire, as well as implanting this belief in all of their citizens. So Prince Lothric didn't just have his father's expectations to live up to, but all of the people of Lothric. If you remember, the reason that Emma summoned us back to her location was because she wanted us to convince the prince that he should link the fire like he is supposed to. And while there are only 3 pillars of Lothric officially, there is one more that is unknown to the general public. The Hunters, responsible for carrying out the secret orders of the royal family no matter how despicable. Also meant to keep the other branches in line so one didn't gain more power than any of the others. And the higher ranking members of this shadow branch that have served multiple kings of Lothric were referred to as Black Hands. And this was how the kingdom was governed, and it seemed to have worked out very well for a while. It's really easy to forget that despite us focusing on the current royal family in our playthrough, Lothric has been around for many generations at this point. But there was a pivotal moment that led to a civil war breaking out among its own people and military. But in order to explain that, we need to turn our attention to the Queen. Someone I've only referred to as such up to this point, but the overwhelming majority of the community agrees that it's a name that you've heard several times up to this point. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and the Princess of Sunlight, also found as a painting in the Pontiff's Manor. Prior to the DLC, her identity was only strongly hinted at in the Divine Blessing item description, as Guinevere is always associated with both fertility and bounty. Although much later, in an area of the DLC that takes place in the distant future, you can find the projected Heal Miracle, talking of how in the final days of Lothric, the people would still try and recall the image of the Princess of Sunlight, a title specific to only Guinevere. And it makes sense why they'd conjure the image of not only their old queen, but one of the only remaining gods during her rule. But while the evidence does seem definitive, and I definitely believe it to be the case, it's still worth pointing out that it's not 100% confirmed. Some people still think too many blanks need to be filled in for it to be the case, since last we heard she left Anor Londo to marry the god of flame, Flann. That sounded kind of funny. But the most likely alternative to this being that the Queen of Lothric was simply one of Guinevere's children rather than the Princess of Sunlight herself. There's also another theory about Guinevere that I'll get into shortly after the castle, but many things in the plot just make a whole lot more sense once you assume Guinevere is the queen. Just wanted to point out that it's not 100% confirmed. But okay, now that we went down that rabbit hole, let's get back to Lothric. When Guinevere married into the existing monarchy in Lothric, she was revered as a queen. The kingdom was completely devoted to extending the Age of Fire, so the daughter of the Lord of Sunlight himself must have been overwhelming for many of the citizens. Guinevere also already had children prior to marrying Osiros and becoming queen, most likely the children that she had with Flann. These children of hers, however, would not be treated with the same reverence. One of her daughters, Gertrude, known as the Heavenly Daughter, was one of the lucky ones, being able to serve as her mother's holy maiden along with having a big role in the priestess branch of Lothric, being a devout follower of the kingdom's beliefs herself. That is, until something pretty insane happened. She was apparently visited by something only described as an angel, and this spiritual encounter would completely change Gertrude and lead to the eventual civil war. The angel told Gertrude of a completely different way of life, one that didn't involve linking the fire. Rather, one that brought forth an age of humanity, or in other words, an age of dark. And keep in mind that for ordinary people, there is no option B to this Age of Fire. So to Gertrude, this was pretty mind-blowing stuff to hear. And she of course made sure to record this completely new perspective on life and what comes after. And this would eventually be known as the Angelic Faith. However, as we know, Lothric already has its own pillar dedicated solely to their belief in continuing the Age of Fire, the complete opposite of the Angelic Faith. So, this faith was seen as heresy in the eyes of much of the kingdom. So, when Gertrude began spreading the word of this Angelic Faith, she was thrown inside of a cage in the Grand Archives, despite her being related to the Queen. And it's in here that the scholars subjected her to many experiments and torture. However, despite all of that, she never lost faith in the angel. And word of this angelic faith did not die with her in that cage, as it slowly began circulating around Lothric, with even some of the knights buying into it as well. These angelic knights being the winged knights that we've seen way back in the High Wall. And now, the Civil War probably makes a whole lot more sense. It wasn't just an ideological difference, but what dictated all of the kingdom's actions. Keep in mind, Osiris, Emma, and many of Lothric's higher-ups were obsessed with creating the perfect heir to link the fire. However, this angelic faith presented an alternative, one that none of the people ever knew existed. And I'm sure by this point you're curious about the angel that visited Gertrude. While much of that is revealed to us later in the DLC, we can find a pretty big hint throughout the castle. It's these statues right here. Recognize that beautiful face? That is one of the primordial serpents that have been around since Dark Souls 1, Frompt and Koth. Frompt being a friend of Lord Gwyn and pushing the world towards prolonging the Age of Fire, and Koth, who wants to bring forth an Age of Dark. You can think of them as ancient beings that just try and push the world in their respective directions. You know, the whole meme, two sides of the same coin kind of thing. And going with what we know about the angel so far, it is more than likely related to Koth, as their goals are certainly aligned here. However, the real story is far less simple than Koth just trying to get Gertrude to spread his propaganda throughout Lothric. Not to mention the strange flying butterflies that are also related to this whole thing. So feel free to give it some thought, since it's going to be a while before we get our answers. And whew, information overload. I told you it would be dense here. And we didn't even make it to the second half of this place yet. So let's take a small break from the whole religious civil war and talk about some simple bits of lore that we can find in the castle. First, the wyverns who make going through the front door a pain in the ass. We already know that Osiris was super obsessed with dragons towards the end of his life, and since dragons are impossibly hard to come by, he played around with wyverns. These even being controlled by the pus of man, and keen-eyed viewers may detect that these are wyverns and not men. Plus, wyverns don't have fragments of the dark soul like the undead or hollows for the pus of man to even appear. So this could either be some experimentation thing, or a more silly, simple explanation would be that they ate hollows and it just kind of popped out of the wyverns. Oops. Regardless of the cause, once you defeat the pus, then the wyverns disappear. Next up, yet another Outrider Knight, except this time deep in Lothric Castle. And this brings me to a personal theory of mine about the Pontiff, as it's not stated by anything in-game. But I fully buy into the fact that Solivan was the one goading the king into this dragon research spiral of his. Remember the wretches? Oh shit, what's up, Joey? But remember that these abominations were created with dragons in mind, not to mention the humanoid dragon that we also found in the Pontiff's dungeon. So, my theory is that the Pontiff was currently focused on destroying Lothric from the inside to add to his ever-increasing spread of influence in the world. Also explaining why he had Vort and the Dancer located at key entry and exit points of Lothric. Or, if for no other reason, just to obtain all of Seath's ancient knowledge located deep within the Grand Archives. Which, spoiler, has yet another Outrider Knight inside. Like I said though, that's just a theory. I just find it impossible to believe that both Osiris and Solivan just both happen to be researching dragons on their own. Kind of a stretch. And our last point of interest here is... oh my god! It's beautiful! Finally! Praise the sun, baby! It also seems that the statue is broken just like the other games too, which is pretty strange. Kind of hard not to view it as intentional at this point. Supposedly, it originally depicted a god of war, one that supposedly trained all 4 of Gwyn's strongest knights and also led the charge against the Battle of the Dragons in Gwyn's war ages ago. But if that were the case, we surely would have more knowledge of such an important person in the world. It would have to be the greatest cover-up in history otherwise. Wait, you don't think the rumors about that missing statue in Anor Londo? Nah, I'm definitely overthinking it. They'd be long dead by this point anyways. And by now, we have finally reached the end of this hellish castle and find ourselves faced with the infamous fog door. Getting a look from the side shows one of those strange flying creatures just resting on the other side. And it looks like that is going to turn out to be our challenger. And while it seems to be the case, don't get distracted by the ethereal-looking butterfly, as there's a grown-ass man on his way over to smash my head in. Dragon Slayer Armor. The name actually sums up this boss rather nicely. Not a whole lot to add, honestly. But as it implies, this suit of armor used to belong to a very powerful dragon slayer from an age long past. and it is currently unoccupied, rather being controlled. When we take an early sneak peek at its boss soul, we see that it is being controlled by a pilgrim butterfly. We finally have a name for that weird thing. The pilgrim part is really interesting too, considering that the only pilgrims that we've come across were all of the dead ones. Besides Yol, of course. It also seems that these pilgrim butterflies are capable of thought, as it is clearly doing its best to put a stop to us right now. And this fight is a lot of fun, besides the ranged attacks from the butterfly, especially as a strength build. It's like a manly exchange of blows. When we, of course, come out on top, we notice that the pilgrim butterfly controlling the armor dies alongside it. Kinda sad. I'd feel bad if it didn't just try and kill us. But we have finally finished Lothric Castle, and now we finally enter the Grand Archives. Shortly after entering, we are greeted with yet another Crystal Sage. If you recall, we defeated only one of the twins back in the Road of Sacrifices, with the other one being right in front of us in the Grand Archives. In fact, they may have been the ones to introduce Seath's knowledge to Lothric in the first place. Them also serving as one of my biggest pet peeves in these games that Miyazaki seems to love so dearly. Having a mage attack you from places that you can't reach. And unfortunately, this is where the Scholar Pillar of Lothric has its home. So, lots of magic to deal with, yay! And before we get back into the lore, I need to talk about the most miserable invasion that I've ever been the recipient of. Micah. Now, the common Souls etiquette is to emote or say hello before the fight begins. And it doesn't take me long to realize that Micah here is lagging. Their character does not move at all. And I mean, obviously, I thought it was kind of hilarious at first. So I wasn't trying to actively kill Micah since it seemed like they were at a disadvantage, and I mean, it's an invasion in the beginning of this area. Really not that serious. And this would turn out to be the biggest mistake of my life, because no exaggeration, this was the longest non-friendly invasion that I've ever experienced. About 18 minutes of battling with this vegetable. After the back and forth got boring after a while, I decided to just outright kill them. Except the hitboxes were not registering at all on my end. So I tried a Seed of a Giant Tree, which makes enemies aggro onto any invaders. This, unfortunately, didn't work either. And I was locked in this eternal hell at like 11:30 p.m. when I had to get up early for work the next morning. Micah had not only a crossbow with seemingly infinite ammo, but also an infinite amount of time to waste. I tried to be stubborn, but eventually I gave in and decided to just finally take the L so I can go back to the video. Only for them to throw literal shit on my corpse after we spent all of that time fighting. So Micah, if you're watching this, fuck you. Back to the Grand Archives though. Needless to say from the name, books are absolutely everywhere. Countless shelves filled with them and gigantic piles of them all over the floor. Something infinitely more strange, however, is the scene right here. We see several of these scholars that have completely covered their heads with wax. Are they stupid? Well, actually, they're geniuses. As I said before, many books from Seath's archives are now held here. The same books that have driven so many people insane at this point. And as we approach these shelves, we can see these eerie Seath-like arms coming out of them. Rapidly cursing us whenever we are in range. But obviously, that did not matter to these people. Curiosity and the idea of potential power is enough to keep people falling for it over and over again. Except, it turns out that the solution to this problem was dumping your head in wax the whole time. I mean, obviously. How anyone figured this out in the first place is beyond me, but let's give it a go. Yup, can confirm that it does indeed work. Good job, scholars. But enough about them, let's turn our attention to Prince Lothric. Emma summoned us back with the intention of confronting him in the first place, after all. So we already know that the prince had a rough upbringing, to say the least. Being born into an impossible role for him to fulfill. Having been born so weak and feeble. We know that he eventually turned his back on linking the fire, but where did that rebellion come from? Well, the Soul Stream spell gives us some juicy info, stating that the first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire and served as a private mentor to the prince. Looking at Soul Stream, it looks an awful lot like the Soul Geyser spell from Dark Souls 2, which was an invention of King Vendrick's brother, Aldia, scholar of the First Sin. Aldia was finally mentioned! You see, the main problem that the Kingdom of Drangleic was facing in Dark Souls 2 was the re-emergence of the undead curse as the first flame began to fade. Both Vendrick and Aldia wanted to look for a solution outside of continuing the cycle of linking the fire over and over again, but their methods were very different. While both of them certainly got their hands dirty, Aldia would take it a step further. Countless experiments and dedicating himself to studying Lord Gwyn to find the secret of the matter. And while Vendrick was able to find a band-aid to the dark sign with the Bearer of the Curse's help, Aldia was actually able to rid himself of it once and for all. Something completely unprecedented in the world. Except it turned him into the strange-looking tree thing as a side effect. Still impressive nonetheless. He also really likes to jump scare you on a regular basis. Never changed Dark Souls 2, but Aldia absolutely detested Gwyn for what he did to humanity.
Once, the Lord of Light banished dark and all that stemmed from humanity. And then assumed a fleeting form. These are the roots of our world. Men are props in the state of life, and no matter how tender, how exquisite, a lie will remain a lie.
So, it's more than likely Aldia who first implanted the idea of rebelling against the cycle in Prince Lothric's mind. However, regardless of how it got in there, the prince made the decision of his own accord. But even though he lived such a sad life, there was one small glimmer of happiness. His brother, Lorien, the accomplished knight who slayed the demon prince alone, who was meant to help his brother in his journey to link the fire. And while you may expect there to be feelings of resentment between these two, you'd be wrong. The two of them were always there for one another, probably becoming close as a result of their piece of shit father. Makes sense to me, this guy sucks. But their bond went much deeper than their hatred for their father. Despite already being such an accomplished knight in his own right, Lorien decided to throw it all away for his younger brother, making the selfless sacrifice to instead try and ease the ailments the prince was afflicted with by taking some of them on himself, making Lorien both mute and crippled as a result of this, with it going so far as to outright say that this is what Lorien wanted. It's very rare that they confirm motivations so explicitly in these games. And now the two of them are both waiting for the world to slowly come to an end, together. The curse also made their two souls inseparable. A heartwarming story of brotherly love, but also a very strong signal that we have two bosses waiting for us. Great. Before we reach them, however, we are stopped by three people. One is Black Hand Kamui, the Black Hands being the higher rankers in the secret fourth pillar, the Hunters of Lothric. The female mage is the daughter of Crystal Crimeheld. The interesting part about her is that she's actually the apprentice of the Crystal Sages. And finally, John Dark Souls 2, his other name being Lion King Albert. He is for sure the most mysterious of the three, as there is not much known about him outside of him being an optional summon by Vort. Very weird. The armor, being the canon armor of Dark Souls 2, is the Faram armor. Beautiful, isn't it? This was worn by worshippers of a war god known as Faram. Different than the god of war supposedly depicted in the Altar of Sunlight, by the way, so don't get them mixed up. And fighting the three of them actually is not that bad, especially compared to the three NPCs that jump you in Yahar Ghul. And behind them is a path leading to the final stretch of this place. Ugh, it looks so damn cool with the orange sky. To the side is an area with more winged knights ready to jump us. And they're surprisingly strong. I also don't know any lore reason why all of them have these Buddha bellies compared to the normal knights. I'm a big fan of it regardless though. There's also a mini hollow army blocking our way to the Prince's Chamber. Not very fun. So, while I normally like to kill everyone, I'm cashing in on one of my YOLO runs right here because this is way too much for someone of my skill level, especially because we have a Lord of Cinder to contend with. One that is even recognized by the world itself, despite never having even linked the first flame in the first place. So, let's confront Prince Lothric once and for all, and return his cinders to the throne.
Oh dear. Another dogged contender. Welcome, unkindled one. purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
I guess we're taking on Lorien first. Makes sense that he wouldn't hesitate to defend his feeble brother, who is more than happy to teleport him around, by the way. Whoa, I thought that was phase 2! Yeah, forgive me, it's been a couple years since I played this game last. And Lorien's strength is no joke. He's beating the ever-loving shit out of me despite being both crippled and mute. I'm almost glad that we don't need to worry about dealing with him at full strength. And with barely any Estus left, we finally put an end to Lorien.
Oh, dear brother, I'm on my way. Brother, unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
Now the true fight against the Lord of Cinder begins. And it's over.
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
Good one, Lothric. Probably spent all your time in here coming up with that one. Second try goes infinitely better since I've refamiliarized myself with his moveset. However, there is another problem. As we saw from the cutscene, Lothric is capable of reviving Lorien, meaning that Prince Lothric is our true target. But he's currently riding piggyback on Lorien like Yoda. So the real challenge is focusing on Lothric while Lorien is constantly teleporting and attacking you from the front, making for, without a doubt, the most challenging Lord of Cinder fight in the entire game.
Ashen One, you remain among the accursed.
At least they both died as they lived together. And with that, we have successfully completed our hit list. Can you believe it only took however many hours we're at right now in the video? So now, with all of the cinders of the lords, we can go to the Kiln of the First Flame and officially finish the game. Except, we have a pretty big to-do list to get through before we do that. Obviously, the first thing on our list is checking up on Joey. You're like a brother to me too, but you don't need to say it all the time. It's kind of embarrassing. And I guess while we're here, we can also check on the mysterious Archdragon Peak too. The stone did say that we need to meditate and envision Archdragon Peak in our minds to begin the path of the dragon. So let's do exactly that. Oh shit, it's either real or we are in a deep psychosis right now. But what exactly is this majestic place? Well, believe it or not everyone was cool with Gwyn's decision to just drive the beautiful archdragons to extinction. The only problem was how unmatched Gwyn was in terms of power when compared to literally anyone else. I said it in the beginning, even by the end of the Dark Souls trilogy, it truly seems as though Prime Gwyn is the strongest. So, whether they agreed with it or not, they didn't have a choice in the matter. But this unbelievably secret shrine was established to continue to honor the archdragons that are no longer with us, now occupied with their descendants, man-serpents. Remember that we saw one of these behind Osiros? It's no surprise that the idea of this place intrigued Osiros and many of the other dragon enjoyers who somehow found a way to this mysterious mountain peak. We can see this place in the distance from other areas too, like Anor Londo. I love when games do that. Shout out Mario Sunshine. And interestingly enough, the sun also looks completely normal here, leading me to believe that we probably traveled to an earlier point in time as well. And shortly after we get here, a wild wyvern shows up. A huge one at that, damn. Time to run away. While I am definitely scared, that's actually the protocol here. This big fella falls under the category of gimmick boss. So while you could definitely just slash its toes, it would take forever. Tons of health and not a super fun fight if you do it normally. I've done it before. So what they want you to do is run through a gauntlet of man serpents to nail a plunging attack in epic fashion. Oh, I knew it! I always miss! I don't think I've ever managed to do it on the first try. I don't think this fight is very popular, but I honestly find it kind of fun. Definitely not in my top 10 or anything, but the hectic run through the enemies is pretty fun since I usually play slowly. And on the second try, we managed to stick the plunging attack. Goodbye, extremely random and abrupt boss. This next section has some of these man serpents summon Drakeblood Knights. Since we learned how to get here from one, it's not surprising that they were here too. However, the only sign of them are now the summoned versions. I'm sure that if they tried to pull the shit that they pulled with Sin here, the man serpents would probably just wipe them out. But the most interesting thing of note here in the peak is that we come across both the unique weapon and armor of none other than Dragon Slayer Ornstein himself. One of Gwyn's legendary 4 knights. Except one problem. We killed him back in Dark Souls 1, so before we even get to the why, how did he survive? Well, it turns out Gwendolyn just couldn't stop himself with the fucking illusions. So the man who killed me like 10,000 times was just a fake. Love it. With Smo's armor confirming that he was the last one defending the ruined cathedral in Anor Londo, with Ornstein having departed to Archdragon Peak. And now, why would he do that? If his title didn't already clue you in, he killed quite a few dragons himself. So there's 0% chance that he would come here to pay his respect to the dragons. His armor actually tells us the truth, that he came here seeking the Nameless King, or, in other words, the god of war depicted in all of the broken statues. He was real! Or, I mean, at least Ornstein thought so. He was a very strong knight, too, so it must have taken someone really powerful to finish him off. As a quick refresher, this Nameless King was the one who trained Gwyn's 4 knights, including Artorias, making our armor a very appropriate choice here. And this Nameless King supposedly played a very pivotal part in Gwyn's war against the dragons, only for him to be stripped of his accomplishments, monuments, and even his name. And the most shocking piece of information can only be achieved by the most dedicated followers of the Sun. When you hit max rank in the Covenant, you're rewarded with the Great Lightning Spear Miracle, which states Gwyn, the First Lord, slew dragons with his Sunlight Spear, a tradition upheld by his firstborn and the great spear that he wielded. Much of this resplendent tale of father and son, while epic, remains tragically untold. What? Yes, this Nameless King and the forgotten god of war was in fact Gwyn's firstborn son. The 5 people that didn't know that by now are probably freaking out. But why would Gwyn go so far as to destroy every statue, every mention of him in history books, and even his own name? It did say that the tale remains tragically untold. And if he really is at Archdragon Peak like Ornstein thought, why did he choose to come here of all places? A shrine meant to pay respect to the dragons that he killed alongside his father? Hopefully we can find more answers to these questions deeper in this place. And there may not be archdragons, but there's definitely wyverns still hanging around. Also rock lizards. I cannot stand these things. More than likely an evolution of the crystal lizard, except these have a ton of poise and are super annoying to fight with a sword. Eventually, we find ourselves in front of a message. To travel the path of the dragon, do not ring the great bell. This feels like a don't hit the big red button situation, but I do want to walk the path of the dragon first. So let's do that. Strangely enough, we find Hawkwood of all people available as a summon here. Last time we saw him, he was available to summon in the consumed King's Garden too, the same area where we learned the emote to enter this place. So it seems like our friend also wishes to walk the path of the dragon. But what is that anyways? Well, it's a walk up to the peak right ahead actually. Sounds simple, but there's a seemingly infinite amount of man serpents. And holy shit, these things just keep pouring in like a tsunami. There's something special about this man serpent though. I love when an enemy kind of bugs out in these games and you just share this weird moment of peace during a tense fight. Normally I'd probably leave him be because I like him, but we are on the path of the dragon after all. It's part of the process. And at the end, we see the corpse of a real Archdragon. And just look at the size of this thing. Only one thing to do here. Oh, Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone, my favorite, allowing us to take on the form of a dragon until death. Although it still says that we need a Twinkling Headstone to complete it. Gonna have to keep an eye out for that. We also have one more special thing to do before going back to ring that giant bell. Meeting an iconic old friend. Well, not really, it's kind of one-sided on my part, but let me introduce you to Havel the Rock. Havel is a very interesting character. He was originally a friend of Lord Gwyn, likely bonding over their hatred of dragons. Although I'm going to be honest, Havel probably hated dragons a lot more than Gwyn did, going so far as to wield one of their teeth as a weapon, with a gigantic great shield and what's usually the most tanky armor in the game to match, truly embodying a rock through and through. In Dark Souls 1, we can find what appears to be Havel locked inside of a watchtower, and while not 100% confirmed, I don't think that this is the real Havel. Here are my 3 reasons. 1. The watchtower basement key confirms that a friend locked him inside when he went hollow, making him an undead by default, and we all know how Gwyn feels about undead. 2. We find an identical set of armor in Anor Londo, likely belonging to the real Havel. And 3. When we kill the man in the tower, he drops Havel's ring, which explicitly says that his men wore this ring to carry a heavier load, meaning that's almost definitely one of his men and not the man himself. No shot the real Havel needed some ring to carry his load. So that's why I don't believe that the one in Dark Souls 1 is the real one. However, I 100% believe that this right here is the real deal. Just look at how he's dogging this dead wyvern with his eyes, killing it over and over again in his mind. And only the real Havel would have such a burning hatred for anything remotely resembling a dragon. Not to mention his strength. I forgot to turn on my HUD since I was getting pictures, so what followed was a very lengthy and manly battle where I had no idea how much health either of us had. He ate so many attacks, it was crazy. But if Chris Redfield can beat a rock, so can I. Rest easy, my king. When he dies, he drops both his weapon and his shield. No armor though, weirdly enough. If you want that, you need to go all the way back to Farron Keep where we fought the Stone Stray Demon after defeating him. Why? I literally have no idea. Maybe because the demon was a rock too? I don't know. Either way, we are the rock now. But back at Archdragon Peak, there's only one thing left for us to do. Nothing will remain once the bell has tolled. Sounds bad. Let's do it! Alright, this definitely looks bad, that's for sure. The strange thing is that we are able to walk on the clouds, to approach the coolest fog door in the entire game, where we can more than likely expect to meet none other than the war god himself, Gwyn's firstborn son. Here he is, and within the first few seconds of seeing what he's riding, it's immediately made clear to us what led to his father completely removing him from history. One of the abilities from his boss soul gives us some more details, as well as calling him an ally to the ancient dragons, telling of how he tamed a storm drake to lead a lifetime of battle, developing a close bond with it and likely leading to him sympathizing with the dragons that him and his father had been slaughtering up to that point, with the actual soul confirming that he chose to sacrifice everything to ally himself with the ancient dragons. Something that probably took an extraordinary amount of courage, considering that it was not only his father, but the strongest person in the entire world. And as cruel as Gwyn is, it seems as though he didn't have the heart to kill his own son, as he'd have done for likely anyone else who turned their back on him. So he wiped away any and all traces of his existence completely from the world, with us never even learning his own name. And now it seems like he protects Archdragon Peak out of respect to the ancient dragons who are long gone by now. After all, he would have completely ignored us if we just followed the path of the dragon and left. But we chose to ring the bell despite the warnings. And what is the bell for anyways? Nothing really explains it, but considering his timely approach after ringing, I can only think that this was to signal the arrival of a worthy challenger. He was a god of war after all, so Ornstein likely came here and rang the bell to try and kill his old teacher turned traitor, only to fail in his mission and die in the process. But it seems like we won't be making the same mistake as we finish off the Storm Drake. Now, this is where the fight really begins. The Nameless King wielding lightning while also using the storm itself to his advantage, worthy of being the Lord of Sunlight's firstborn son for sure. Some of his moves are also very reminiscent of his father's when we faced him back in Dark Souls 1, except while Gwyn was gravely weakened, the Nameless King has much more power at his disposal. Enough power to kill me at least, several times. The second attempt was a complete shit show. I could not even get a single hit in before I burned to death. Third try, I panic rolled too early and got myself killed in the second phase. In my opinion, the hardest boss in the base game without a shadow of a doubt, but those kind of fights only make your victory feel that much better. You fought well. The bell ringing once again after his defeat. this time clearing the storm and making way for the sun to shine through. A fitting end for the unknown king depicted in all of the broken altars of sunlight. Someone that any follower of the sun should have the utmost respect for. I really wish that we could have learned his name though. Knowing Gwyn's ego and his naming scheme with his other children, I'd bet you like $50 it was Gwyn Jr. But after walking the path of the dragon and defeating the legendary nameless king, we finish our time at the shrine. Next up is completing the stories of all of our allies that we've made during our journey. First up is Hawkwood the Deserter, a member of the Undead Legion who left the Legion prior to them linking the fire. He spent most of his time moping in Firelink until he left on short notice after we defeated the Abyss Watchers, us having seen him as a summon on our path to the dragon. And when we return to Andre, he gives us a message.
Oh, you've returned. I was hoping to see you. That crestfallen ass Hawkwood, he handed me this. He's changed a great deal since he left this place. Graven of face, he asked me to give it ye.
Or rather, some swordgrass. When we read it, we find out that this is how the Legion delivered messages of grave importance, telling us to meet him in the mausoleum where we fought the Abyss Watchers, and that only one can walk the path of the dragon. Now that I think about it, the twinkling torso stone we got at the peak said that we needed a matching headstone, so it seems that Hawkwood wants our stone to complete his pair. He certainly got a lot ballsier from when we first met him, that's for sure, so let's not leave him waiting.
Ah, this is unexpected. Well, I've decided to stop running from my fate. Loathe me all you like. I shall take what makes you dragon.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that. Heal your wounds, Dante. Get strong.
You are a dragon. More dragon than I.
You fought well, Hawkwood. Despite us being enemies at the end there, I'm glad that you found a purpose and went out fighting rather than slowly turning into a hollow. And with his piece, we can finally become a fully fledged dragon man. We look like some kind of cryptid. I already miss my armor though, I'm gonna be honest. Now how about our favorite little thrall, Grey Rat? Hope you didn't forget about him. But after his success pillaging in the Undead Settlement at Irithyll, he now wants to go to Lothric Castle. Hard no from me, bud, sorry. While he can survive in Irithyll given the right circumstances, Lothric Castle has a 0% chance of survival for our friend here. And unfortunately, his quest concluded in the beginning of our playthrough when he found out Loretta had died. So now he spends the rest of his time in Firelink, being good friends with both us and Patches. Patches, of course, is still very much himself and continues peddling goods to us out of the kindness of his heart. God bless, buddy. Carla also chooses to hang around Firelink after being freed from Irithyll Dungeon. Probably a huge upgrade, continuing to help us learn all kinds of dark knowledge if we so choose. And now, let's talk about the woman that I scared off earlier, Cirrus of the Sunless Realms. Her story involves her confronting her grandfather, Holy Knight Hodrick, the same crazy bloke that we met back in the Undead Settlement before the tree fell on him. Well, he is still alive, and Cirrus wants to put him down because of how insane he's become. And after helping her, she offers to swear herself to us as a knight. If accepted, she can be summoned for both bosses in Lothric Castle, but whether you summon her or not, her corpse can be found back in Firelink. If we reject her offer, she can be found in the Pit of Hollows, having gone hollow herself as she no longer had a purpose without us or her grandfather. A tragic ending no matter what. Orbeck, however, has really began opening up to us.
Unfathomable. This is a crystal sorcery, created by the Pale Dragon, thought only to exist in legend. I am ever grateful to you. This is truly sublime.
We first met him all the way back in the Road of Sacrifices, reaching an agreement that we will find magic scrolls if he teaches us what's inside. And after buying every last spell that he has to offer, he has this to say.
Oh, I have something for you. You're a fine sorcerer now, no mistake. You should have something to prove it. Go on. If I'm giving something away, you'd better well take it. In Vinheim, I was an assassin. A sorcerer only in name. A killer for hire. What a fool I was, thinking one day I would learn real sorceries. When I became undead, I was exiled from the school. But here I am, now, exploring the depths of sorcery. All thanks to you, I might add. You are no ordinary man. All these sorceries, and you've mastered every one. If this were the Dragon School, you'd be, well, overtly despised and banished from the place. Well, I suppose it's time I packed my bags. I would hate to see our agreement end sourly. Better left, tucked away, as a pleasant memory.
And when we leave?
Promise to stay safe. It's been nice running our own little school.
You too, man. Wow. Did not expect that from Orbeck. I said this earlier, but I'm a big fan of him. He starts very closed off and just slowly opens up to us as we continue seeing him in a very organic, natural way, which makes this next part that much sadder. Back in the Grand Archives, we can find Orbeck's dead body. Like so many other curious minds, he couldn't resist the temptation of learning even more knowledge. Us having even played a part in this growing curiosity of his. Goodbye, my friend. I enjoyed our little dragon school too. And the pain never stops because it seems our giant friend passed away as well. No explanation either. Just another friend who is gone. Now, as a change of pace from the sadness, let's talk about Ringfinger Leonhard, the seemingly evil guy who sent us to kill a dark wraith and serves under Rosaria, the strange creature back in the Cathedral of the Deep. When we go to check on her, however, we are greeted with her corpse, and a black eye orb, the only one in the entire game, and stating that we can retrieve her soul if we invade the world of her killer and emerge victorious, hinting to us that it's somewhere in Irithyll, it quivering when we are near Guinevere's chamber at the very end of Anne Orlando. So let's invade the son of a bitch.
Well, never expected to see you here. Couldn't resist her any longer in all her festering glory. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess. What do you want with her soul? Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast?
And yep, obviously it's Leonhard. So, in his twisted logic, he stole her soul to protect her from us. Not much is known about Leonhard here, only that he suffered grave burns as a child, that being the reason that he covers his face, and he traveled to Rosaria to heal these burns through rebirth, but for some unknown reason, he changed his mind, instead choosing to follow her as one of her fingers. But now, I mean, he's just completely lost the plot. Or, more than likely, he never had it to begin with, and after defeating him, we gain Rosaria's soul. And this is where we get a better look at who this mysterious Rosaria could be. When we bring her soul to Ludleth, we can actually make the bountiful sunlight miracle of all things. The miracle very specific to Guinevere. So, Western man, this is where you choose one of two theories. The first, this is yet another daughter of Guinevere, and just like the dancer of the Boreal Valley was transformed by the Pontiff. Or the second, that Rosaria is actually Guinevere herself, and was also transformed by the Pontiff. As the last time we heard about Guinevere's location, she suddenly disappeared shortly after Ocelot's birth, with absolutely no mention of what came after. And while I lean towards it being another daughter of Guinevere, this one is definitely not definitive either way. I do want to point out though, that this invasion that we just did is almost identical to a situation in Dark Souls 1, where Lothric murdered the Firekeeper at Firelink Shrine, who, like Rosaria, was also not able to speak. And we too must invade his world with the only black eye orb in the game, facing him in the same cathedral that we face Leonhard at. And to be honest, I'm not even sure how these two situations connect, but it is way too coincidental not to at least point that out. So believe whatever you like. It would be nice if Rosaria spoke even once to give us any kind of clue. Even after giving her soul back, she acts like nothing even happened. Yeah, you're welcome. And finally, we have Irina, the woman who wanted to be a firekeeper, already having blinded herself, only to quit just short of the finish line. And she was guarded by Egon, the asshole who, despite his harsh words, takes his job of ensuring her safety very seriously. And we could have sent her down the light path or the dark path. The light path leads to her finally becoming a firekeeper, choosing to relocate to the tower where all of the other firekeepers met their end. And she can actually serve as another firekeeper to us. Really happy for you, but I am fully committed to mine, sorry. And when we go back to where she was held captive, we can see Egon's corpse just lying there. As for what killed him, that remains unclear. The last mention we can see of him in-game is a summon for the Dragon Slayer armor fight back in Lothric Castle. So he either met his match during that fight, or some others even believe that one of the unnamed Black Hands of Lothric took him out while he was in the castle. Either way, he'd be happy knowing that Irina is safer than ever. And I actually lied, I almost forgot about Ludlith right here. Sorry buddy. The only Lord of Cinder willing to sacrifice himself for our cause without any kind of fight, as well as a pygmy who has been the recipient of plenty of discrimination and abuse, but also the one who linked the fire when it nearly completely went out, and is very proud of his decision to do it of his own free will.
I took the mantle of Lord of Cinder of mine own volition. I speak these words with pride. Choose thy fate alone. Seize it with thine own hands. All the more should thy fate entail such foul betrayal.
But there's a secret bit of dialogue where he's having a nightmare, one of his memories of linking the fire.
Ah, it cinches to the bone. It hurts. Please, help me. Be done with me. No, God, no. I cannot bear it. It burns. Help me.
And that's the very first time that we have official confirmation that linking the fire is an incredibly painful experience. And it also brings into question some of what he told us about becoming a Lord of Cinder of his own volition. Or it could even be that in his last moments he regretted his own choice. Whatever the case may be, we unfortunately already know the fate of our friend here, as there is no way for us to reach the Kiln of the First Flame without his sacrifice. And no matter what your backstory is, Ludlith, you were the hero that saved the world. And that is the conclusion of all of our allies. Some meeting tragic ends, some meeting satisfying ends, and some finding a new purpose, or even finding a purpose that they thought no longer existed. So with that being said, let's finally go to the Kiln of the First Flame and— oh shit, Gale! I almost forgot about you, buddy! That's a joke, by the way. Obviously, I would never forget about Uncle Gale. I also changed my armor again to the Drakeblood set. Artorius' armor is still my favorite, but after a while, it kind of feels like cosplaying, you know? He's just way too iconic. As a refresher, Gale here is a slave knight. Just like his firstborn son, Gwyn decided to remove the human contributions to his war from history. Classic Gwyn scumbag move. But slave knights like Gale were essentially a bunch of expendable tools to him, putting them in the front to serve as a distraction or necessary sacrifices for his true fighting force. He literally used them as fodder. I really can't get over how big of an asshole this guy is. But now, Gale is seen praying in the Cathedral of the Deep, needing another Unkindled to assist him. So let's offer Uncle Gale here a helping hand.
Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek. Ah, thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it. Then the ashes were too.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel, and this nice guy gives us our first insight into this place.
Have you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend, for this is a true haven of the forlorn, the cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel. Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
Thank you, Drowsy Forlorn. I'll take it from here. This painting seems to have a different name than the painted world of Ariamis back in Dark Souls 1, although there are more than a few similarities between the two places. First, the signature cold environment, except this place is much bigger than Ariamis. Much bigger. As in, I get lost in this place at least once every single time I play. So, let's break down some of what our creepy friend in the cave was talking about as we traverse this hell disguised as a winter wonderland. First, he had mentioned that this painted world is a haven for the forlorn. The actual forlorn acted as invaders throughout your journey in multiple areas in Dark Souls 2, created as part of Aldia's research into the Dark Sign and the Undead Curse. However, now it seems to simply be a blanket term for those who don't have a place to call home in the world. This place essentially serving as a safe haven for the many outcasts in the world, or those who simply just wanted an escape. Just like the previous painted world ruled by the kind-hearted Priscilla. And we can see examples of the forlorn with the first enemies that we confront here. Do they look familiar at all? If not, their name should clue you in. These are Farron followers, members of the Undead Legion who had the responsibility to hunt down warriors taken by the Abyss. So their original job position in the Legion seemed to be preventing the exact situation we saw the Abyss Watchers in when we arrived in the mausoleum. However, once the Abyss Watchers linked the fire for the first time and the Farron Keep was completely consumed by the swamp, many of them were now without any kind of purpose or home, finding another one in this place. It may even be that all of the grue that we saw littered around Farron Keep are what the followers who stuck around turned into. And this place isn't limited to outcasts either. There are also wolves. A lot of wolves, actually. And even worse than the wolves are the evil tree women that want to murder you. Honestly, this feels like the most 0 to 100 area in any of these games. Sometimes you find yourself just appreciating the beauty of this snowy and peaceful world meant for outcasts. And then literally the next second you get jumped by like 4 different species with nothing in common other than wanting you dead. Welcome to the DLC. After chopping down a ton of trees for a moment of peace, we notice this red-colored area that sticks out like a sore thumb in the snowy landscape. These areas are usually accompanied by these gigantic flies. Gross. But if you recall what Dark Souls 3 fan favorite Drowsy Forlorn said at the end of his speech, he mentioned finding a bed of rot to lie on. And as it turns out, after a time, rot begins to form inside of these painted worlds. And the standard procedure for dealing with this issue is burning the rot away and creating yet another painted world. Although from the looks of things here, it seems like there's some kind of problem preventing the transition from occurring. The entire reason that Gale brought us here in the first place was to show his lady Flame and to burn the rot away after all, with him having searched a very long time to find one. And now that we're here though, I'm not seeing Gale anywhere in sight. Eventually though, we come across a long, shaky wooden bridge. One leading to a chapel on a cliffside. Such a beautiful scene, until we meet someone at the front door. And holy shit, get yourself ready. This is one of my favorite voices in any FromSoft game.
Well, you look to be unkindled. No bell tolls. And yet you've slipped into the painting. Oh, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frida will guide you. Now, go on inside, show respect, and listen carefully. What's keeping you? Go on. Right inside. Show respect, and let Lady Frida speak to you.
Right? Huge shout out to Stephen Hartley for going so hard with that voice acting, I love it. But that was Wilhelm, and it seems like he kinda wants to shoo us out of this place even though we practically just got here, explaining that this Lady Frida will show us the way back. And unsurprisingly, Frida is only just inside, just sitting in this dimly lit chapel all by herself.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frida. I have long stood beside our Blessed Father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not. Ashen One, I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world. But thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee, the bonfire here in this room. A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee none the less. Ah, yes, there is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. Ours is a chance encounter, to be sure, but perhaps it was meant to be. Let this be a remembrance of this cold world, a thing to help thee bear thy duty. Now, return from whence thou camest. Thou'st a place in that world, and that alone is cause to rejoice.
And once again, it seems like we're trying to get kicked out of this place, with her even giving us a gift, making for this weird kind of atmosphere around her and Wilhelm where they aren't hostile, but it really seems like our presence is troubling to them. She did bring up a fair point though. Our duty definitely does lie elsewhere. After all, we've already returned all of the lords to their thrones and can finish the game. There's no real reason for us to be here other than helping out Gale, who, remember, wanted us to help burn the rot in the first place. So it doesn't really make sense that Frida and Wilhelm couldn't use our help while we're here. But, you know, sorry Frida, I already paid for the DLC, so I'm not going anywhere. Up the ladder nearby, we can find an attic with a white canvas that seems to be stained red on both sides. Not so different from the rot in the snowfields that we saw earlier. Which, by the way, I think we can easily say in hindsight, this is where the inspiration for the scarlet rot came from. And before we make our way back to the snowy fields to the dismay of the two at the chapel, we are gifted with one more voice line from Wilhelm.
Lady Frida has spoken, has she not? Then tarry no longer, and be gone. There is one thing you should know. Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross. Stray from the withering flame, and the snow will swallow you whole.
Back in the snowy fields by where we started, we continue our seemingly endless onslaught of wolves and birch women. It's really their name too. Actually hilarious. Until we are interrupted by the Giga Wolf, someone much faster than my profaned greatsword, worthy of being king of the dog enemies for sure. However, before we can finish it, the wolf vanishes, leaving us a large titanite shard. Gee, thanks, that would have been a nice reward all the way back in Farron Keep. I'll never be able to fathom why they give you so many mid-upgrade materials in the DLCs of these games. Needless to say though, we haven't seen the last of our dog nemesis. Around the corner from our last fight is the ruins of a fort now occupied by Millwood Knights. And these knights are a problem. They aren't impossible or anything, but these fights end up taking a long time because of their health, large shield, and large potential damage output. Not to mention that there's another Millwood Knight very high up in the tower shooting arrows. Yeah, not a fun situation. So after defeating the first one, I see that I only have one Estus and nope the hell out for right now. Okay, now that I'm more prepped, let's talk about these knights. And for normal enemies, they have a lot going on behind the scenes. They come from a land that we never see called Millwood. Crazy twist, right? But this place was practically a gigantic black oak forest, with the heart of it being an ethereal oak tree. It had magic properties that blessed not only the knights, but the animals of the area with regenerative abilities. So, rather than buying into the Age of Fire gods bullshit, they decided to just make a culture based around plants, animals, and nature as a whole. Their connection with the earth goes even deeper than that too, with many of them even being able to use some crazy ground shockwave attacks. But what are they doing here if they already had such a cool place to live? Well, we can see from their arrows that their home was attacked by something only referred to as the Abyss Dragon. And it explicitly says dragon and not wyvern. And not just any dragon either, but an abyss dragon. Definitely sounds like a problem. This wasn't just a single attack either, as the Millwood Knights developed unique bows and arrows to fend off this abyss dragon that continuously attacked their homes, with the ethereal oak tree constantly regenerating to the best of its abilities until the next assault. Eventually though, the abyss dragon won. The ethereal oak tree began to rot, killing the entire forest and culture of Millwood. And now, without any place to stay, the surviving Millwood Knights tried to avenge their home. Except countless years passed, and eventually they forgot their original purpose altogether, eventually becoming part of the forlorn outcasts of the world that ended up in this place. And it would be easier to feel bad for them if they weren't such a nightmare to fight. That Abyss Dragon sounds like a real asshole though. I'm glad it's not our problem. And when leaving this area, we are jumped by our arch nemesis once again. Way to overshoot your jump, idiot. The same thing happens again too, with him disappearing once we get him down to about half health. We still have his lackeys to deal with though. Hate that wolf. Having cleared out the Millwood section and spending another 40 minutes or so checking all the corners of this gigantic snowfield, we go back towards Frida's chapel to take a path right below the rope bridge, leading us to this awful scene and another jump scare. Oh, fuck. These are actually the very same Corvian enemies that we've seen a few times on our journey since all the way back at the Road of Sacrifices, the bird people, except these ones have been completely dismembered from the waist down, not even being able to put up any kind of fight. What kind of monster could have done such a thing? Well, don't think too hard because it's right here. This is a Corvian Knight, one of the most intimidating enemies to fight in Dark Souls 3 for sure. Incredibly fast, long bladed fingers, 800 hit combos, bleed, not a good time. Thankfully, my great sword stuns them, but when I'm out of stamina, I'm greeted with 50 slaps to the face in about 2 seconds. But if these are Corvian Knights, why would they butcher their own kind? It's a good thing we have my friend, Forlorn Corvian Settler, here to give us some more information as to what's going on.
Oh, well, there is nothing forlorn about you. You must be the other Ash, I suppose. Oh, finally, you have come. Oh, wondrous Ash, grant us our wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. You are Ash, are you not? Is it not fire that you seek? Surely you have seen the rot that afflicts our world, but that which fooled the good father and buried the flame, after we had all made up our minds too. So, please, grant us one wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. Oh, please, it must be you. I am so terribly frightened of timidly rotting away like those fools on the outside.
We've got a whole lot to unpack there. First, and most importantly, it seems as though not everyone in this painted world is on the same page. The Corvian said that everyone originally made up their minds about burning the rot away until someone fooled the good father and buried the flame, essentially allowing the rot to continue to grow and consume everything inside of this place. And from our encounter earlier, it's safe to say that this person is Frida. Both the Corvian and Gale spoke of how two Unkindled would be the ones to bring fire to the painting, explaining why both Wilhelm and Frida tried to nicely send us on our way before we even understood what was going on here, with many of the Corvians of the town simply wandering around aimlessly, some even beginning to rot themselves. So these Corvian knights serve under Frida, and she fundamentally disagrees with the previous agreement from the residents of the painted world to burn the rot away and start anew, going as far as to slice up anyone who voices a concern or tries to change the situation. So the most important question going forward is, why would she allow this painting to rot? After methodically clearing out the second half of this settlement, we find ourselves above what seems to be a church, with another Corvian knight inside. I tried to kill it with firebombs from a distance, but they seem smarter than they look and hid underneath where I was standing. No big deal though, I'll just drop down and finish it off. 2? Thankfully, Dark Souls 2 trains you to deal with a ton of enemies at once. So, I was able to run in circles and play Duck Duck Goose with my greatsword. My reward for this tense encounter being another large Titanite shard. Thank you so much. And just outside is another completely pointless jump scare. Why? Why? Just beyond the church, we see another large, dark building. And when we enter...
I've seen your kind. Time and time again. Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself.
Here he is, trying to stop us himself. Incredibly hard to parry, and all around the toughest NPC fight in the game, I think. I genuinely had to heal about 3 or 4 times before I even squeezed a hit in. This guy is fast, and can use the Dark Hand of all things. The same exact ability that the Dark Wraiths use. Also, he heals, because of course he does. Eventually, we managed to put down this incredibly strong knight.
Forgive me, my lady. I swore an oath, but I have failed you. Lady Elfrida.
Elfrida? The Onyx Blade he dropped on death gives us another big clue as to what's really going on here, stating that Lady Elfrida was the eldest of the 3 sisters that established the Sable Church of Londor, making her the sister of Uria, the woman who, after Yol's death, tried to manipulate us into becoming the Lord of Hollows. What's her goal here, though? Uria and the Sable Church seem to be really invested in the Age of Fire rather than some random painted world. Using the contraption key that we got from Wilhelm, a staircase drops down, leading us to an attic, to meet someone held captive in this place.
I believe I feel the scent of ash upon thee. Thou art the one of whom Uncle Gale spoke, the one to show me flame. 'Tis good. I'll head off to paint. I promised Uncle Gale I would.
So, here she is, the lady that both the Corvian and Uncle Gale spoke of that we needed to show flame. Also, a painter herself, as each of the painted worlds, of course, needs someone to paint them in the first place. The Corvian mentioned that the good father has also been charmed by Frida, who now, we know, both wants to let the rot take hold of this place as well as locking away the only one capable of creating another world. And before we get deeper into that, I need to talk about this legendary stretch cementing itself into video game history. Some people would call that pointless, but as a Souls fan, I think Miyazaki has done an incredible job of adding a sense of realism in the Dark Souls universe. Because, you know, sometimes it really is that easy. Not everything can be a video game puzzle. I mean, who hasn't locked themselves out of their apartment or their car before, right? Having to climb through a window or something to unlock it. Or maybe someone was trying to escape one of the packs of wolves here and quickly locked the door behind them, knowing that they wouldn't think to take the side way. The possibilities are endless, only leading to more community discussions that continue to go on long after the game has passed its prime. Truly creating a living in a breathing world where sometimes the peaks are almost right next to you. Anyways, let's do some more digging into Frida as we make our way through another stretch of this snowy forest. Coming from the land of Londor, like Uria and the Pilgrims, she originally strongly held the beliefs of the Sable Church that she established with her two sisters, the other being Liliane, who we only briefly see during the Lord of Hollows ending. The church's goal being bringing forth an Age of Dark, and seeing Wilhelm's Dark Hand along with the statues back in Lothric Castle lead me to believe that Koth is absolutely involved in this whole Sable Church Londor thing. But at some point, Frida discovered this painted world, and while her current actions may not seem like it, she truly felt at home here, embracing the people and world as well as renouncing her previous life serving the Sable Church of Londor, and cutting the L out of her name, with Wilhelm eventually finding her here and choosing to remain loyal to her rather than the church, with Frida taking on the form that the people here yearned for, wielding a great scythe just like the previous ruler, Priscilla. And it was around this time that she began winning over the hearts of many here, including the Corvian Knights, but more importantly, Father Ariandel. While sharing the same name as the painting, he was not the one who painted this world. His role was guarding the flame inside of the painted world. So when the rot would inevitably come back for the painted world, he would unleash the flame to burn it all away and make way for yet another world to be created, with all of the residents accepting this way of life. That is, until Lady Frida decided to oppose this idea despite the wishes of the majority. As these painted worlds are drawn with blood, she convinced Father Ariandel to shed his own skin and use his blood to appease the flame in the meantime, allowing the rot to fester and grow, even having the Corvian Knights kill their own brethren that opposed her wishes. Yeah, manipulation really seems like a staple of the Sable Church. And while she started out as an outcast like the others, she became a little too attached to this painted world, unilaterally deciding to let it die a slow death rather than give way to a brand new world. And does anything I just said remind you of anything? Someone deciding to defy the course of nature just because they can't accept the fact that everything needs to come to an end at some point? Yep, that's right. It's supposed to be a parallel of Joey from Irithyll Dungeon. But now, let's shift our attention away from Frida to Gale. After leading such a miserable life, he truly had no purpose himself. So it's no surprise that he ended up here inside of this painted world. When he arrived, however, he became very close with the young girl that we saw locked away in the attic by Frida. If you remember, she even affectionately called him Uncle Gale. And assumedly, shortly after Frida locked the painter away, Gale had left this painted world in search of another Ashen One. I also want to remind you that Gale has spent his entire life as a slave, so this journey that he embarked on was probably the first time in his entire life that he made his own decision, and it was for someone else's sake. I knew I liked Gale, and as he and the Corvian told us, it's said that 2 Ashen Ones are needed to bring the flame to Ariandel, Frida being very aware of this as well. And not only did she want to kick our ass out right away, we can even find a Bell of Awakening buried deep in the snow. The same bell that brings unkindled like us back to life in the first place. An act she did to prevent any unkindled from accidentally finding their way into this place. So without Gale's scrap of the painting, there would literally be no way for us to get here. So, to sum everything up, us and some other unkindled need to burn the rot away to give way for a brand new home to the residents and the other outcasts of the world. Frida, however, is not ready to let this place that she calls home burn to the ground. And after making our way to the basement of the chapel she resides in, we can see just how much rot is festering underneath, leading to a shortcut back to the chapel where we can have a word with Frida for the first time since we killed Wilhelm.
Be forewarned, eager Ash. Should this world wither and rot, even then would Ariandel remain our home. Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Sorry, lady, I'm doing this for Uncle Gale. Back in the underbelly of the chapel, we drop down to an onslaught of gigantic rotten flies with beady red eyes. Thankfully, once you get over the creepiness, they're pretty easy to take out, especially with a large greatsword. Once they're all wiped out, we can find a pulley system that we can activate down here, opening up a secret entrance directly next to Sister Frida. And before we finish up our time here, we have a few more Dark Souls style secrets to find in this place. First, we need to drop down these tree branches. eventually leading to the very same Colosseum that we find at the end of the painted world of Ariamis. Definitive proof that this is the same exact painted world from Dark Souls 1, just with a different name. But now we are invaded by livid pyromancer Dunnel. He lost his hideous spouse and became a mad spirit. Was the hideous really necessary? But while I'd say hideous is a bit harsh, considering the location, it's almost definitely talking about the previous ruler, Priscilla. So this isn't confirmed, but since it's the same world, this is my crazy but also not so crazy theory. Priscilla and Dunnel were a couple and are the parents to the painted girl that Frida captured. Although I'm not sure if the chosen undead killed her canonically or if it was Frida after she got here. I guess that's up to interpretation. But then again, maybe Dunnel here really just loved his random dead hideous wife. God rest her soul. And thanks for the fight, Dunnel. Making our way down another set of branches to go even deeper, we are bombarded with Millwood Knights with bows, because of course we are. And more crabs? Are you shitting me? I have no idea where this crab obsession came from all of a sudden with this game. Behind the crab, however, is something incredibly interesting. Unlike the other birch women, this one is all alone and sobbing. While in the normal game, this is all we have to work with, there's some cut dialogue that gives us a lot more information.
Where have you gone, sweet child? It's cold outside, so awfully cold. Where have you run off to? I'm here, sweet child, right here. You're cold and you've no place to go.
While that was the only line recorded, there was more unused dialogue. Excuse me. What have you done with him? Give him back. Where have you hidden him? My dear sweet child, I'll get you, you rotten kidnapper. So who is this child that she's referring to? Well, the snap freeze spell right next to her reveals it. A spell left behind by Pontiff Solivan before he left the painting, confirming that he was originally born inside of this place, but had no use for it. As unlike the other residents who had nothing left in the world, he had never experienced loss, his mother believing that he must have been kidnapped. And I feel like this adds the tiniest bit of humanity for Sullivan. Not Dark Souls humanity, like normal humanity, you know what I mean? As he may have subconsciously made his home in the snowy kingdom of Irithyll to remind himself of his homeland, Ariandel. And while this detail isn't exactly earth-shattering information, I just think it's such a cool detail that adds even more to one of the biggest antagonists in the game. And the last thing before we finish up our time here is an optional boss. At the very bottom of the ravine is a beautiful snowy garden. This place was actually home to a tournament held by undead, one where they would repeatedly kill each other, as this was seen by them as a much more glorious and honorable way to go out than just naturally going hollow because of the curse. Their worth being measured in just how many times they were killed. Pretty gnarly stuff. The champion of this glorious fighting, however, fell victim to the curse himself and went mad, eventually dying altogether. An undead that looked up to him, however, still keeps watch over his grave out of respect, who, as per usual, throws hands with us at the second we enter his comfort zone. And while seemingly a simple boss, our true threat reveals himself, our arch nemesis, the Giga Wolf. And this fight for me pretty much boils down to running the wolf to the other side of the pillar and then smacking the grave tender as hard as I can, since he is definitely easier to deal with than the wolf. But when he's finally gone, it's a whole lot less stressful, putting an end to the great wolf once and for all. We may have been enemies, but I enjoyed our rivalry. Sif is leagues better than you though, sorry bud. So, with the optional boss dealt with, there's only one thing left for us. Sister Frida, as there's no chance that she would willingly allow us to burn the rot away. And before we confront her, we see that the painter found her way to the canvas where we can speak with her.
Thou art Ash. Thou hast a pact made with Uncle Gale, so I wish to tell thee all. Behold its size. This is my canvas. It's to be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. But first, I must see flame.
So this is where we get the specifics of why he needs us. Apparently, the painter here is unable to draw one of these special worlds without first seeing flame, something Frida has done everything to prevent. So let's head down the staircase that we opened. Kind of awkward walking right by Sister Fried right there. Gale himself is also available as a summon for the upcoming fight, so I want you to just imagine him with us in spirit. And down below, we finally see Father Ariandel.
I see flame.
flame flickering once again. Not enough blood yet shed. My flail. Bring me my flail. Ah, Frida. What stops thine ears? Please, my flail. Right away.
Hopefully we can convince him to change his mind without any bloodshed.
Bring Frida to me, please. Canst thou not see the flame flickering once again? Soon will it surge. I can see it, feel it.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Yeah, I think we all saw that one coming. Sister Frida, the name that strikes fear into any casual player of this game, including me. Her sharing more than just a scythe with Priscilla, as she can also turn invisible, requiring you to listen very closely for sound cues. Eventually though, we managed to defeat Frida. Now both of them, Father Ariandel having gone ballistic at the sight of her, causing the flame to begin spreading everywhere, but also to rekindle Frida, as despite her distaste for flame, she too is an Ashen One. And as you can see, this is a whole lot to deal with. Frida going invisible, as well as healing Father Ariandel while he randomly runs across the room, smashing the basin everywhere. The only real positive here being that they share a health bar. So, with only a few Estus left, we managed to finally finish them off once and for all.
When the ashes of dew, a flame alighted. Thou ash, and fire with its speed of ghosts.
Meet Black Flame Frida. And everything before this can be considered an appetizer because, oh man, shit gets real. As it should, since this is the very first time that From Software officially dropped a 3-phase boss. Invisibility, frost, fire, sides, black flame. This fight has all of it. And needless to say, I blew it.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
Which was expected. I don't think I've ever beaten her on my first try. Absolutely in the running for one of my favorite fights in the game. Also, one of only 2 bosses in this game that make me genuinely nervous despite having beaten the game multiple times already. The other being someone we haven't met just yet that's already been brought up. But, unbelievably, I get through the entire first phase without having to heal even once. A gigantic accomplishment for me at least. I don't know how people do these games hitless. The second phase I also only had to heal twice. So, with plenty of Estus to spare, let's put an end to Black Flame Frida and save this painted world. Absolute cinema. Oh, my hands are doused with sweat. Holy shit. So, with both Lady Frida and Father Ariandel gone, Gale and I can finally stop the rot and give life to a new painted world. As the painter said, one that is cold, dark, and a gentle place for those who don't belong. Hopefully with less wolves. Before we finish up though, I want to talk about Frida a little more since we found out that she was the other Ashen One. Because remember, every Unkindled was once an undead who attempted to link the fire but wasn't strong enough and burned to ash. Knowing that she was the eldest sister in the Sable Church, it's safe to say that she originally attempted to bring forth an Age of Dark for Londor, but wasn't strong enough, the First Flame having rejected her. So, when she was brought back as an Unkindled, she probably felt like she failed everyone and had no place to go, eventually finding this painted world giving her a brand new purpose, completely forgetting her old life with her sisters in the church. So with that in mind, it's easy to understand how she got so attached to this place. But she still definitely needed to be stopped. And that's everything for us in the painted world of Ariandel. So let's go tell the painter and Gale the good news. Except I still don't see Gale anywhere.
My thanks, Ashen One. I can almost see the flame. Soon, Uncle Gale will bring me the pigment. I wonder if he has found it. The dark soul of man.
Whoa, kid, you cannot say shit like that so casually. Alright, so she's beginning to see flame and the rot is dealt with, but now she needs pigment for the painting. We already knew that blood was required to paint these worlds. However, for her world, she requires blood of the dark soul, which Gale is now currently looking for. And while humanity was all over the place back in Dark Souls 1, this is infinitely farther in the future. Even undead like us were brought back as ash, no longer sharing this connection with the dark that we once did outside of the dark sigil that Yol gave us. So, what I'm trying to say is that Gale really has his work cut out for him, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm starting to feel kind of moved that he keeps giving everything he has to fulfill the dream of this young girl that he cares so much about. Alright, fuck it, I'll help Uncle Gale again. Back where we killed Sister Frida, there's now a bonfire, except rather than resting, it serves as a teleporter. One that not only sends us far away, but also far into the future. the Dreg Heap, the first section of the final DLC. And just like the Painted World, we have an NPC right here to introduce us to this place. Except this time it's a hot babe.
Oh, your head's square on your shoulders, is it? I thought that clambering tin can was the last, but here we go again. What is it you want from this old stone-amped hag? I've nothing for you, not a smithereen. I just like to stand here and take in the view. At the close of the Age of Fire, all lands meet at the end of the earth. Great kingdoms and anemic townships will be one and the same. The great tide of human enterprise, all for naught. That's why I'm so taken by this grand sight. This must be what it's like to be a god.
So, welcome to the literal end of the world. As the stone-humped hag said, this is essentially every aspect of the world collapsing into itself. Every place we've seen, from Farron Keep to Irithyll to Lothric Castle, have been converging at this very spot. Think of it as the kingdoms of the past getting tangled up into each other like some kind of complicated knot that can't ever be untangled at this point. So, needless to say, lots of history to be found in this place. Before exploring, though, the hag has a warning for us.
Oh, if you just can't stop yourself, at least hear this. Far below, there's a deep, dark hole carved out of a tree. From time to time, voices brim from the depths of the cavity even now. Mutterings of the very demon that Prince Lorien spoke of, I'm sure. Horrible sounds of an afflicted thing, yet cursing men.
Wait, you mean the Demon Prince? How can that be possible if Lorien already killed... you know what? Fuck it. We've experienced things way harder to believe than that by this point, so we'll just deal with it if it gets in our way. Although I don't see a place to safely drop down from. There is a message, though. Take the plunge? I know what you're thinking, but this wasn't left by a troll. We can see an apparition of Gale pointing downwards. So not only has he started exploring this place, but he's even taken the time to guide us along our way. And meet our first enemies of the area, Mercmen, essentially animated human dregs. The parts of the body that sink to the lowest depths imaginable and what the Aldrich faithful like to get their hands on. And while they're a cakewalk, I can't say the same thing about their big brothers, Herald Legion Knights. A legion of knights who were seeking the Dark Soul, but it didn't really work out for them. With their armor sinking alongside them, having since bloated and being controlled by what looks to be a humanity. Definitely seems like Gale had the right idea picking this place to look for the Dark Soul. Another big drop though, and it's here where we see something incredible. An angel, except it's angry at us for some reason. And this must be what Gertrude spoke to. The same thing that led to the angelic faith being spread throughout Lothric as well as igniting the Civil War. There's also yet another take the plunge message from Gale. Your wish is my command. Ow. It's here we can get a pretty good look at the angel. Looks a lot creepier than you'd expect. For now, the only thing we know about these things is that they are a problem. Further ahead are actually a few Lothric knights of all people. Very commendable making it to the very end of the world without using a bonfire like us guys. Too bad it ends here. I mean self-defense and all. With the same fountain that we saw back in the high wall of Lothric too. Remember that this is literally just everything in the world piling on top of each other at this point. And oh, look at how cool this is with the sun and the angel. I wish I could delete that tree, but if we peek our heads out, we're getting blasted. And miraculously, we actually see someone who looks normal just sitting nearby.
Oh, look at you. You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this god's forsaken crag. Call me Lap. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that. I have a feeling we're going to make a fabulous team. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Oh, in all honesty, there's something I should tell you. I'm hollow. Yes. I try to play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was.
or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. That's why I've come here, searching for the Purging Monument. Said to be in the Ringed City, where the pygmies who found the Dark Soul at the Dawn of Fire reside. All I can say is, those little stones aren't doing much to help me remember anymore. Well, that's the long and short of it. So if I completely forget who you are, don't be wroth with me. Come on, what else can I say? I'm a bloody hollow, for heaven's sake.
Okay, lot to unpack right there. First of all, this Lap guy. There's just something incredibly charming about him, but I can't put my finger on it. And what are the chances of meeting a normal person in a place like this? Plus, I happen to have a soft spot for kind-hearted people in large suits of armor. Not to mention that he's an undead, not an unkindled. Meaning that whoever Lap was before he forgot his name, he has outlived nearly everyone else. Unbelievable. I promise I'll help you find your name, friend. Most importantly, he mentioned that the pygmies who found the Dark Soul reside in a place further ahead called the Ringed City. Safe to say that's exactly where Gale is heading. Your help was invaluable, Lap. We can also pop back to my wife really quick to get some more details about this Ringed City.
Why, where did you hear that name, love? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I know. The Ringed City is said to be at World's End. Past this heap of rubbish as far as one can go. But you'd better think twice. The forsaken Ringed City was walled off by the gods to contain the pygmies. And the Dark Soul is better left well alone.
Wow, a city at World's End, huh? Probably looks like shit at this point, going off of the Dreg Heap though. The warning about the Dark Soul is pretty ominous, but Gale is already ahead of us, so no stopping this train now. And while traversing this place, we come across a black pool on the ground, along with some more of these dead pilgrims of Londor. Now that I think about it, the people of Londor are really pushing for an Age of Dark, and this angelic faith that popped up in Lothric completely dismantled the entire kingdom. The kingdom that really wanted to bring forth an Age of Fire. I'm starting to see bits of a grand plan at play here. There's also another Gale message, this time assuring us that we won't die. Oof, this is definitely the Dark Souls equivalent of a trust fall, but he is my uncle after all. I knew he wouldn't let us down. And if you're a Dark Souls 2 fan, you might be going apeshit at the sight of this windmill, since we are currently in the remains of Harvest Valley, a poison area that wasn't a swamp, imagine that. Also, where we first met Laddersmith Gilligan, God rest his soul, further confirmed by the name of the bonfire. And Lap has already caught up with us.
Oh, I know who you are. Great to see you still in one piece. I can see why they call this the Dreg Heap at the World's End. Mangled remnants from every age and every land. It actually sort of lends credence to the old rumours that the Ringed City rests below it all. Don't mind me. You needn't worry yourself with this nonsense. I just wanted to tell someone, and I'm sick of old Humpty. I should stay quiet. Wait, I'll make it up to you. By letting you in on a secret of sorts. Past here, you'll find the remains of a giant earthen tower, half submerged in a poisonous swamp. Not a very nice place to visit. Only, there's precious treasure in the thick of the swamp. If I get the chance, I could go fetch it for you. But if that's too long to wait, go nab it for yourself. I know who you are. A righteous warrior. Yes? With a solemn duty to boot. Well, grab that treasure. That's as good a duty as any.
Lap, does your kindness know no bounds? Telling us of a secret treasure in the swamp and even going so far as to offer to grab it for us? That's not just some bullshit either. He literally will fetch the treasure for you if you just don't pick it up. A true friend. But I'm not about to put him in trouble. Just past the safety of our bonfire, we see an angel appear. And hoo boy, this stretch is nuts. There's a secret to getting rid of these angels, but I always like to recreate the confusion of my first time here where I had absolutely no clue where to go know or what to do. So I just deal with the relentless assault on my first run through. Likely another mental illness developed from playing these games. And oh, I forgot the icing on the cake. They also drop curse dust that instantly kills you. Honestly, an impressively mean way to start the second DLC, but I like where their heads are at. So while I dodge holy lasers, let's quickly catch up on what we know about demons real quick, since apparently the Demon Prince is here in the depths of this place. Their existence entirely being a mistake, a result of the Witch of Izalith trying to replicate the first flame, which led to her and the people of Izalith turning into demons. And the demons have been persecuted against ever since they gained consciousness. Unsurprising given their appearance and fiery temperament, but there have also been cases of chill demons. And they too need to link the Chaos Flame in the same way that everyone in the world needs to continuously link the first flame. The difference being that the demon population does not ever grow. Their numbers have already been dwindling over the years, and if there truly is a demon prince here, he would have to be one of the very last demons left in the world. They also supposedly share memories, interestingly enough, likely because they were all born of the Chaos Flame. And we need to pause right there because just look at this aura. This girl boss is Desert Pyromancer Zoe, part of the Desert Pyromancers that were seen throughout the Harvest Valley back in Dark Souls 2, and have incredibly damaging fireballs, also canonically consisting of beautiful women. Her pyromancy that she dropped going as far as to say that she was a true beauty. Dun'L's hideous wife could never. Thanks for the fight, Zoe. And here comes the final stretch of the run where we get bombarded by the angels. Thankfully, I somehow managed to make it to the bonfire in one piece. So now that we have our checkpoint, let's go back and deal with those angels. But how do we do that if they're all the way up in the air? Well, we killed these disgusting masses of flesh, of course. It appears that these beautiful angels are being remote controlled from a distance by these summoners. Still no clues as to what exactly they are though. And after finishing the others off, we finally have a peaceful poison swamp to explore. It's crazy how low the quality of life is by the end of these games. A poison swamp by itself feels like a welcome relief. And we have a treasure to grab after all. Just hope Lap wasn't overselling it. It's guarded by a Herald Legion Knight, hang on. Oh, holy shit, a Titanite slab. The rare final upgrade material for a weapon. I can't believe he was nice enough to just give this to us, wow. And now, back by our bonfire, we have yet another message from Gale, along with our biggest drop yet. And Uncle Gale we trust. Wait, what? The hag must have been mistaken. I was expecting the legendary Demon Prince. Although 2 demons isn't exactly going to be a walk in the park either. I feel kind of bad that one of them is just in a perpetual state of pain. They mostly will let you just fight one of them at a time, but also sometimes don't care to follow that rule at all. Usual duo boss type of thing. It's going surprisingly well though. The key is to always focus one of them down so you can take the second fight at your own pace. Definitely easier said than done though. Thankfully I managed to pull it off with 7 Estus to spare. Another 3 health bar boss, right after Sister Freed. It would also seem that the hag wasn't lying. As I mentioned earlier, the demons share memories with each other. All of them are created by the same Chaos Flame after all. So as we killed one of the very last demons in existence, the immensely powerful Demon Prince refused to watch his species die out after all of their sacrifices, possessing the demon from below in order to fight for the survival of his race, with probably the final demon that is able to put up a fight. And so begins our battle with what remains of the demon race. I can't believe I didn't blow that. A very hard fight worthy of a race that had to spend their entire lives in conflict. You fought until the very end for your people, Demon Prince. Going with that sadness, if we were to look around, we are someplace very familiar. What little is left of the original Firelink Shrine. Even being able to see the remains of the well that instantly teleports you to the end of the game if you jump inside. Incredible that it still stands here in any form considering how much time has passed. Not to mention the fact that everything in the Dreg Heap is collapsing into itself. And before we finally make our way to the Ringed City, we have some celebrating to do with Lap. We got the treasure after all.
Oh. Look at you. You found the treasure. Dashing. Just dashing. You'll make good use of it, I'm sure. Now, this is a little toast from me to you.
Siegbrew!
Not much to speak of, but bottoms up. To the greatest warrior there is.
Bottoms up, Lap. After a much-needed moment of peace, we are able to raise the banner we got from killing the Demon Prince. Oh hell yeah! Some of the Batwing demons are still kicking at least. At the very end of the world though, it's safe to say that we aren't getting dropped off somewhere beautiful like when they dropped us off at Anor Londo. Whoa! How can a place so beautiful even exist when the entire world is folding in on itself? The sun is even somehow still shining brightly. Doesn't really matter though, praise the sun, obviously. And where did this city even come from? All we know about it is that this is where the pygmies are supposedly hiding out. Well, get ready for this one. Reading the small envoy banner we just got tells us of how the Great Lord, Gwyn, gifted this city to the pygmies, as well as his youngest daughter, Filianor. What? How does that even make sense? You're trying to tell me that Gwyn gifted the pygmies, aka those with an even stronger connection to the Dark Soul than the humans, this beautiful city, and on top of that, his own daughter as a gift? I don't know guys, this sounds like it kind of spits in the face of everything we've learned up to this point. Shortly after the drop-off area, we notice a cool fella just hanging around on the ground.
Hark! They brought thee here, did they not? Dost thou the gods serve, or merely that role affect?
Well, honesty is the best policy.
Yes. Yes, of course. How wouldst one such as thee do service to the gods? I have intimate knowledge of thy kind. I know thy want. The Dark Soul, is it not? Why else wouldst one deign to visit this dung heap? Give rest to thy falsity. I would be an ally to thee. If it is the Dark Soul thou desirest, then seek Filianor's church at the base of the cliff. There wilt thou the sleeping princess waken. Her slumber is a deceit, a lid covering an overgrown privy, a prop to keep thee from the dark soul of thine desire. Worry not, I am a true friend to thee. If thou art yet human, the urge will soon begin to swell, to curse the gods and bring ruin upon this accursed heap of dung.
First of all, our self-described true friend here has an incredible laugh. More important than that though, he somehow immediately knew what we were after, guiding us to Filianor's church where she is apparently in some kind of sleeping beauty situation. God, it's going to be so hard not to talk about how beautiful this place is every 5 minutes. But before we can officially enter the city, we need to cross this bridge. Easier said than done. And you know what? I'm just going to stand completely still to show you why. Yep, the perfect Dark Souls welcome. By the way, any deaths that you see after that one are not on purpose, sadly. If you look very closely, you can see a giant in the distance who is the one responsible for this coordinated attack. Those are the Judicator Giants and live to make our lives harder in the city. Literally. They were tasked by the gods to protect this city from intruders. And the messed up part is that all of those that they killed had their wills enslaved by these giants and used against future threats like us. So all of these archers, as well as anyone else that we see these big oafs summon, were people that tried to enter the city for one reason or another. And the ones attacking us right now are members of the Ruin Knights. Knights that were so soundly defeated in this place that they had no choice but to swear themselves to the Judicator Giant. Honestly valid. This place is the most brutal area in the game, hands down. I swear you cannot go more than 10 feet without somebody getting in your face. Big props to Uncle Gale for doing all of this solo too. Even when we make our way over to the giant, we still have a barrage of arrows to deal with. Thankfully, I'm the best. I managed to take him down once and for all. Just kidding. Unfortunately, they respawn when we go to a bonfire. For now though, we can continue on in peace.
Many of us are by the fire. I speak of thine kind and mine. Behold this city. We are kindred, but like two eyes which gaze upon the other. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
So that was a white-faced locust, and I hope you enjoyed his creepy face because we need to take a closer look to see what exactly they are. And these abominations are creations of the Abyss. Have they been around since the beginning, or only after Manus caused it to go crazy? I have no idea, but their original intention was to seduce men to the dark with their sermons, which is kind of like a religious speech. Except they seem to have more than just the appearance of an insect, as it seems most of them ended up being slaves to their appetites and disregarded their original duty entirely. The last part of this head weirdly speaking directly to us. Perhaps that someone is you. Did you not arise from the abyss, and did you not resist drowning in the Age of Fire? Locusts and men are kindred spirits. Yeah, if you say so, buddy. But as we're getting to leave, I really can't shake the feeling like we're being watched right now. It's probably nothing. Oh, what a dick move! Just beyond the ledge pushers is a room with a bonfire, and yet another statue depicting Koth. Except rather than the angelic human-like form he had in Lothric, this version makes him look more like some kind of animal with textured skin, possibly even resembling scales of a dragon. So why the different bodies? Well, I think it's because nobody truly knows what a primordial serpent's body looks like. In Dark Souls 1, we see their impossibly long necks reach the deepest depths of the world, without ever once seeing a body. So this is more than likely a difference of interpretation between the two kingdoms. Lothric associates him with the angelic faith, while those in the Ringed City depict him as more of a creature. Which is pretty strange, considering that this is a city of humans born of the dark. You'd definitely think that they would view Koth a lot more favorably. This place is really challenging everything that we know about Gwyn and the humans. But I prefer the Ringed City version solely because they had him do a little blah with his tongue out like he was posing for it. The ledge pushers from earlier, as well as most of the easier enemies here, are hobbled and undead clerics. Despite some of them being undead, they possess several Way of White miracles as well as lightning, things normally associated with Gwyn and the gods rather than humans. Oh, forget that! Lap, you made it, buddy!
Oh. Well, fancy meeting you here. A true blessing that we should seek the same place and find ourselves standing here together. I've got the last of my brew. Let's have our own little toast with it. To my search, and to your duty, and to the joy that lies before us. All right then. Bottoms up.
Excellent toast, my friend. Now what are you doing here anyways?
Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was. Oh, don't hold it against me. I only think I was. Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me.
Oh man, I'll search high and low for that monument. Who you were in the past doesn't matter anyways. I can tell you're a good person deep down. I'll definitely let you know if I see anything. And once we get down into the actual city, we see them. Coolest enemy in the trilogy much? That can't even be a hot take. Meet the Ringed Knights, who I will be killing en masse for their armor shortly. These badasses are tough. And humans. While slave knights like Gale were used on the front lines as fodder during the Great War, the Ringed Knights were the best that humanity had to offer, and both their incredibly powerful armor and weapons were forged in the Abyss. Needless to say, the gods did not waste any time putting a seal of fire on them because God forbid they play fair. These Ringed Knights also served as an extremely powerful fighting force that has killed plenty of archdragons under Gwyn's orders. Although, as we know, just like the Nameless King, humanity's accomplishments were removed from history. However, this mattered little to the Ringed Knights. Whether it was extreme loyalty or simply the power of the seal that it alludes to in their hood, they still serve the gods to this very day. Strange. We also see statues of Gwyn's Silver Knights in the buildings as well. It's really starting to seem like practically all of the humans in this ringed city are still unwaveringly loyal to Gwyn and the Age of Fire, but I'm still so confused as to why. It isn't like there are even any gods left at this point to punish them. So deeper in the city and the rabbit hole we go. In the lower streets area, we are suddenly invaded by someone known as Seeker of the Spurned. And this invader comes with a whole lot of backstory. Despite the Seeker of the Spurned name, this is Alva. He pledged loyalty to a woman by the name of Saint Soretta. And while little to nothing is known about this saint, she eventually fell ill, leading Alva to begin searching many lands for a cure. And at some point, he crossed paths with a woman and a sorceress by the name of Zully the Witch, who harbored some kind of strong resentment towards Alva's unwavering loyalty to the saint, making the decision to actively try and sabotage his journey for a cure. And at some point during this search, Saint Soretta passed away from her illness, leaving Alva filled with guilt and grief. And despite her prior actions, it was around this time that Zully had realized that she had developed a strong connection with him, choosing to reconcile with him and squash their differences, leading the two to become inseparable. Something especially important to Zully, as she never once was loved or felt love towards anyone. Alva gave her a purpose in life for the very first time, until eventually she too passed away. How exactly this happened, we don't know, but Alva now was grief-stricken yet again, choosing to defend her corpse here in the Ringed City as a phantom. The story doesn't end there, however. Someone who looks remarkably close to Zully is someone that we've already met ourselves, Carla the Witch. While she is a fragment of Manus, there's a lot of evidence indicating that she was the adopted daughter of both Alva and Zully. So bear with me as we do some quick detective work. Carla's ash, if killed, reads that she was a spurned child of the Abyss. Keep Alva's title, Seeker of the Spurned, in mind here. The Dark Edge Hex from Carla also specifically mentions that this was taught from mother to daughter. And as a fragment of Manus, she definitely does not have a biological mother. I also didn't mention this at the time, but Alva appears as an invader in one other place, right outside Irithyll Dungeon, where Carla was held captive. And after killing him here, you can find his armor just outside of her cell. So after Zully died, it seems as though Alva went to Irithyll in search of his daughter, the only person that he had left in the entire world, just to fall short and die before rescuing her, something that we actually did in his place. So while Alva and Zully are long gone, they'd be relieved to know that Carla is alive and safe back in Firelink Shrine, growing up to become a powerful sorceress just like her mother. Back in the streets of the city, we come across a locked door with a woman on the other side.
Speak thee the name of God, thine own God, if thou canst recall.
She seems scary, so let's lie.
Ah, then thou's not forgotten. Perhaps 'tis why we may converse. I am known as Shira, servant to the Princess Filianor, matriarch of the church. They who are ken to God's name are surely ken to the terrors of the dark. Please, I bid thee take not from the princess her peace or rest. As the fire waneth, does she lie by the dark, all for the sake of man.
She told us that Filianor is sleeping for the sake of man, but I'm not inclined to believe anything that these god brown-nosers have to say at this point. However, she does mention something rather troubling afterwards.
May I ask thee a kindness? Perhaps thou hast beheld the lone dragon that inhabiteth this city. Medir is his name, and the archdragons are his forebears. He once railed against the dark, but was by dark afflicted. Now here, returned, he remaineth, to watch over the sleeping princess, true to the old accord. And yet, I would have thee put the dragon to rest, before the dark consumeth him, and his vows are forgot.
Okay, wait, let me get this straight. This Medir is a direct descendant of the Archdragons, originally tasked with consuming the dark only to become corrupted by it himself. So, an Abyss Dragon, the same one that destroyed the home of the Millwood Knights. Now that I recall, we learned about Millwood's ethereal oak tree, and if you remember, the stone-humped hag told us about how the Demon Prince was located in the base of a gigantic hollowed-out tree, which is exactly where our battle took place. Yup, it fits perfectly, fuck. Looks like the Abyss Dragon may be our problem after all. And look, I'll put the dragon to rest, but only because it's cool. You should really respect yourself a little bit more, lady. The gods do not like you. And in the middle of being assaulted by lightning spears, we can also hear one of the locusts reading their sermons that beckon men closer to the dark.
One met the dark with learning, but in the end learned his knowledge was wanting. The world began without knowledge, and without knowledge will it end. Does not this ring clear and true? Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
Yeah, I must just be immune to their incredible charm or something. The face just does not do it for me, sorry. And it was at this point that I decided that I can no longer procrastinate getting the ringed armor. So I threw on the symbol of avarice and the covetous gold serpent ring and got to work. Just need to keep an eye on my health since the helmet drains it constantly. An invader named Silver Knight Leto decided to interrupt me mid-fight though. Not an ideal situation. He did actually let us take out the remaining knights without disturbing us. Weirdly cool of him. Here he is waiting for us. We love Leto, by the way. Any friend of Havel the Rock is a friend of mine, except Gwyn. Havel likely appreciated his gigantic hammer, and Leto was also seen as an eccentric, who would travel across the outskirts of the land. And that last bit doesn't sound too important, but it confirms that Gwyn allowed his knights to also enjoy their freedom. It's also kinda humanizing for the Silver Knights, since Leto here is the only one that really has an identity as far as I can remember. Ooh, 1 health! As for what Leto is doing here in the Ringed City, I'm not sure. He can also be summoned by Adjudicator Giant though, which implies that he either tried to assault the city or willingly gave himself up to protect it. And if you buy into the Havel in Dark Souls 1 being the real one, Leto has a strong case as being the unnamed friend that locked him inside the tower after going hollow. Now, back to farming Ring Knights. Okay, it's done. You can take a quick look at my souls to get an idea of how dog shit my luck was getting the gauntlets to drop. So worth it though. And I personally am not a big fan of boosting my level above where it's supposed to be, so let's finally pay off our Dark Sigil debt to our Firekeeper. With like nothing to spare, wow. 354,000 souls just to stop looking hollow upon death. And it's not even like we ever see ourselves under the armor anyway. Definitely not worth it, but it's my money so I'll do what I want. And back in the Ringed City, we are once again blessed with Lap's presence.
Oh, and here we are again. How goes things? I'm rather running in circles, I'm afraid. I can't find the Purging Monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place? Oh, bloody hell. What do I know? Sorry. I know it doesn't concern you. Seeing you all good and well, I just sort of spilled my guts to you. Just forget it all. Like a good hollow would. Yeah.
This guy is seriously just way too nice. I'll find that purging stone. Oh my god, you have to be shitting me. At the very bottom of the city streets, however, is a gigantic abyssal swamp. Looks really intimidating, but it's actually one of the nicest swamps in the game. No status effects. It's simply water that's been consumed by the abyss, mostly serving as a bath for the locusts now, along with their children. There's also another Judicator giant roaming around freely. Unfortunately though, the never-ending onslaught of arrows and a punch to the jaw from a giant was enough to end my life abruptly. Tell Lap that I love him! Second try goes a lot better, and with him gone, the swamp is infinitely more peaceful, but I still cannot stand these goddamn locusts.
Yo, why is he looking at me like that? What's up, little bud? You got a staring problem, pal?
Like what, dude? He's just looking at you. He's a baby.
Look at his face. Dumb little face.
Stop.
Yo, Zen, get your boy, dog.
We can also see just how much of the Ringed City has been consumed by the Abyss at this point. This abyssal swamp is seriously huge, and despite being in no immediate danger, I still just cannot shake this feeling that someone has been watching us ever since we first set foot in this place. Probably just a locust. Towards the very back of the swamp, we're greeted with several corpses of Herald Legion knights. Must have taken a pretty strong fighter to— oh shit, here he comes. And wait a second, I know you. Dragon Slayer armor! Wait, what are you even doing here? This was an empty suit of armor that was being controlled by a pilgrim butterfly in Lothric Castle, so how is it even moving? Well, its armor gives us the full story. After we defeated it back in the castle, it eventually found its way here, probably during the whole world folding into itself thing. And it's here where the swamp sensed the feeling the armor had during its hunt. Enough for it once again to be possessed by the swamp, but now it seems to have some free will. And what incredible hater energy. The hunt is more than likely referring to the dragons, but I like to think that he just could not get over his loss to us and held on to this grudge until the end of time. Either way, what a random and cool idea. Your hunt ends here though, Dragon Slayer armor. This foolish set of armor had no idea that I've already walked the path of the dragon. Its first mistake was siding with the gods and not dragons like us. They may be gone now, but there is not a single dragon alive that would not respect us. Well, I found Midir. Hard to get a good look at him with the fire everywhere. Thankfully, for now, we're safe inside. And it looks like we found ourselves in some kind of catacombs, filled with acrobatic skeletons. Aha! The catacombs from Dark Souls 1! Maybe, probably, I don't know. This isn't confirmed as far as I can tell, but it looks remarkably similar to the same catacombs that Gravelord Nito resided in back in Dark Souls 1. Well, he was in the Tomb of the Giants, but you had to go through the catacombs first. It could be the exact same one that ended up here like all of the other kingdoms converging on top of each other. Or, since the city was gifted by Gwyn to the humans, it may just share the same architecture as the one in Lordran. And it has some treasure, it looks like. Oh, are you serious? Even at the end of the world, we eventually find a way back outside. I just hope that Midir went back to, oh fuck my life. God, he's just so cool, look at him. I'm trying for the life of me to stay focused and not nerd out. The rocks can't even protect me. We can see that he's hanging off the top of a cliff, so let's see if we can knock his ass off. Well, that didn't work out how I thought it would. Round 2, bitch. Oh, we stunned him! There's no way that even a legendary abyssal dragon could survive a fall like that. Just kidding, we all know it isn't that easy. Just past where we fought Midir brings us to a room with a statue as a centerpiece. One that clears up so much of the confusion that we've had up to this point. One of Gwyn crowning a pygmy as king of the Ringed City to respect their contributions in the war against the dragons. A significant moment that spits in the face of everything we've known about Gwyn. The truth, however, is much more in line with what we previously thought. The biggest question of this place is the why. Why would Gwyn gift the pygmies and the humans such a beautiful city that has outlasted every other kingdom in the world, even going so far as to leave one of his own children behind? We know that Gwyn is almost completely defined by his hatred for humanity because of their connection to the Dark Soul and what that represents. His crippling fear of the dark destroying everything that he loves and everything that he spent his entire life building. The only way that this would make sense would be if it was all bullshit from the beginning. This city wasn't a gift for humanity. It's nothing but a beautiful prison. He thought that he could gather up all of the pygmies and many of the humans with strong connections to the Dark Soul and confine them to this city at World's End, ensuring that the grave threat that the Dark Soul posed would never leave this city, along with its residents, explaining why we have never come across a pygmy throughout both Dark Souls 1 and 2. Perhaps Ludlith was one of the lucky ones who managed to escape but had his legs severed in the process. And while we always knew that Gwyn would go to these extreme lengths to punish and isolate humanity, it's a new level of cruelty for him to leave his youngest daughter in this prison as well. If you recall, the Envoy banner mentioned that he promised to one day return for her, which we of course know never happened, as she is still here, stuck in a deep sleep, probably still holding on to hope that her father will come for her someday, but he's long gone by now. Gwyn is absolutely an evil and despicable ruler and father, absolutely no doubt about it, but unlike someone like Solivan, Gwyn's actions aren't just him being cruel for the sake of it. He struck his firstborn son from history because of his betrayal to the gods. Anyone else would have likely been killed on the spot. He raised his other son as a female regardless of his own wishes just because he had a stronger connection to the moon rather than the sun, but also never outright disowning him or denying him his rightful place in Anor Londo. A terrible father, sure, but we can see traces of a real person buried deep down. It may very well be that without this overwhelming fear of the dark consuming him and everyone else, he could have turned out to be a much more kinder and understanding man and ruler, one that everyone could both love and respect. But unfortunately, we don't live in that reality. His actions born out of fear doomed not only everyone he loved, but the entire world as a whole. If Gwyn didn't link the first flame, who knows what kind of age we would be in by now? What kind of new life could have been created, or what kind of beautiful landscapes could exist in the world? But this is all that's left of Gwyn's Age of Fire, dooming everyone left in the world that he loves to a slow death, as well as abandoning his own daughter in this prison of his design, not even having visited her before linking the flame, because this is home to the Dark Soul after all, his greatest fear manifested. And now, the city and its residents make a whole lot more sense. Them still thinking that this was an incredibly generous gift granted to them by the Lord of Sunlight himself, and Filianor becoming a princess that they love dearly, having no idea how little he really thought of them in his head, with these Ringed Knights still doing their duty, like this badass right here. This Ringed Knight is definitely a step above the rest, if not made obvious by their unique greatswords. And I really hope that this was the start of another ongoing precedent in these games with a really hard enemy that feels like a boss towards the end of the DLC. It feels like the inspiration behind the weirdly tough as shit Divine Beast Warrior towards the end of Shadow of the Erdtree. So I really hope that they continue this pattern in the next mainline game. I like it a lot. Thanks for the dual greatswords, but I already feel too committed to my trusty Profaned greatsword. And with that Ringed Knight out of the way, we can finally enter the Church of Filianor.
Unknowing visitor, return from whence thou camest. The abyss runneth deep, by the king's decree. None may disturb our mistress's slumber.
I'd be lying if I said the creepy voice did make me second guess my decision for a second, but we've come too far to quit now.
Foolishness. The king's decree is no trifling matter. I, Judicator Argo, shall deliver thee justice. Spear of the Church, sworn defender of our Princess Filianor, hearken to the call that summons thee. Make haste.
here we have a painting guardian from Dark Souls 1. Oh, okay, Half-Light Spear of the Church. Now, the Spears of the Church Covenant was a group of people dedicated to protecting Filianor's slumber from intruders like us. And this boss has a mechanic a lot like the Looking Glass Knight from Dark Souls 2, where it has the potential to summon an actual player that's a part of the Covenant too. I ended up with an NPC though, thank God. Half-Light himself, however, is one of the most recent members of this Covenant, and one of the only ones still on duty, coming from a land of sorcery. Probably either Vinheim or Ulusil. Either way, it serves as the final defense against us reaching Filianor. So, we managed to finish off Half-Light and Judicator Argo by extension. And while we can end things right here, we still have 2 things on our to-do list. Hope you didn't forget about Lap. We still have to find a Purging Stone located somewhere in this place for him to regain his memories. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of things in these games are hard to figure out without any kind of outside resources. And honestly, I kind of pride myself on solving so many of these obscure secrets or riddles myself. However, I think even if you gave me like 100 years, I would not have figured out how to reach this Purging Stone without the internet. There's an area with a stone reading "Show Your Humanity." Literally no other context or hints as to what to do. And turns out you need to use a specific spell, one that I needed to level up a bit to even use in the first place. And yes, in case you were wondering, around this point I did regret spending all of my souls on healing the Dark Sigil. But with a staff and a chameleon spell, we go back to the Abyssal Swamp. And despite there not being any humanity in this swamp, if we use the spell here, it turns us into a humanity. Exactly what they looked like in the Abyss. And now we need to very slowly hover our way back to that building and boom, ladder drops. Whoever actually figured that one out deserves all the respect in the world. And here it is in all of its glory. Looks a lot weirder than I expected it to be honest. We can request absolution for our sins, like the statue of Velka way back in the Undead Settlement, dissolution to bring our hollowing level back to 0 for a lot of souls, but we don't have that problem anymore, as well as reinstating the King's Decree, which means a rematch against Half-Light. This one is pretty weird and random, considering it's probably like the weakest boss fight in the Ringed City, but I mean, you know, different strokes, I guess. The most important part of this statue, not relating to us, but Lap's memories. So let's let him know the good news. And just in time, too, because it seems like our friend is barely hanging in there, constantly reminding himself that he is unbreakable.
What did I come here in search of? Damn. Stop it. I'm unbreakable. Unbreakable. Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, and what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
No matter who you end up becoming, Lap, we will always be true friends, no matter what. And after he makes the journey to get his memories back at the Purging Stone, we can find him in the Catacombs. This time striking a pose that looks strangely familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Not that it really matters. He has his memories back after all, and he promised that we'd be true friends no matter what.
Oh, finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life. I've much to thank you for, so I'll say it again and again. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. What? Don't you believe me?
Some life-changing treasure to thank us for helping him regain his memories? I was more than happy to help you out, my friend, but I'd be a fool to turn down such a thoughtful gift. To your memories! Now, let's see what that treasure was about. Hey, Lap, I'm not seeing any. Ow! What the fuck?
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants.
Patches?
I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
I feel like such an idiot. This whole video I was talking about how I don't think he's a bad person deep down, but once again, he kicks us into a pit of certain death, and oh wait, there's no danger at all down here. In fact, the exit is only just right over here. So what compelled Patches to betray us despite us being such great friends during the events of the main timeline? Well, let's think back to the very beginning. Patches is an undead that has been alive at least since the events of Dark Souls 1. Having also been acquainted with the chosen undead. And somehow he has managed to survive all the way until the end of the world without going hollow. And we've met many people up to this point who have lived a long time with a grand purpose to keep themselves going. Henri to get revenge against Aldrich, Siegward to fulfill the promise to his dear friend Yorm, or even someone evil like Pontiff Suliban, whose seemingly endless ambitions would not allow him to die. But what is Patch's motivation to survive all of this time without going hollow? Well, he just told us. Maybe it's just the way he is, a deceiving scoundrel who gets his kicks off of tricking others. However, throughout our journey in the Dreg Heap and the Ringed City, we saw another side of Patches. One that was grateful to just find another sane soul in the world. One that was also terrified of losing his sense of self just like any other victim of the undead curse. And finally, one that made us a promise.
I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend, always.
That little kick being one final joke to pull on the closest thing he has to an ally left in this world. And when we go back up to where he was, we find Lap's armor. We've seen with Siegward earlier that he is definitely in the business of trading armor, but yet he decided to leave this behind for us, showing that the time that we spent together while he was Lap meant something to him too. Grateful that we saved him from losing himself at the very end. Patches was never the strongest, but still somehow managed to outlive nearly all of these powerful rulers and beings in the world, as well as countless kingdoms over an unfathomable stretch of time. This is a cruel world, one that normal people like you and me couldn't hope to survive in. So is it really fair to judge Patches for doing what he could do to survive up to this point? As always, what you think of these characters is up to you, but there is one thing not up for debate about Patches. He is unbreakable, as well as my true friend until the very end. So goodbye, Patches. I'm sure that you'll not only outlive the champion of Ash, but everyone else in this forsaken world. So with Lap's story concluded, that leaves us with one thing: the Abyss Dragon, Midir. So before we join him in the depths of this place, let's talk a little bit about his origins as one of the last surviving dragons. Taking an early look at his soul shows us that he is in fact a direct descendant of the Archdragons, and the most shocking part being that he was raised by the gods. The same gods that killed all of his kind. And while it doesn't specify him by name, I'm pretty sure that Gwyn had to have been the one orchestrating Midir's purpose. From his birth, Gwyn was likely grooming Midir for what would eventually be how he would spend his entire life, destroying the dark, and being the perfect candidate for it considering that, like his ancestors, Midir was immortal. So the idea was having one of these dragons that are loyal to the gods that would spend all of its time hunting down both the abyss and any traces of the dark, a duty that Midir would take extremely seriously. That is, until he took in too much of the dark. Maybe the gods thought that Midir being an archdragon not bound to the first flame as they are would make him immune to the effects of the abyss. But they were wrong. The Midir we've seen has already been swallowed whole by it. That's why Shira, the woman on the other side of the door earlier, tasked us with putting him out of his misery despite being old friends. She's even available as a summon to help us out. And just ahead is a hole leading all the way down to Midir himself, where he is currently sleeping, in my favorite boss arena of the entire game, which we will talk about afterwards. First, I need to find my balls though, because even more than Sister Freed, staring at this hole makes me incredibly anxious. I've killed him multiple times across different playthroughs, but I definitely consider him the hardest fight in the entire game. The best dragon in the trilogy in my opinion. Completely corrupted by the abyss and just pure evil at this point. So, let's finally confront him and jam out to my favorite boss theme in the game. Sorry, when you clutch up after blowing it like 95% of the time, sometimes you just need to let out a primal noise. The very first time, and probably the last time, that I've been able to beat him without dying once. I still have yet to be killed by any boss in the Ringed City. I have truly peaked. But before we finally conclude the Ringed City, let's talk about this beautiful arena. An unbelievably huge hollowed out cave deep underground, with abyssal water along with countless dead bodies. While nothing is 100% confirmed about this place, me and many others in the community believe that this looks strikingly similar to the opening of Dark Souls 1. The same place where the first flame appeared, as well as the Dark Soul itself. And for more of a personal theory, something really sticks out to me. Before the drop into this arena, the room is absolutely filled to the brim with statues of Koth, more so than usual in the Ringed City. And that gigantic hole leading here seems a little too convenient. So I really think that this is where Koth spent most of his time, popping out of the hole to commune with the people of the Ringed City in that little chapel room. And who knows how far this deep chasm stretches. So I think this was how he was able to keep up with what's going on in the world, as well as even reach the likes of Lothric Castle from here, making for the perfect setting to fight one of the final bosses here at the very end of the Dark Souls trilogy. And with Midir gone, there's only one thing left. We've learned so much about this Ringed City that I almost forgot about the real reason that we are here in the first place. Gale came here and guided us along the way with the intent of retrieving the Dark Souls from the surviving pygmy lords, because the painter girl needs the blood of the Dark Soul to use as pigment for a brand new painted world. And while I definitely don't doubt Gale's resolve, this is a harrowing journey for anyone, especially for someone used as a slave in battle for so much of his life. But this is the end, and inside should be Gwyn's daughter, Filianor. We can see that she is in fact still sleeping, waiting for a father that has abandoned her many years ago. The NPC in the very beginning also told us that her slumber was another deceit. As for what that means, there's only one way to find out. So what just happened? Well, the exactness is still up for debate. Here's what I believe. We can see from the repair sorcery that light itself is time, which is why when the first flame begins to fade, time begins to become convoluted. So that big white flash we saw after waking here was us getting sent into the future. Except not exactly. That egg was more than likely some relic that preserved the Ringed City, its residents, and Filianor itself in time, explaining how such a beautiful city could exist in a time where every other kingdom is nothing but debris. We can even see how decomposed she is by this point. Her last moment probably spent hoping that she'd see her father, only to disappointingly see us instead. Whatever the case is, we are now, very literally, at the end of the world. Even if we were to link the first flame once again, there is almost nothing left. Nothing but ash. And shortly after leaving Filianor's room, we notice something.
Oh, Filianor, help me, please. The Red Hood is come to eat us, to eat our dark souls.
The Red Hood he's talking about has to be Gale. I'm glad he made it here, but he's eating them? Couldn't he just take their blood and go back to the Painted World? And if he's already gotten this far, why would he need our help in the first place? Let's follow this black trail to see what's going on.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul. For my lady's painting.
Slave Knight Gale, although the Gale that we were friends with is long gone by now. When Gale found the pygmies, their blood has already dried up like everything else in the world, and any ordinary person would have realized that they were too late, but not Gale. This was for his lady's painting after all. So he decided to consume the pygmies' fragments of the Dark Soul, ingesting it to make his own blood suitable. But exactly like Artorias, he has gone completely mad. But while Artorias was a being of fire, Gale has a much higher tolerance for the dark as an undead, and while a champion of Ash may be able to handle it, a slave knight like him had no chance. It's almost like the Dark Soul itself lashing out after having the gods and the world by extension refusing its existence ever since it first appeared, never allowing its power to blossom or an Age of Dark to ever come to pass, this making Gale unbelievably powerful, ruining our win streak at the very end, and again, and again, and again, and again. But remember, we are unkindled. As long as we have a purpose in this world and refuse to give up, we will be brought back again and again. That is our curse. But no matter how many times it takes, Gale never gets any easier. But we do get stronger. His blood is now all that's left of the Dark Soul, and the only option left for his lady's painting. So let's respect Gale's wishes and finally put him to rest here, at the very end of the world.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Goodbye, my friend. After Gale's death, his soul adds even more to the story. Gale knew that he was no champion, so he knew very well that the Dark Soul would ruin him and he would not make it back to his lady. So this entire time, Gale never intended to work alongside us on our journey for the Dark Soul, guiding us every step of the way to the very end, always knowing that it would come down to this and trusted us with getting his own blood of the Dark Soul back to his lady. As a slave knight, Gale probably didn't think very much of his life, and I wish that he did, because I'll be mourning your death too. Your sacrifice will give way to a brand new world, one much better than this one. So let's return to the Painted World to give her the blood of the Dark Soul.
My thanks, Ashen One. With this will I paint a world. Please tell me thy name. I would name this painting after thee. I see. We are much alike. Then I will name this painting Ash. It will be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. And one day, it will make someone a goodly home.
And that's it. No big cutscene or some tearful goodbye. Just a quiet, faint glimmer of hope. Hope of a world far removed from the one that we currently live in, without someone like Gwyn or Frida to lead it to ruin out of their own fear and selfishness. But of course, what happens after this is entirely up to your own imagination. A perfect way to conclude not only Gale and the Painter's story, but this world as a whole. We can also travel back to the Dreg Heap to see that the Stonehump Hag is dead, and in her place is an angel flying high above. Except this one isn't hostile to us at all. So, this is the final confirmation we have regarding the Pilgrims of Londor and the Angels. Back in the beginning, it seemed incredibly stupid to make a pilgrimage across the world with the sole intention to drop dead, but that was never their purpose. Londor, the Sable Church, and Koth were purposefully sending these pilgrims to die and become these angels. Perhaps to deceive the world just like they did with Lothric with the angelic faith. Regardless, all that's left for us now is to decide the fate of this world. The Bells of Awakening originally brought us back with the intention of linking the fire, but the Firekeeper eyes showed us a different path. Our Firekeeper and I knowing fully well that this would be the greatest betrayal to the sacrifice of all of the previous Lords of Cinder.
Ashen One, forgive me if this soundeth strange. The eyes show a world without fire. A vast stretch of darkness.
but 'tis different to what is seen when stripped of vision. In the far distance, I sense the presence of tiny flames, like precious embers, left to us by past lords, linkers of the fire. Could this be what draws me to this strangely enticing darkness?
The decision ultimately being up to us.
Noble lords of Cinder, the fire fades. And the lords go without thrones. Surrender your fires to the true heir. Let him grant death to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame.
After placing the remains of the lords on their thrones, as well as Ludleth's sacrifice, we are once again far in the future. The same timeline as the Dreg Heap, even being able to see the kingdoms collapsing into each other. And there's not a single enemy or threat in this place, only a hike upwards to reach the arch tree containing the first flame. With the dark sun now almost looking like it's bleeding, the world is dying, and not only is it dying, it's been in pain for a long time now. When we look at the flame, we see a figure there, just sitting by the fire, almost like it finds comfort sitting by the tiny embers of what's left of the first flame. As we approach, however, it reveals itself as the soul of Cinder, our final opponent, and this is not a person, rather it's people, the defender and embodiment of everyone who has ever linked the first flame. Not only Yorm, Aldrich, and the Abyss Watchers, but also Gwyn, the chosen undead you play as in Dark Souls 1, the bearer of the curse in Dark Souls 2, along with countless others who have carried on this tradition as well. And I'm going to sacrifice my first attempt to show you the extent of this connection. The Soul of Cinder utilizes many builds that we too have been able to make over the years beyond its normal straight sword fighting style, using sorceries like Soul Spear or Homing Soul Mass, using pikes and miracles like Wrath of the Gods, a scimitar and pyromancies like Fireball, the exact same abilities we've used over the years to arrive here at the end of the Dark Souls trilogy. The ultimate final test for both the Ashen One and the player. Gwyn is the one who had set the world on this path to begin with, and now he is the final obstacle standing in our way of giving this world a new future. And with that, we have officially become a champion of Ash, and the future is ours to choose. Before we get to that pivotal decision, however, I want to briefly talk about something that's always bothered me about the Lord of Cinder. It's soul confirming that it's a manifestation of those who once linked the fire and now acts as its defender, and most assume that it serves as a way to protect the first flame from any potential threats. But my problem with that is all of the Lords of Cinder that we've seen throughout our journey. Think about it, they were all brought back to link the first flame as they once did, and yet not a single one of them chose that path. Aldrich gave in to his insatiable appetite for the gods. The Abyss Watchers went back to fighting the Abyss only to get consumed by it, and Yorm immediately went back to the Profaned Capital to check on his people. None of these lords placed linking the fire above their own interests. So why is the Soul of Cinder so intent on protecting the first flame? Which brings me to my theory. What if the Soul of Cinder is actually the embodiment of the regrets of the previous Lords of Cinder? The guilt each one of them felt for either themselves, their loved ones, or what they were doing to the world. So it's not that the Soul of Cinder is trying to protect the first flame, but prevent us from making the same mistake that they did. But what about Gwyn? Maybe he regretted abandoning Filianor in the Ringed City, or how he treated the Nameless King. Or maybe he knew deep down that continuously extending the Age of Fire would not last forever either, and all he did was prolong the inevitable. He knew that he would not be coming back from his journey to link the fire, so I'm sure that he did a lot of reflection during his travels. And even the selfish man that set the world on this path, even he was filled with regret in his last moments. As I said though, that's only my interpretation. But now, we are faced with 4 different choices that define the future of the world. The first, of course, fulfilling our original purpose as an Unkindled, continuing to further extend the Age of Fire despite there not being anything left at this point. And rather than a gigantic fiery explosion like in Dark Souls 1, it's only embers that are left, very slowly burning us. And even if someone were to link the fire after us, there may not even be anything left by that point. The second being the usurpation of fire ending, or in other words, us going along with Uria and the Sable Church's grand plan to become the Lord of Hollows, except choosing to instead link the fire with the Dark Soul we'd have accumulated with the Dark Sigil up to this point, the fire ring around the sun completely vanishing to resemble the Dark Sigil itself, along with Uria and her younger sister pledging loyalty to us as the new Lord of Hollows. What comes of this is of course open to your interpretation. And finally, the one that I have decided on, the end of fire, or the Grand Betrayal, one where we purposefully allow the fading flame to die in the Firekeeper's hands. The very flame responsible for time, life, death, and countless other fundamental principles of this world. It's almost an incomprehensible feeling, one that forces you to sympathize with Gwyn. And during this ending, we are actually able to betray the Firekeeper, and what ember would be more powerful than the first flame? But of course, in this playthrough, the Firekeeper and I are both partners in this betrayal. And while the first flame introduced many great things into this world, it also introduced disparity, along with a conflict that spanned countless years and led to so much death and misery in the world. So, without knowing what the future may bring, we decide to let the flame finally fade away with the only person we have left in the world.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by lords past. Ashen One, hearest thou my voice still?
Well, that's the video. Thank you so much for watching, because I know 7.5 hours is a pretty big ask. We just had so much stuff to cover, it was crazy. And despite the runtime, this video really only covers what we see. But there's even more beneath the surface. So, as always, I'd encourage everyone to play Dark Souls 3 themselves, whether it's your first time or it's just been a while. Also, thank you to Masquerade for letting me use your post-Yorm Siegward conversation from like 8 years ago. The sad reality of that fight is that Siegward always dies while I'm frantically trying to find the Storm Ruler in my crowded inventory, but no chance I would let him go out like that in my video. And thank you all again so much for the unreal support that you've been showing these videos. And if you take absolutely nothing else away from this one, I hope it's that these are not two nobodies fighting over nothing. It does sound cool, but stop saying that shit. It's disrespectful to Uncle Gale. And last but certainly not least,
long may the sun shine!